at 10:16 a.m. And with this, with formality, I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion to get out of recess.
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay to get out of recess. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Second, Charles Newton.
Then Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton seconds the motion there. Then staff, the motion is done by Honorable Paul Begay, and the seconding motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for roll call vote at this time, to get out of recess.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
This is Delegate Begay, Elmer Begay.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote.
Delegate Kell is present.
Hold on, guys, hold on. Go ahead and continue.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Yeah, they said it. This is Delegate Amber Kunis-Bakrati. I'm on the line. Good morning.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning. Hello, is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning, Delegate Hino, present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Good morning, Delegate James, present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Otto So. Honorable Speaker Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, go, go.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Wanika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Speaker, you have 21 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much for answering roll call, and right now we're out of recess. And we have quorum and the NASPE. This morning, I would like to ask to see if we could get Honorable Eugene So to provide us an invocation this morning. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh. Joshi. What is it? Ayego. She. When Ostani Hashi. They had to Amish. He get off. As Amit A. In it. The Nago Kodoshi. So, yes, when Hana is cut out on that it can't. But as he was only in the obviously, Mahastan him. That hope is clear in the around that hope is clear in the don't it be him, it just see be him ladon, because it's glad. It is Dino, the Sado, and his son should be him. It should be him ladon, and then he didn't need. The end she didn't need has on our way with the Hajon and she didn't need. He could all in nothing she needs the cabby. Cabby, not say the house, he based a house of your cut up in half as well. But if it's off to eat on she didn't need any seed, the color, which is space, spend on it, meat or the leaning. They go to see the could be nothing, not the could have this shit in the home. Half inch of never see, could have never see. Fed out by yards else, how to leave me, so could off. Yahane Kato Yahane Taran Fit in Exnicky in Linen. Ado Con Himchesta in Halyani Kona Sos Bezoi. Afric is a dead either has only the dead either condition the house town or not just in either ask what is in the Yat a person that before Hanan adapt in the Yat a Corona Sonic Kato around the country in this a lot of Linized and then Linen ask. And how the high first responders and Lenny asked what in Hobbit and eating lean addition go. You can't not just only get it in. You can not always question if the word is on just on this coffee in lean as shoulder. The Hobbit and eat all this in lean as so. I don't look on how it's in the Naso, but because I let in Nasa or doesn't need to go. That Hoko. Nana Tsaro is confident and has some be or hold I be on it, so could it be on it as the internet on at the Indian Kodo enough a Yakodo Bahanane Chido and Hanane Chido not she candle it. As late she didn't need So I asked on to the case of the arts, who in England, he didn't need 87 legal in Lini. I don't know the Hozong, national Dana card Hozong, a case Hozong, just 16, 11 legal in Lini, Behana, Hojana, not need to come. Michelado, Asan Shena, just cast on the national in the Concord. I called ask from the Navajo Nation Council, nine about sent up ask for the Indy, other you charge it and Lini ask for. Pakro yat ya ha but Sanadan Kazo Yadi not in Claro. So I'm not very good go how and only castle in any throne, any throne, take castle in Lini. I shown that I none is scandal is asking call husbands of other meeting in Lini. It asked when hunting out of the Lini, out of eating it, out eating the case in it, ha eating when Han not the other in Lini. But I could all just about any of those are so the corner. The hard turning is in I don't hold out in Lini contingent beyond and lay hard was in what you teach in Lini. Touching at his side, touching I down has said in Lini, touching I down in Lan Hatokon, only for and could all not the car into the new year. She had all this in Lini, you know. But that's another case of Jungot Hana, who it can also be need to eat all the thing and this IS the Lini get. Be Christian Sipa economic Kado or celebrate neither Ilya birthday. Other Concanasta, Hesto Nas beyond, Nadine Tar beyond the Nadi car, Constantly Tardon, I don't the Canas beyond Nas Nana, and that is a in Linicon, share beyond that El Hozongo, Hozonk Enani Catalyst, and pass the way we will walk in harmony. Was on her street or the hot abbey, was on her street or was on her street, I don't know, was on her street or shared in there.
Yat Kehet, Kudo, Tozin Ben Hanhing, the addition and Kudo Shin Be, Nasidi be in it 8 on this none, or Beb Nashit Be. Be on 6 so the teacher. Oh, but Dana in Anna, we have went into recess at 9:23 p.m.
Honorable Speaker, point of privilege, Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak, sir.
Honorable Rick Nez, point of privilege, recognize you.
Thank you. Yat mentioned Honorable Speaker, as well as the 24th Council. We received an email, and I would like to also respond to that email verbally on this session today to request a special session. And if we could have a petition going as soon as possible, maybe we can have a special session for tomorrow starting at 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock, which I know we need 24 hours, Speaker. If you could do this, we can start signing up on it. Thank you. That would be all.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman Nez. We'll go ahead and have that discussion, and we'll work on it from here. As long as we get a consensus from the body of the Navajo Nation Council. I did let the staff go home for tomorrow, but I will have a discussion, and we'll try to work on this as soon as we can, Shananta. Okay?
Are you asking for consensus?
Yes, because I need a consensus because we have delegates that will be on and some delegates will not be on there. So even go ahead. If we have a consensus, I will go ahead and entertain that for this body.
Can you repeat what the request is? I'm not sure if I'm going to consent. I need to know what the request is.
To allow, for a petition for the Navajo Nation Council for a special council session for tomorrow to finish out the legislation. We have 34 legislations pending. And yesterday we spent about seven hours on one legislation. And Then we had 3 hours on creating the agenda. So time is not on our side, colleagues. Even Coco really need to try to press on these legislations, because if my colleagues, if you feel that you don't support the legislation, the one way to address is just to move forward with the votes and vote against it if you do not agree with it. So that's a suggestion, but again, it's your right to argue and debate the legislation on the floor. I don't want to take that away from you, but we have legislation such as the ARPA expenditure plans for the chapter regional plans that many of you delegates are waiting for. So with that, I will go ahead and let me just do this. I'm going to go ahead and entertain that for you guys. We'll go ahead and work on that and try to get it out as soon as we can. The special petition. Honorable Rick Ness
Thank you.
and Madam Chair Crotty, I'm just going to go ahead and entertain the special session. So with that.
Without consensus.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and see who we will have here tomorrow for staff. Our staff will be our manpower for staff will be low. So just FYI. And then moving on down with the yesterday we left off legislation number 0232-22 or 21, I'm sorry. Ooh, let's got that 21. So again, Daniel So had 1 minute left on reserved time. Eugene So had 4 minutes and 56 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton had 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Honorable Jamie Henio had 5 minutes left. Madam Chair Crotty had 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Delegates that don't have any more time on this debate at this time is Honorable Raymond Smith, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Key Allen Begay, Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Honorable Key Allen Begay, Honorable Carl Slater. I'll have no time. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and continue to proceed with the legislation before we left off. We had an amendment that failed, and that amendment was proposed by Honorable Daniel So, and that amendment to establish the helium fund for the health to fund the health studies. That failed at 8 votes in favor, 13 against, and speaker not voting. Then after that, we went into special recess. So with that, moving on down, I don't see anybody on the queue. So I'm going to go back to reserve time. Honorable Daniel So, you have 1 minute on the clock.
I'll reserve my time.
Daniel So reserves his time and 59 minutes or seconds left. Reserve time. Moving on down the line, Honorable Eugene So. Eugene So, you have 4 minutes and 56 seconds.
Oh, is it Chinella show? I have some banana to say. Thank you.
Okay, Eugene So reserves his time at 4:52. Moving on down the line. We'll go to Honorable Madam Chair Charles Nguyen, 3 minutes and 26
Point
seconds.
of order, or point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair Delegate. And I appreciate the prayer, Delegate Eugene. So yesterday I requested information regarding the shareholders. If I could, I did have power outage issues in our area yesterday. Was that information sent? I'm looking through my email, and if Department of Justice or our staff can identify what time that was sent out, and so that I could look and see the information that was requested yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Roddy, your request was met or was heard by Department of Justice, Ms. April Quinn. She did indicate that she was going to work directly with Navajo Oil and Gas's legal attorney to start working on that. We haven't heard anything back from Department of Justice. By the time we adjourned was 9, or we recessed at 9:23. I don't know if Department of Justice has reached out last night or throughout the night or throughout after midnight to have a conversation with Navajo Oil and Gas's legal attorneys. So with that, that was coming from Ms. April Quinn. So let me go ahead and turn time over to April Quinn, Department of Justice.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, honorable delegates. This is April from DOJ. With respect to the information that I was going to follow up with NOG about, I did have a conversation this morning with their outside counsel, Greg Kelly, about information related to payments that the shareholder reps received. And based on that conversation, he had some concerns about the Navajo Nation Privacy Act and the requirements and how information is shared and what information can be shared. And based on that conversation, I wanted to dig into the Privacy Act a little bit more. So I don't really have a clear answer to provide to council at this moment in time. There's questions about, whether enterprises and entities like NOG are considered government entities under the Privacy Act. And I just haven't had a chance to really look into that. So I don't want to weigh in right now without doing a little bit more research on the issue. But there was a question raised by Delegate Crotty about who the shareholder reps are. And I guess I can share that information right now. What up? So where did it go? I had it written down. I'm sorry. I thought I put you on speaker and then I didn't. So the shareholder reps are Delegate Otto, Delegate Seth Damon, Delegate Charlene So, Delegate Herman Daniels, and Delegate Charlene So. So that's the information that I have at this time. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Quinn, for providing that response for Madam Chair Crotty at this time. Madam Chair Crotty, that's the response to your question or an update on your request from last night, and it looks like that Department of Justice is continuing the dialogue to get information from Navajo Oil and Gas at this time. Indeed, with that, moving on down the line.
Delegate So, she has, the Department of Justice said a delegate named twice. Could I just get clarification?
Can you identify or name that delegate that they list twice?
I heard Charlene So twice.
Okay, Madam Department of Justice, Ms. Quinn.
Okay, sorry about that, Speaker. Sorry, Delegate Crotty. that's what happens when I try to do it off the top of my head. So the delegates are Delegate Otto So, Charlene So, Seth Damon, Elmer Begay, and Herman Daniels. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the shareholders are appointed by the standing committees, the 5 standing committees of the Navajo Nation Council. And they are all enacted by legislation, by law, to serve as shareholders. Those individuals whose names are on, that was named out, are appointed to this position by the Navajo Nation Council. And it is legislated. So also maybe Ms. Quinn, what I would suggest is that you get a copy of that legislation, work with Manuel Rico from Office of Legislative Services to get a copy of that legislation, so that it indicates that that the Navajo Nation Council has selected and appointed those individuals into those capacities. So that way, that will be part of the information that's being required here. Thank you very much, Ms. Quinn. Moving on down the line, Honorable Rick Nace.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you. If I could receive those legislations, I want to, do you recall if those legislations authorize the shareholder rep to receive a meeting stipend or claim? And are those meeting stipends and are they being declared or claimed? I'm not sure if they're considered gifts. If I could get some clarification on the status of those stipends or meeting claims that are provided to the shareholder reps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Crotty. The legislation only appoints the representative from the council to those capacities to serve as shareholders. Once they are shareholders, they work under the capacity of the bylaws that are set by the Navajo, by the tribal enterprises. And I believe we have all received an update from Department of Justice on that, serving as capacity as shareholders, and which allows shareholders to attend meetings pertaining to the enterprises serving as shareholders. So we can get the legislations to you. And then from there, pertaining to the bylaws and Ajay working with the enterprise, and I think that's where April can work with Navajo Nation Oil and Gas to get that information for you. Agushina, moving on down the line.
Appreciate it.
Rick Nace, Honorable Chairman Rick Nace.
I didn't request to speak.
Okay, sorry, Rick Nace. Chairman Nace, I thought I was looking at my notes and I had your point of privilege. That's what I was looking at. Agushina, moving on down the line. Honorable Daniel So, you have. I'm gonna come back to the reserve time.
And then you have any of your statements.
Okay. And so, okay. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes. Reserve time, okay. Madam Chair, Charles Newton reserves her time. So it's 3:26 to 3:25. Moving on down the line, Honorable Jamie Hinio. Reserve time.
Good morning. Good morning, Shananda.
Good morning, Sunanda.
Check the speaker also. The legislation mandate Nika. Dana the Kushi, a Yelke. Bandit, Adonle. Hayada. Need so zitadi. Other Kushi table Yado Banasti. History that bandit take other the cruising the house and Anil Swakil the house now. David Nachian Zaman the city. I say, I thought that Ilgilishi Bahadol just. Even Nachay motion is later to cease debate. Here not reserve my time.
I'll second that cease debate, Eugene, so.
Second the motion.
Yoshila, thank you very much. Looking at the cease debate. I'm gonna go to Manuel Rico to go ahead and read out the rules. And then from there, I'll go ahead and proceed. Manuel Rico?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council. The cease debate rule is Rule 12 of your Navajo Council rules. A, prior to recognizing a motion to cease debate by a delegate, the speaker shall ensure that there is equal number of delegates speaking for and against the immediate pending issue before the council. The purpose of this rule is to ensure that the debate is balanced between those that are for and against the issue. B, any delegate may motion to cease debate, so recognized by the speaker, and second, except that a delegate shall not offer a motion to cease debate when utilizing the debate time that was yielded to him or her by another delegate. C, cease debate motion shall not be debatable. D, by a vote of 2/3 of the delegates casting votes shall cause the motion of cease debate to carry. E, the speaker at his or her discretion may terminate debate on the immediate pending issue before the council, provided that the debate is significantly in favor or against the issue and no delegate requests to speak who indicates to debate contrary to the trend of the debate. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, members of 24th Navajo Council. And the motioning party for cease debate, Mr. Jamie Hiniel. At this time, looking at my notes of this discussion, we have 8 delegates that spoke to the legislation in which time has expired or has waived their time. Also, we have another 5 delegates that have reserved time. And the position on these, I see that there is as an equal consensus and listening to this debate for yesterday, about 7 hours. And then also this morning. Also, this legislation came before the council prior, which an action had happened on the on April 19th, 2022, which the legislation was referred back to the Navajo Committee, which was motioned by Honorable Otto Sull and second by Honorable Edison Wanika. And the vote on that at the time, it was a consensus that, or the vote was 22 in favor. And that's which sent the legislation back to the Navajo Committee. And the legislation went back to the Navajo Committee. And it has, the Navajo Council has addressed that on 12/27/22. And it was referred back to the Navajo Council, which was motioned by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and Honorable Eugene Sull, with a vote of 13 in favor, 8 opposed, and chairman not voting at Navajo Committee. Looking at the votes there at Navajo Committee shows that also there's a balance there in the votes. That from the Navajo Committee. And at this time, with the with this meeting here, I see that there is a balance. It sort of teeter-tots over to this we have a number of delegates that support and a number of delegates that don't support. I'm not saying that they're going to all vote that way, but just by hearing the comments, especially comments made pertaining to revenue generating and resources, and then the comments to the delegates who feel their compassion about not supporting this resolution pertaining to the environment or pertaining to the try to get more resources to the chapters. And with the time that we have on our hand right now, we really don't have a lot of time on our hands as we move forth on today. When you look at the time too, we only have 5 delegates left with time remaining. And once we run out of time, it will maybe be by noon. And I'm going to go ahead and recognize the cease debate by
Point of
Honorable
privilege,
Jimmy
Delegate Crotty.
and second motion held by Honorable Eugene So. So with that, before I move on to roll call vote, the point of privilege by Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Chair's Delegate. So the staff read the rules. The rule states that there has to be equal for and against. With, not looking at the history of this legislation, with this debate on the main motion, what numbers were, I need to know what is, what represents in this debate the for and against. What are those numbers, or what delegates are you counting to meet this rule for cease debate?
The numbers that I have, I'm not going to name delegates. I'm going to indicate that I have a number of 7 delegates for, based off of the quorum information we had. Roughly about 7 delegates against. And we have about 8 delegates that's not expressed their position yet. So therefore, I see that there is a balance here on this resolution, on this legislation. And I'm going to utilize that information to say that there is a balance on this debate. We have 7 hours of debate on this legislation that had happened. And it would be different if the cease debate was posed yesterday, right after we started this discussion. But we had a lot of time to debate this issue. And so therefore, I'm going to go ahead and move forth, cease debate. Staff, proceed with roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
Oh, what green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Callan, what screen? Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red via text. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So,
Green. Green.
Honorable Charlene So, green. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So, Honorable
vote
Daniel
red.
So,
Red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So,
Oh, that is who.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote.
Hello, this is Delegate Charles, and I'm sorry, I was on mute. I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona,
Lori votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green.
Ms.
Speaker.
Nota. Ms.
Yes.
Nota,
Yes.
this is Seth Damon. I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 4 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion to cease debate. Pass. 19 in favor, 4 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, there's no amendments have been made to this legislation. So therefore, with the rules, I'm gonna go and proceed to last and final. We don't, hold on. Manuel, do we need a? We don't need to go to second reading. So therefore, gonna go directly to roll call vote for legislation number 0232-21. Proceed with roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan votes red. Main motion. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kines-Bakati. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Seth Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Balloon votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Vote red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, oh, oh.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote.
I vote green. This is Thomas.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Speaker.
Hello, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, we're voting calling you to do your vote. cast your vote.
I'm so sorry. I keep trying to unmute. I don't know what's going on. My phone is not being moved around. It's in one place. So I apologize. I'm gonna go ahead and vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Speaker with a vote of 17 in favor, 6 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 17 in favor, 6 opposed, speaker not voting. Legislation number 0232-21 passes here at the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is simple majority. And after the speaker certifies the document, the legislation will go straight across to the Navajo Nation president for his signature. Thank you very much, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Moving on down the line. Item 6 on the agenda. 6A, legislation number 0182-22. Staff, can you go ahead and proceed with reading the legislation into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0182-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Navajo committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $970,000 from the Citizen Fund for the demolition and cleanup of 4 former business sites under the Chinle RBDO and approving the related expenditure plan. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater and co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Amber Knaz-Bakrati. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. You have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. You have a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommend a pass and refer to Navajo Nation Council with 1 amendment. Amendment number 1 on page 1, line 16 in the title, add the following. After RBDO, comma, overstrike and insert new language underscore approving citizen funds for the demolition and cleanup of 4 abandoned business sites under the Western RBDO in Tonalea, $460,000, Kayenta, $460,000, Black Mesa, $731,031, and Tuba City, $839,500. And the new language. 2, page 1, line 16 in the title, make plan plural by adding an S. 3, page 3, line 15, add the following new paragraphs. New paragraph E underscore the Western Regional Business Development Office, Western RBDO, is requesting funds from the Citizen Fund for the demolition and cleanup of 4 abandoned business sites in or near the Tonalea, Kayenta, Black Mesa, and Tuba City chapters as follows. 1, $460,000 for the abandoned Cal Springs Trading Post site. 2, $460,000 for the abandoned Saya Restaurant, Motel, and Convenience Store site. 3, $731,031 for the abandoned Black Mesa Shopping Center site. 4, $839,500 for the abandoned Vans Trading Post site. F, the Western RBDO has provided a project summary and a scope of work that includes a cost estimate and budget forms for the former Cal Springs site, Exhibit C. G, the Western RBDO has provided a project summary, a scope of work that includes a cost estimate and budget forms for the former Sayet Restaurant, Motel, and Convenience Store site, Exhibit D. H, the Western RBDO has provided a project summary, a scope of work that includes a cost estimate and budget forms for the former Black Mesa Shopping Center site, Exhibit E. I, the Western RBDO has provided a project summary, scope, and a scope of work that includes a cost estimate and budget forms for the former Vans Trading Post site, Exhibit F. End of new language. 4, on page 4, line 17, add the following new section as in paragraphs. New section 4 underscore section 4, approving citizen funds for the demolition and cleanup of 4 abandoned business sites under the Western RBDO in Tonalea, $460,000, Kayenta, $460,000, Black Mesa, $731,031, and Tuba City, $839,500. Paragraph A, pursuant to 12 NNC, section 2505A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves funds from the Citizen Fund for the Western RBDOs for demolition and cleanup projects at the abandoned business sites described in section 2E of this act in the following amounts. One, $460,000 for the abandoned Cow Springs Trading Post site. Two, $460,000 for the abandoned restaurant, motel, and convenience store site. Three, $731,031 for the abandoned Black Mesa Shopping Center site. Four, $839,500 for the abandoned Vans Trading Post site. Paragraph B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves the expenditure plans for the 4 projects as set forth in the attached exhibits C through F. C, the total amount of citizen funds approved in this act may be further leveraged by bond or loan financing pursuant to the Navajo Nation Bond Financing Act 12 NNC section 1300 as amended, using citizen fund earnings for repayment and financing costs upon approval of the Budget and Finance Committee and upon a 2/3 approval vote of the full membership of the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph D, the controller shall determine whether the source of the citizen funds approved in this act will be citizen fund principal or citizen fund income or a combination of both. E, within 30 calendar days after the effective date of this act, the approved citizen funds shall be dispersed to the DED for the Western RBDO's use in implementing and completing its 4 demolition and cleanup projects described in Exhibit C through F. F, the approved citizen funds for the 4 Western RBDO projects shall not lapse at the end of the fiscal year as might otherwise occur pursuant to 12 NNC section 820N. However, notwithstanding the above, any citizen funds not spent or encumbered within 36 months of the effective date of this act shall revert to the citizen fund principal unless otherwise approved prior to such reversion by both the Resource Development Committee and the Nabakieta Committee. G, the citizen funds approved herein shall not be commingled with funds from any other source, whether designated for the 4 projects or otherwise. Any and all savings or unused amounts of the approved citizen funds shall be returned to the citizen fund principal once the 4 Western RBDO projects are completed or upon the reversion deadline in section 4F of herein. H, the citizen fund may be reimbursed the amount of funds approved herein from the funds available to the Navajo Nation from any and all state, federal, or other sources. End of new language. 5, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendment, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Also attached to this committee report are the reference exhibits and budget forms. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. This legislation is a citizen fund, is 2/3, and will also go across the street to the president for final approval. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, members of thank you very much, Mr. Rico, for reading the legislation into the record. With that, and I'm gonna go call for a motion. Calling for a motion for legislation 01.
This is Delegate Brown. I motion.
Motion by Honorable Nate Brown. Honorable
Hey,
Brown.
Eugene, so.
Second motion by Honorable Eugene So. We do have the sponsor on the line, who is sponsored by Honorable Carl Slater and co-sponsored by Madam Chair Crotty. With that, looking at the issue, looking at the board, Honorable Damon, Che, you have the floor.
No, you got 20 minutes.
Or hold on. Okay. There's 2 people on the queue. So, Mr. Slater, 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So I appreciate the opportunity to present the legislation. We presented this legislation, I think, at NABI. We've discussed it twice at this point, but the legislation will allocate funding to clean up abandoned business sites in 4 different sites within Chinle Agency. And that is the old Round Rock Trading Post site, which was the oldest continuously operating trading post at the time of its closure and then subsequent fire. And then the Leo Gin site, the old Greasewood store, and the old Kennedy store. And there's a limited number of existing places for economic development within the agency and within the district. And we need to rehabilitate these spaces and put them back into good use. So to me, this is an economic development project. First, you have to do the cleaning. And ultimately, because, you know, for a lot of these stores or spaces on Navajo, the nation is the one who ends up owning the building at the end. And it should be the nation then that is responsible for the cleanup and disposition of the site. Somehow, at this point in the Navajo Nation government, there still is no mechanism for doing that aside for seeking CSID funds. And so that is where we're left today. Now, this legislation has been amended to include the cleanup of some other abandoned sites. And as I had previously stated, I would withhold the consideration at a prior special session of this legislation because it was included in amendment, I believe, on Delegate Edmund Yazzi's legislation. And so I wanted to see if we would receive any feedback from the president on how to proceed, whether to continue forth with this one because it included some sites, I believe, within Western Agency, or to stick with what was submitted in the other legislation. And I believe that the transmittal to the president's office, because of our poor overworked staff, was only sent over yesterday, the 28th, yeah. So we don't have the benefit of really having that conversation right now because we've been in council this entire time and I haven't been able to get in contact with him. So at this point, I would appreciate consideration of the legislation because I know my colleagues have the same set of concerns, and that is there's a limited number of spaces for economic development. It ultimately becomes the nation's responsibility when they haven't figured out a way to work with the original lessees or they own it outright. And ultimately it comes back to the nation and it's our responsibility to clean up these sites. They're blight, they're scars in the community, and they're things that can be put into proper use and good order for our economic development here on Navajo. So we're presently working in Round Rock with the University of New Mexico Indigenous Design and Planning Institute at their School of Architecture for a redesign of the trading post. And I'd be happy to speak with any colleagues about that process and their design studios, but it's been it's been a really wonderful process. The funding for it is through brownfields because of the chemicals, there's a sheep dip there, the building materials, all of those things. So there might be potential to expand that on Navajo or look for it through other schools. I think it's funding from EPA and another source. But this isn't something where we're just cleaning it up and then it's not going to get put into use. We're trying to rehabilitate these sites so that they can get into proper use. And we're presently working on that. So it's my request to my colleagues that we consider the legislation, vote affirmatively, and then it'll be the discretion of the president on which part he would sign into law. Because as was stated prior, the Chief Legislative Counsel said, if both are passed, only one of them will have effect. So there will not be a duplicate allocation for this purpose. And when this does pass, I'm happy to work with the president and figure out which portion, whether it's the amendment in the other legislation or this one, that will proceed forward. And I'm content with any option as long as we get these sites remediated, cleaned up, and put back into proper use. So, Speaker So, that is my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. Or correction. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation to the council. And does that end your report, Janata?
Yes, and I think you called the motion carried, so we're good to go, right? I'm kidding.
I just want to hear it from you. That way and don't take time the rest of the time because you have about 14 minutes left. So with that, we have a motion in place by Honorable Nate Brown and Honorable second and motion held by Honorable Eugene So. With that, and we have, looking at the board, we have two players. We're gonna go to the first person on the board is Honorable Seth Damon and Che. You have the floor. Honorable Damon. I think maybe he has some technical difficulties. Let's put him back into the queue there. I'm gonna go down the line. Let's go to Honorable Crotty. Madam Chair Crotty, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, Chair, Delegate So, appreciate the legislation, Delegate Slater. I have requested to withdraw my co-sponsorship of this legislation. Now looking at the listing, is this from a comprehensive list from the Division of Economic Development on what sites need to be cleaned up? Yesterday, we had a very lengthy conversation about not supporting just either one or a few chapters, but supporting all of the communities. And so is there a comprehensive list across Navajo Nation on which business sites need to be cleaned and developed? And if that's possible, if you could send that to our email so I could review the list and see what is the total number so that we could have an accurate idea of what is the need across Navajo Nation. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
3:44.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 3:44. And with that, I'm gonna go down the line. Honorable Elmer Begay, or Paul Begay, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Che, Honorable Speaker, also members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Shanala, for this legislation. If Honorable Delegate Crotty wishes to withdraw her second in motion, I would be willing to do the second in motion, replace that. But at any rate, I believe we have a good legislation with Honorable Delegate Slater. And yes, it is true. I believe it is true that we could have a comprehensive study covering the whole nation. But I also believe that it's up to the individual delegate to identify what areas need to be cleaned up. And if that's not done, then, you know, they'll have to do that legislation themselves. But this was an opportune time for Western Agency to also add 3 places here in Western Navajo. We all know that we have a beautiful country. And we all know that in this beautiful country where we also, the first thing that we notice is the eyesores. Hello?
You can proceed.
Yes, I at any rate, you know, these places like coming into Tuba City, where Advanced Trading Post used to be, and it was a beautiful trading post, a landmark, but that burned down. It's an ideal place for community development or economic development. Some type of a development can happen there. Driving through Tonalea, or Cow Spring area, I know that Tonalea chapter has talked about cleaning that up and possibly putting a truck stop there. And that could give a boost economically to the community of Tonalea chapter, Cow Springs area, including Shanto. Going on through, going towards Kayenta, Sayet. It was a beautiful trading post and a favorite place for a lot of people to eat. Those burned down. It's right next to the road. It doesn't look good. We talk about beautiful country on Navajo, but those are eyesores. I think that this is an opportune time where we can include these areas in this cleanup. And I do really thank Honorable Delegate Slater for coming up with this legislation. I support that, and I think we're not going to clean up the whole Navajo Nation all at one time. By doing it a few at a time, I think we can eventually clean up the nation of these damaged areas or burned down areas. Idea about these things that Speaker, so I can't reserve my time.
123.
Thank you very much. You reserve your time at 1:23. And moving forth on down the line and come back to Honorable Damon. Honorable Damon, once. Honorable Damon going twice.
This question is, how much is the total amount with all amendments?
Hey. Honorable Damon is in a bad area. He takes in his question. And his question is, can you read his question? And his question is, how much is the total amount with all amendments? Honorable Slater? I'm going to turn the floor back over to you for a response to the three parties. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, Speaker So, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions.
Madam Chair Crotty, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you. Apologize, delegates later. I had requested a discussion regarding the recent press release regarding the 24th Navajo Nation Council's concern on CEJASIM funding. And Delegate, so you mentioned you would look into it and provide that feedback. What is that feedback, and when will this council have a comprehensive discussion regarding CEJASIM funding legislation? Thank you.
Yes, we will have that answer right after I get through this realm of questioning. And then I'll go ahead and have staff provide you that update now. We do have the information. So, Madam Chair, I'll come to that. Or let's go ahead and go to Chief of Staff to answer right now. Madam Chief.
I don't so that's not I don't know and I didn't kiddy Shadeja Amber Kinasba Kradi had even yadin see his nasos in hitch it yagi a het ibnya alia nahadin kid. Thank you for that question. So with that, in communications with the communications director and the communications team, based on the processes within their department, for each of the Nabikiatiat meeting, they join and have a discussion in terms of the agenda at the conclusion of the meeting and the discussion of what topics were extremely powerful in terms of discussion for the people as well as council. So the CHISN discussion was one of the topics that was most discussed during this time. And a majority of the legislations covered CHISN, or legislations were tied to CHISN. Based on that, they concluded that they would draft a press release regarding CHISN. With that, it was completed, approved by leadership, Speaker So, and it was distributed for a press release. Thank you for the question, Shada Deja.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much. There's the response pertaining to that press release that was issued by the PR department of the Speaker's office pertaining to the session that happened when the legislations were going through, when a lot of the CHISN fundings were being allocated. So, moving on down the line, Honorable Slater.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair Crotty, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you. If I could get clarification, is this the press team from the Cowboy Lifestyle contract with the Office of the Speaker for PR? Is that who's drafting these PR statements? Thank you.
I'm going to turn that over to Chief of Staff.
The communications team is the communications director, Mr. Kyron Hardy, and the staff writer, Mr. Colton Nephew, are the individuals who are responsible for this. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, or Chief, for responding. Moving on, Honorable Slater, you have the floor to respond.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The first question for Delegate Crotty, this is not intended to be a comprehensive cleanup legislation for the entire Navajo Nation, so I didn't pursue it from that perspective, and we'd have to ask the Division of Economic Development. So, pardon me, colleagues, I don't even know precisely who that would be, because I was working with, specifically Chinle Agency and trying to cover Chinle Agency. So I would defer to your leadership on how you'd like to pursue answering that question, and whether it remains relevant to this legislation or something we want to evaluate in the future. And then with respect to Delegate Damon's, that was tough to say. Just wanted to say Speaker. Question. I would have to defer to the Office of Legislative Services, because they're the ones who would provide an official tally on that. And I believe that'd be appropriate to ask them at this time. So, Mr. Rico, or I would ask that you provide that number of what the current total is for the legislation. The original was 970,000, but I know it's been amended. And Speaker, so I will yield back to you and ask that you recognize Mr. Rico for the current legislation total. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council, and thank you for the question. The total for this legislation 0182-22 is at $3,460,531. As mentioned by Vice Chair Slater, the original was $970,000. The amendments equals up to $2.4 million. the Navajo Nation Council on December 19th with those citizen funds. There was, let's see. There was 6 legislations that were passed, all with in regards to citizen funds. That total amount was $103,045,340.88. So after the December 19th session, I believe the citizen total is around $45,644,975. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The total amount of the amount with all amendments to this legislation has been presented by Manuel Rico, the amount of $3,460,531. That's in this package, this current package that we are talking about at this time of citizen funding. So with that, that answers the question that was posed by Honorable Damon. With that, moving on down the line, looking at the board, I have Honorable Elmer Begay. You are on main motion.
Yeah, David, Chair White, Speaker So, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, other delegates later, thank you for presenting this legislation. I think my only question is, I know that there's a lot of places where there needs to be clean up on some of those old trading posts and old buildings, BIE buildings, all that here. But I'm not sure if RBDO from Chin Lee did they ever think for any grants. That just will be my question. Did they ever attempted to write grants for these kind of sites? And the sites that were selected, are they like, this is my second question, are this the site that were selected, are they like historic places? And if it is, I know that we have a historic preservation department. I'm not sure if they can write grants on it too, and I'm not sure what's really going on. We have programs that are that oversee some of these places. So this, but there'll be my question. 2 questions. Reserve my time.
321.
Reserve your time at 3:21. Going on down the line, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Honorable
Thank you very much, Speaker. Also, I don't want to say thanks to my brother, Honorable Carl Slater, bring this legislation before a 24th Navajo Nation Council. There's also a Neats and Pinion area. There was a trading post that was burned down, and everything's still there as is now. And this place is ready to clean up. And also, there's another C-store on the side to a gas station. That's the same situation too. In addition to that, in the Pinion chapter, right by the Pinion chapter house, there was the old chapter house. That needs to be cleaned up too. I'm just hoping this is also to be add on. If not add on right now, and I'd like to request to be add on. If not, we need help in almost in every area. This is all related to our economic development, because cleanup is important, yes, later. This is my concerns and remain my save my time. Speaker, Principal, you chair. Speaker Otto, I turn the floor back to you.
Okay, thank you very
I
much.
reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3:36. Reserve time. With that, I don't see anybody else in the queue here at the nomination council, nor nobody has texted me. So with that, I'm going to go back to the sponsor, Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Delegate Elmer Begay, thank you for the question. We have pursued grant funding for one of the sites, and that is mainly for the redevelopment. In terms of the other sites, or sorry, I should say we've been successful in obtaining funding. In terms of obtaining or finding grants for demolition, I've looked far and wide and I haven't found anything like that. I think is generally the logic that whoever is the owner, which really is whoever was the lessor, it's their responsibility. And so that's why this is coming back to the Navajo Nation Council for consideration, because it hasn't been taken care of. So if you're aware of grants that might work in this situation, I think we are all ears and would be happy to work with you to pursue those ones. I think a lot of these types of grants are more about like preservation of existing facilities that can be preserved. And right now, that's not the case with these facilities. So I hope that answers your question. Excuse me. And then Delegate Yellowhair, thank you for your support. And I hope that the new delegate can work with Chinle and the Division of Economic Development to obtain funding for the cleanup of those sites. Speaker, back to you.
Thank you very much for the response. With that, I don't see anybody in the queue, so I'm going to go back to reserve time. Honorable Crotty, you have 3 minutes and 44 seconds.
Oh yeah, thank you, Shares Delegate. So if I could get someone from Economic Development to provide the comprehensive listing for the Navajo Nation-wide cleanup. I think that was heard loud and clear yesterday, and so I want to make sure that we honor the direction of this council. Thank you, and I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 3:20. Moving on down the line for reserve time. Honorable Paul Begay, you have 1 minute, 23 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. On the Fourth Navajo Nation Council, I believe I've said what I needed to say. I do support the legislation. I ask my colleagues to also support on the voting for this legislation. Thank you. I'll let go of the rest of my time, Speaker.
Thank you very much. You waive your time. Thank you very much. With that, moving on down the line. Honorable Elmer Begay, 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
Yeah, no, not done. Chair, well done. Speaker, so other down, it's a little down. Delegate Slater, thank you for your response. I believe that this is a starting of a good way to clean up and to also to demo some of these sites. But I was wondering, I'm not sure. Just thinking here that they're not like everybody was saying that that there's a lot of sites that are out there like that. But I'm not sure some of these were historic, but I know that some of these buildings and some of these are historic sites where it's kind of hard to do it. But I know that there's grants available out there for them. I'm wondering if RBDO and then also Navajo Nation Historic Preservation can work together, maybe hire a person that can do a grants proposal for these sites. Now that I think that would be a great idea to do that. So this is a starting. So I'd just like to thank you for initiating this legislation. So thank you for your question. So maybe your response would be what's your intent of your plans of if this legislation became successful. What's your intent moving forward and your plans? That would be my question to you. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Speaker, so this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue.
Okay, thank you very much. Reserve time at 1:32. And Vice Chair Smith will put you into the queue. With that, going down the line, Honorable Yellow Hair, you have reserved time of 3 minutes and 36 seconds.
I reserve my time, sir. What time being?
Reserve time
Yeah.
at 3:34. Thank you very much. With that, before I go to Honorable Smith, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Honorable Slater to answer the questions pertaining what questions were posed to you. Thank you. Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Shania, Delegate Elmer Brigade, for the question. Thank you, colleagues, for the support. I guess to your first point, hiring someone, I think that's an excellent idea. And that's something that I hope our colleagues that are returning onto the 25th Council and the new delegates will look for budgeting in the fiscal year 24 budget. Or fiscal year 23 budget. No, 24. Yes. Getting ahead of myself here. And I think that could also be something maybe directed out of the speaker's office too, to have staff or a grant writer, someone of that nature, look into these sorts of funding proposals. I think that could be tied into some of the financial and economic consulting that I've been seeking the council to get, and unfortunately haven't been successful over the past few years, despite our best efforts. But we won't go into that now. I think that really it ties back into how can we leverage the assets and turn them into commercially viable entities that will support employment in our communities and also provide necessary services within our communities. And we know that we can't rely solely on extraction, and we can't just rely on the dollars that are purely on the Navajo Nation, because that's not enough to actually sustain ourselves. We know that the central government is heavily subsidized by the federal government and the state governments. And in order to provide all the services that we need to bring in new dollars. And so one of the ways to do that is through tourism. And you were asking about what are the plans. So there's a few different concepts that we've been working on with one of the sites, and that is a vendor village area that would be tied into the historic rehabilitation and rebuilding of the trading post. And it would be redesigned in order to honor the original uses of the trading post and its place as a community gathering point. There could be potentially space for public events like concerts or things of that nature. But we have an incredible asset at Tenet College in the Navajo Cultural Arts program and other programs. But what they do is they help people who are, say, disconnected from our traditional arts and artisan ways, whether it's weaving, silversmithing, moccasin making, ceramics and pottery, all of these things. And we now have a lot of people of all ages who are coming through that program, and we need spaces in our communities for them to share that knowledge and transmit it onto others. You know, it used to be that we had a moccasin maker in every family, that we had, weavers in every family, but that has changed. And so in order for us to respond to that change, we need communal spaces for that knowledge transmission. And so that's one of the redevelopment concepts there. Another one that we're trying to figure out how to get the funding for and stand up would also be in line with, an arts center. And that is, could we have like artists in residence? Could we have a space for sort of an art gallery that'd be tied to a museum on the history of the space and use that to solicit tourist interest in tourism? So you have a compelling historical asset with a lot of rich history that you could convey to people who have dollars to spend. And then we would have our local artisans, our local vendors be able to set up there. And so that's one of the concepts as well. On top of that, you've heard me speak quite extensively about the potential for outdoor recreation. And tying that into some of these locations, because they're close to the mountains, it could be like a co-working space. If somebody wants to become an outfitter, they could, whether it's mountain biking, horseback riding, leading, hiking, tours, things of that nature, or doing some sort of traditional content. I think that those are things that I'm interested in supporting my communities on, and it's a matter of helping with the financing on the other side. And we have the potential through that state small business credit initiative and through the CDFI and through Change Labs and the Division of Economic Development to, help with that seed funding for a lot of our local entrepreneurs. So I'm trying to help establish the spaces and clean them up so that as these dollars come in the next year or so and these programs are deployed and we're able to help get capital into, entrepreneurs who are interested in setting up a business, that we have all the pieces in place. And that's, something that I've heard from my communities. They're not very keen on extraction right now due to the legacy of uranium mining and also of logging within our district. And we want to look at regenerative sources of revenue and not, extractive, exploitive sources of revenue, although that does have a place within the Navajo Nation's economy as it stands right now. So those are some of the redevelopment ideas. And then of course, you have the proposed Delcon Shopping Center. And that's something that we've been trying to work on with shopping centers as well, and figuring out where that would make sense within the district. We do need alternatives to Chinle. And, that is one of the things from an economics standpoint. I think all of our communities, we want a store right there, right? But it has to make dollars and cents. It really has to make sense. We don't want to invest in things that are going to fail and they're going to leave this legacy of blight within our communities. And that's where those tough conversations happen on what a community or a region can feasibly support. But the more dollars that we have flowing in and circulating within our communities, the more likely that these shopping centers that have, a restaurant, a small grocery store, a laundromat, gas station, things of that nature, will be able to
thrive. And so I appreciate the questions. That's really more of the next steps in the vision on what we're trying to accomplish. And it's my hope that we'll be able to successfully pursue those sorts of developments within the district and the community. There's some other concepts as well related to a wool mill, slaughterhouse, things that would support our traditional ways, but also make them more remunerative for our people. Right now, those are much more in the planning stage, and it's my hope that in the next year or so, we can come to some more concrete understandings on how we could deploy those permanently or on a mobile basis within the district, the region, and the entire Navajo Nation. Because if we can prove some of these concepts locally or regionally, then there's the potential to replicate them across the whole Navajo Nation. And it's my hope that that would, again, further enhance economic development. We need to have an all of the, what do they call it? All of the above approach. We can't put all of our eggs in one basket. And I think this is the starting point, is to create the spaces, because land is so sensitive. And, you know, when you actually look at what land is available, it's very, very small because of grazing, because of sensitive biological and environmental areas, particularly in my district with the mountains and our very sensitive environment under Navajo Nation and federal law. So those are some of the concepts. And Shema, Delegate Crotty, you asked about the comprehensive listing, and I believe that Mr. Capitan, who is the delegated division director right now for DED, is on the line. And so, Speaker So, I would ask that you recognize Mr. Capitan to respond to the questions and comments that Delegate Crotty has raised. But I'll yield back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater, for providing those answers. And yes, I was gonna call upon Mr. Douglas Capitan, who is the acting division director at this time. So, Mr. Capitan, I know you're on the line, and go ahead and proceed with answering Madam Chair Crotty's question pertaining to someone from Division of Economic Development to provide a listing, a comprehensive listing across the Navajo Nation. Would like you to expand on that.
Yeah, Speaker. 24th Navajo Nation Council. Douglas Captain Nishet Eskinishna Toglini Bajis Chinkiani Tishe Nanish Dajanale. I'm the current acting director of the Division of Economic Development. And I welcome these questions as they are very important. Yate Madam Chair, Amber Knezbot Crotty. Thank you for your question with regard to the comprehensive list of demolition projects. Such a list does not entirely exist to that definition. We do have a listing of projects that have been detailed within our 5-year plan, as well as other listings that we do have within our division for various purposes. And the reason being is that demolition is a little difficult oftentimes. I know it might be something that we think of as quite simple as just tearing down a building, but oftentimes we run into various components that can make it a challenge. So a list might not necessarily be the most effective way of keeping projects in mind because there's various factors involved. One of them is funding. The other is all the legalities in terms of what is going to be necessary for authorizing such things. I know that within, so I can speak from my experience and knowledge of various communities, in particular Crown Point, New Mexico. We sit on a certain sector of land that is broken up into various land designations. And for the longest time, there was a old restaurant. Many of our people who live in Crown Point or an Eastern Agency may remember Cozy Corners. It was a not fast food, but it was a restaurant that provided food, hamburgers, fried chicken, That specific land was owned and leased by the BIA to a family out in Crown Point who for the longest time resided in Crown Point and provided that service. They soon left and the building eventually became dilapidated. And despite many of the callings from the local leadership in that area, it took a long time for demolition to occur, mostly because the land was executive order land. So that was one thing that prevented progress from happening quickly. Another thing was the fact that the federal funding was not readily available. I know Delegate Carl Slater had mentioned that typically, usually the lessee or whoever built or owns the building was responsible for the demolition of the building. That complicated things when you have the Bureau of Indian Affairs or some other entity involved that owned the building, but for their purposes were unable to fully fund the project being going under demolition. Similar things occurred. I know that we recently have progress on the B&B building, the Bond and Bond building in Shiprock. We finally made progress, and movement towards demolishing that area has come to fruition and should be expected to come down in mid-January. Of course, there's certain variables that are in place that are beyond our control sometimes. If we're moving through with the demolition of a certain area, we run the risk of finding things that may have not have been on record, in particular with any cleanup. So I'm thinking of potential sites where we do have business site leases that need cleanup, but we run into unexpected things like an unexpected contamination from oil. I know in particular, one major project to be considered in our thinking is the Navajo Forestry Product Inc. Up in Navajo, New Mexico, up in Navajo, New Mexico, Red Lake. That situation is a multi-million-dollar cleanup, and the area of land is prime land for development for business purposes. So funding there is a huge factor, but again, it lies upon the lessee, which is the Navajo Nation. So factors like that involve various components and oftentimes various agencies to figure out what we need to do. Opportunity is another thing, is a big thing, because oftentimes we don't have funding readily available for projects like this. So whenever there is a chance to utilize funds or have funds allocated specifically for this purpose, then we want to definitely make sure we optimize our chances to use that funding for the things that we need to have completed, in particular with demolition of buildings. This funding is one of those opportunities in which we're going to take advantage of to make sure that we utilize it towards cleaning up those spaces that are otherwise very prime realty or for safety. With regard to figuring out what, when, and where, another thing to consider is the fact that if we don't need to clean it up right now, then it's probably going to be lowest on the list. But if we do have that opportunity, if we need to make the demolition occur, and there are interested parties that want to begin development, then we will prioritize those instances where we're able to utilize funding to clean up the area and begin development. And that largely comes from demand. I know that there was mention of having different areas cleaned up. For us, it's involved within the purpose of economic development and business. To have a cross collaboration effort of various Navajo agencies would be a way to develop a more comprehensive list, because a lot of the demolition does involve providing spaces for communities. So that would probably likely have included into the conversation the Division of Community Development, the Division of Natural Resources, and all of their entities. Finding and allocating resources is going to be a collective effort on the Navajo Nation side to find various grant monies, various federal funding available for those specific purposes. But if we do find funding, typically if it's grant related, then we must abide by those specific grant needs. And of course, we also depend on the speed and accuracy of our Navajo Nation government administrative processes. With regard to communication, oftentimes we find a hindrance in that speed and efficiency and effectiveness because of the lack of communication. We're so very dependent on communicating by paper that sometimes it takes a long time for things to get finished. So having a full comprehensive strategy will require the Navajo Nation to begin sort of rehoning our strategy and the way we operate with records management and upkeep, because oftentimes we find duplication of services with regard to the projects that we intend to complete and with regard to the services that we provide our development project specialists who are assigned to manage and oversee a lot of these projects, including the demolition projects. So to answer the question, there does not exist a comprehensive list that would require some coordination with various departments and entities, and not just the Navajo Nation, but it must involve the federal government and other states. So that way we have those conversations, and then include a long-term development strategy with regard to funding. So it's a big thing. It's not impossible. It'll just require time. But for now, right now, there is no comprehensive list for demolition. We do have one internally that exists within various components of our division's management plan. I know that we do have some projects listed within our 5-year plan, as well as within our development of different projects that are for specific entities that are underway within the Navajo Nation. So to answer your question, no, we don't have a comprehensive list, and that'll involve a lot of planning and coordination that's cross-agency and cross-government. That's my response. Yeah.
Kushida, thank you very much for the response to the questions in this round. And I'm going to go on to the Honorable Raymond Smith. Honorable Raymond Smith.
Speaker Otto. Can you hear me, Otto?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, just making sure I wasn't on mute. Thank you again for the time to speak on this legislation. And it's costing it's not soggy. It sounds all good and sweet. It's actually singing to the choir, which is happening right now. Are these businesses going to be cleaned up, and are they going to be businesses coming in? That's the first question. The second question is, what is the land status? Is the land status under fee, the tribal trust land? I heard kind of a scenario within Crown Point. It was once owned by BIA, and this happened, that happened, this took place. We have businesses down in my area that are eyesore too, but we can't touch them because we don't have the property. It's either allotted or it's either private ownership. Is that what we're doing? And then the owner comes back and says, oh, thank you for cleaning it up. Are you going to allow that to happen? And then they come in and they say, well, appreciate that. Now we'll set up another business. That's what we got to be cautious of. And then I also heard too that it's not only 970,000. Former Speaker Damon asked that question saying, how much is it going to cost? And I heard it's around $4 million. So how come it's not in the legislation? The last question is too, to hear economic development, to hear support, to hear jobs, to hear all this coming out. And yet, on the other hand, there was a C-store that was coming up, and that was voted against on behalf of that. So I don't see this as a doable, viable 16 votes. We got to be conscientious of what the land status is. Is there any fees on this? Is there any taxes on that? And also the underlining of the hazardous waste, all that is going to cost even more. So I don't foresee this, and we don't even have a comprehensive study. And if we start dishing out money to land that's not even within the Navajo Nation, then I'd like to get in line too and clean up the areas that are within the areas that are eyesore that need to be cleaned up. That's my question and comment, Shananta. Reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 2:09. Honorable Smith, your comments. And with that, going back down, I don't see anybody on the board. Going to reserve time. Madam Chair Crotty, you have 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Delegate. So I appreciate the feedback from Mr. Capitan with as acting division director of economic development. My follow-up question is in terms of your 5-year plan that was passed by the Oversight, Resource and Development Committee. If you could identify what funding that your department received to assist in economic development, and has there been any funding identified to assist with the cleanup? And my second question would be in terms of to the Office of the Controller, what is our working balance with allocations to the Sihasin Fund, understanding that official action is pending, but it would be helpful to know what that looks like as we look to this legislation and the amendments that have been attached. The last item that I wanted to look at is if any of these projects that are on the current legislation and amendments, Mr. Capitan, it's been challenging with economic development with ARPA. Has this type of cleanup been submitted for ARPA eligibility, as each region has an allocation, and this might be an opportunity to make sure resources that are available, we're maximizing that amount and making sure that if ARPA could be used. If I could get those questions answered, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 1:16. That going down the line. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. You have 1 minute and 32 seconds. Reserve time.
I'd just like to let delegates later, and looking forward a plan. I think that would be very important. I think that any legislations that goes through using the citizen funds to continue that, and maybe to working towards the greater part of the Navajo Nation, the issues that we have. So I believe that this should be used more like that, utilize this funding. So I did, yeah. So I just wanted to appreciate that. So the rest of it, you have my time, Speaker. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. Waves of time. Moving on down the line, Jimmy Yellow here. 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Reserve time that you have.
Yes, Speaker also, yeah. And this is legislation, 0182-22, sponsored by my brother, Carl R. Slater. Yeah, with respectfully request, this was discussed way before 2 years ago. This when we came on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This money or funds that was brought before Chindy RDBO. They have done nothing yet as of today. With the penny on old trading post, and I think there's a few store there too, all burned down and needs to be cleaned up. It was brought to their attention. I don't, if with this, my request to Slater, I'd like to have a Chinley RDBO staff to put him on the line to what's happening on this Chinley RDBO to they should take care of this cleanup up there in Pinion area. Can I ask you to put him on the line to bring this information before 24 Navajo Nation Council? Works about hospital, let's still reserve my time. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 2:13. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. With that, I'm going to go back to the sponsor to legislation number 0182-22. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. With respect to Chouchay Delegate Raymond Smith's questions, we don't have any land status issues with this legislation on these sites. These are sites that have been withdrawn for economic development and business site leases, and that's presently how they're designated, and they're on Navajo Nation trust land. So there's no issue with allotments or anything of that nature. That is handled there under the jurisdiction of the Division of Economic Development through the RBDO. And then in terms of hazardous materials or things of that nature, the sites have been assessed, and there is that sort of comprehensive assessment, and that is what informs the dollar amounts that are assigned to each of the sites. So in terms of the cleanup, there should not be any additional necessity for funding or anything of that nature. It is contained within this assessment that's presented to you today. This is not just me pulling some dollar figures out of a hat. It's based off of the studies from the RBDO and recognition of the materials on site and the conditions of the buildings. So I think those are the main issues from Delegate Smith. And well, and also talking about businesses coming in. In terms of businesses coming in, this is the first step. And so there have been solicitations for different business types within the district, everything from laundromats to the types of businesses that I discussed previously in response to Delegate Elmer Begay's questions. And presently, there really isn't anywhere that they can set up because the existing places for economic development are currently occupied by the abandoned, business sites, and we can't move forward without having them be cleaned up. And then Speaker, would like to ask for clarification. I believe that Delegate Crotty was asking for the Division of Economic Development to respond to her questions, and I'll just provide one comment, and that is I know that the RBDOs and DED did pursue initial eligibility determinations for a lot of projects, including some of the ones that are before you today. And it's my understanding that the ones that I submitted, not the Western Agency ones, were not included, how to say this, but they didn't receive a favorable initial eligibility determination, but that might have been under the earlier version of the rules, and that's why it's not being pursued under an ARPA designation. And the council already assigned dollars for ARPA, so that's why it's not being pursued in that avenue right now. And I know that Delegate Yellowhair requested for the Chimney RBDO. So, Speaker So, I would ask that you please recognize Mr. Capitan so that he can bring on any relevant staff to respond to Delegates Crotty and Yellowhair's questions. They made those requests to the Division of Economic Development. We should honor that. So thank you, Speaker. I'll yield back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and call on Douglas Capitan pertaining to the question posed to Division of Economic Development by Madam Chair Crotty.
Yeah, Speaker. So I will go ahead and bring on our small business development department manager, Elaine Young, to assist me in answering the questions. Elaine, are you on?
Ms. Young, can you proceed? Sir Capitan, is Ms. Young on the line?
I believe so. I think she's just having trouble getting on.
Okay, can you go ahead and try to expand on it until she gets on the line?
Yeah, sure. No problem. Thank you. So with regard to the question at hand, we have two funding sources for the 5-year plan, and that would be the tax base, but it's not enough. And then we can include the demolition for projects specific to various regional offices on the next 5-year plan, which is in draft mode right now. We have the ability to include other agencies, and this was in particular to Western Agency because we had pretty much all of the documents in place and items necessary for progress to move ahead. As you know, the procurement process does require various components to be in place before they move into actual action. So these particular items that we've had included into Delegate Slater's original legislation were such projects. We do have different priorities within each region, just based off of need. I know with Northern Agency, it's typically focused in Shiprock because that's where a lot of businesses are located, and the need for there is great. However, because we do have instances where some of our smaller chapters have had historic businesses included within their land designation, we are working with the related agencies that are going to be important for that demolition and build out of the projects. Some businesses are within a historical site. And that might include either doing some sort of remediation of the actual site itself, or beginning to think of establishing a new business site, which means new construction. So demolition does occur in various components and in various ways throughout the Navajo Nation. It's just a matter of trying to figure out how best to utilize resources that we are provided. And I know resources are in particular scarce when it comes to funding. So it just depends on the revenue generation that we have incoming from taxes, as well as the capacity for that demolition. So those come in various forms. And let me see if Elaine is on. Okay, and she's on now. I'm sorry. So Speaker, if I can go ahead and have release my time to Elaine.
Yes, Ms. Young, you can proceed with answering the question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Elaine Young. I am the oversight for the RBDOs, and the information that I'm providing will be for the RBDOs and how we work on all these projects, as well as the demolition and cleanup. I believe I got all of Honorable Crowdy's question, but if I need to have it clarified at the end, I can do that. But my understanding to Ms. Crowdy's question is that as far as the comprehensive listing of these cleanups, each RBDO has their own somewhat comprehensive listing of all these cleanups. These cleanups are majority, let me just say majority of them that are old BIA sites. As of 2008, we had acquired all of these BIA leases, also acquiring all of the cost and cleanup for some of these sites, as well as you got to understand also we acquired some of these buildings that were actually not in good shape. So we're having to expense all of those on our 5-year plan, the existing business as well as old sites like Van's Trading Post. And a lot of these old sites, since we don't have what we would say is that due to lack of areas for commercial development, we are having to look at other alternatives. And other alternative is relooking at some of these old sites for redevelopment purposes. And some of these sites do have a market area that we do have feasibility to as well. That for these sites like Van's Trading Post, we've been getting requests from potential investors on potential for future commercial development. And as far as the question in regard, I believe there was a question on the funding too as well. We have been seeking funding from BIA for some of these sites, as well as for from EPA. And at this time, we haven't been getting a lot of good feedback, meaning that the awards are not really there. Not so much, not really from BIA, but EPA. We've been somewhat successful on some of these sites, but only working with EPA on old UST sites, not specifically the building. But we are seeking grants as we speak through Indian Health Service. Our understanding is that we would have to rewrite these grants and make it more as a community hazard to the community on these sites. We might be able to get some funding, and basically by grouping these sites too as well. And I believe the other question might have been to Yellow Hair, which is the Pinion site. Yes, the Pinion sites have been cleaned up, which is the old key trading post, and then as well as I believe the other one is I know there's 2 sites there, and it has been cleaned up. In order for us to continue redevelopment on some of these areas, we will have to work with individuals that are going to be redeveloping those areas. I know one of these sites, the chapter is interested in possibly putting in areas of professional building development there for office building and things like that. But on the other hand, we had one individual also for that, one of the areas that was cleaned up, potential owner investor. They did back up, they did decline based on that they would have to put all the infrastructure back in. So these old sites have been cleaned up, and then also all of the utilities have been retired. We had to do that based on the infrastructure, like water line, wastewater. Those are very old, so we had to take all those out. So with that, if there's any question, I can answer that. I'm not sure if I answered all of Honorable Crowdy's question. Thank you.
With him.
Thank you very much, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you very much, Economic Development, for providing that response that was posed in the Q&A, the question of posed by Madam Chair Karate. With that, Office of the Controller, are you on the line? Office of the Controller, Mr. Rob Woolley or Miss Elizabeth Begay.
Another while you're waiting, put me in the queue. Thank you, Eugene. So.
Thank you very much. Let's put Eugene So into the queue. With that, Madam Chair, we will reach out to the Office of the Controller to get on the line. And once we get the Office of the Controller on the line, we will go ahead and have them answer that question pertaining to your question relating to the working balance of CHISN fund as legislations are being passed and at this special council session.
Oh, Hagushin.
With that, moving on down the line, I'm going to go to Honorable Rick Nez, new player on the board.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. So, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and also Honorable Slater for your legislation, and just listening to all that we have on the nation, buildings throughout the Navajo Nation, not just in Chinle. This money from CHISN, and 4 business sites at Chinle need to be demolished and cleaned up. And just listening to my colleagues, whether it's in Inyan or other areas, Northern Agency, buildings that need to be demolished and cleaned up. Maybe what needs to be done, Division of Economic Development does not come to us and say we need money for buildings that are demolished. And yet, until someone asks us for money, then we want that money. They want that money. And it bothers me that when I drive to Shiprock, we have buildings that need to be demolished and cleaned up so new businesses can go up in Northern Agency. Honorable Yellow area yesterday. I-40 what needs to happen is Division of Economic Development, RBDOs, they need to do an assessment with Navajo Nation EPA office and do an assessment of all these buildings. How many buildings are abandoned, they need demolished and cleaned up, not just in one area. That way it's equitable instead of just one area. Yeah, Oban, just case, we're just talking about it, and I think what we need to do is have that assessment done. So I would like to motion, to table this legislation until the 25th Council comes in and have them do an assessment throughout the Navajo Nation and see how much money is needed and what we can do to clean all these buildings up throughout the Navajo Nation. I would like to reserve my time if it does fail, but I will motion to table this. Thank you.
Thank you
Second,
very
Charles
much.
Newton.
Reserve time at 2:13. I hear that Madam Chair Charles Newton seconds the motion. And with that, with the tabling motion here at Navajo Nation Council, we have a motion in place, second in place, and the policy, the rule allows the sponsor me to allow the sponsor 3 minutes to speak on behalf of the tabling motion. After that, we'll all go to roll call vote. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Is it 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. Thank you, Shanola. Delegate Ricknez, for the comments pertaining to the legislation. And I do agree that we need a comprehensive listing for the nation. And to that end, though, there are listings within each of the RBDOs. And I think that it's incumbent upon each of us as leaders to make that connection with the Division of Economic Development in order to seek funding for the cleanup of these sites. And so to that end, that's what I did on behalf of my communities and what has been done on behalf of the other communities within Western Agency. I think in the 25th Council, there does need to be some work to address the fact that the nation took over the old BIA leases and reconcile, what we're going to get done and what we're not going to get done. But in the interim, as we have plans prepared to redevelop the sites, advance them, and get more commercial activity in our rural areas, we shouldn't table it at this time. So hearing, some of the comments, a lot of the delegates come from some of the larger communities or they're closer to border towns. And my district is about an hour 40 to 2 hours away from one of our border towns. And that's where, you can get the best groceries, necessities, everything that is required. And what we need to do is provide the opportunity to obtain groceries and necessities and economic opportunity within our rural communities. It's a lot more limited in terms of the space that's available for development. And these are only a few sites that are available. And I think the funding is modest relative to some of the very large expenses for chapter houses, for veterans parks, for all of these things that I think delegates are trying to preserve dollar figures for, that won't end up generating any revenue back to the Navajo Nation. They'll just end up being a net drag on the revenue that comes in because they'll have to pay for the services that will be provided there, or it'll just be a space. So to that end, colleagues, I respectfully request that we do not table this legislation because it's going to eventually lead to more economic opportunity, employment for our rural districts, and that we can do two things at once. We can continue to support this, and we can also charge the 25th Council with trying to come up with some plans on how to take care of more of these sites across the Navajo Nation and
Time.
balance that within all of our priorities. Yeah.
Thank you very much. With that, table in motion has been made by Honorable Rick Nez, second in motion by Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, and the 3 minutes has been granted to the sponsor. With that, the table in motion is not debatable. So therefore, I will go ahead and proceed with roll call vote. Staff, go ahead and proceed with roll call vote. Round the horn.
Good afternoon. Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Keel votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, Delegate Amber Kines Bakrati, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote yes.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Let's go. Yo, Shehu.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy
Delegate-
Yellowhair votes green.
Going back up, Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon? Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Daniel So.
Hold on. Point of privilege by Madam Chair, Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My point of privilege is Delegate Seth Damon excused from this meeting? Now he's not voting on legislation. I'd like to get that clarified. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this morning, as roll call happened, he wasn't part of roll call, didn't, and we went ahead and, but he got onto the call and he cast a vote, and he was in the queue for this legislation. We haven't heard from him or anything else after he came to be he was excused yesterday. So today he appeared on the board and casted a vote, and right now he should be on the call. So I was gonna say.
Good morning, Honorable Otto. So I
Okay.
vote green. This is Seth Damon.
All righty. Chairman, Honorable Damon votes green. For the record.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Once more, Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 11 delegates who voted green, 11 delegates who also voted red, with presiding chair Honorable Otto So not casting a vote yet.
Thank you very much. On the board, it says 12 in favor and 11 against. And please go back and reconfirm the votes.
Speaker So.
Honorable Amar Begay, you have the floor.
I thought we're voting on the main motion, so
Hold on, Amar Begay. This vote is on the tabling motion. Tabling
So I'll
motion.
vote red then. I'm gonna change my vote to red.
You vote red. Honorable Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So also votes red.
So with that, staff recalculate the vote.
Ten in favor, 13 opposed.
Motion fails. Tabling motion fails. 10 in favor, 13 opposed, and speaker not voting. I'm not, can you guys hear me? The motion fails, table in motion. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and proceed with roll call, proceed with the legislation here. So with that, Honorable, as I recognize Honorable Rick Ness, and we had Eugene So in the queue. Honorable Eugene So, you have the floor.
Hello. Hello.
Eugene So, you have the floor. We hear you.
Oh, hi, yes, and Jenny. I have a directive that I request Dana to draft, and she did, and I would to like to, if it can be sent to the OLS and to send forward to my colleagues on the floor, and I mean also all the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. We have received your directive. We already have a motion on the floor. And at the time, once this legislation is voted on or acted on, I will come back to you pertaining to your directive on the main motion of the legislation. Ad inda ad nahdol dish. Ad directive, iki ad be hotation and Honorable Eugene So.
But I do need to have a say so on this legislation too. Thank you.
With that, moving on down the line. Honorable Raymond Smith, reserved time 2.09. 2:09 is your remaining time.
Here, that speaker, so that Bishop on that team D. It was a good idea to try to let the 25th and do a comprehensive study, like I brought up earlier, out of the development of the energy eyesore. And those need to be inclusive in this, rather than just a certain area. So I want to make that and express that concern. We have business opportunities too, and I'm not going to Navajo. Without really asking the other 24 districts. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment there. I'm going to take those as a comment. Moving on down the line. Honorable Madam Chair Crowdy, you have 1 minute and 16 seconds. You're on reserve time. Madam Chair Crowdy, coming back to you for reserve time for 1 minute and 16 seconds.
The question I did.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Delegate, so if I could, was the Office of the Controller able to join the line? I'm waiting for their response. Thank you. Reserve my time.
107.
Okay, thank you very much. We will, Office of the Controller, are you on the line?
Yes.
Mr. Rob Woolley and Miss Elizabeth Gay, are you guys on the line? Madam Chair, we did reach out to Office of the Controller office to get on the line. So once they notify us that they're on the line, we will let you know that they're on the line. But we have a running log of the amount of CHISN. So as we started to address the CHISN legislation this morning, a total of 45 million $644,975.12 is in the pot. If this legislation passes through the council, we will, when this legislation passes, the amount that will be taken away, new balance would be $42,184,444.12. So we do have a running log of how much the Navajo Nation Council passed prior before with last week's special session. So as of now, this legislation is not passed. We have 45,644,975.12 at this time. And I will let you guys know on the next legislation, because the next legislation that we're going to address will take about 3/4 of the funding away from it if that legislation is passed. So, but I will refer this to the Office of the Controller once they get on the line. But we are watching it from here, Madam Chair Crotty. Moving on down the line, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. You have 2 minutes and 13 seconds.
I reserve my time, so.
Thank you very much. 2:11 is your reserved time. With that, I'm gonna go back to the I was gonna say the sponsor, but there was no question. I'll just go back to the sponsor, Honorable Carl Slater. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's just reserved times and some comments, so I'm not going to take any further time. Thank you.
Good. Office of the Controller, are you on the line? Mr. Rob
Thank
Woolley.
you, so this is Delegate Charles Newton, if you could add me to the queue.
Madam Chair, new player. I'm gonna add you to the queue right now. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker So, and also colleagues who are listening in. With this legislation, as I stated last week, with all of the citizen funding that was being taken out of the pot, I will say that it is still concerning that we continue to take money from the citizen pot without putting any more funding back into citizens. And so with this legislation 0182-22, I know that at one time, and I was trying to go back and I was trying to look for my notes, I know that at one time there was another project that came forward requesting for demolition funds. And I believe that at that time I did request a full listing of all of the buildings that belong to Navajo that were, that needed to be demolished. And part of that issue, from my understanding, from my recollection, was that General Services came on, and that's when we were told that there's not really an inventory of Navajo Nation owned buildings. As was stated earlier, I believe by Ms. Young, we have different entities that own, different businesses. And as was stated earlier, a lot of these businesses, they come in and then they use the building and then they leave the building as is, and then it creates an issue for the Navajo Nation. It kind of turns in that responsibility back to the Navajo Nation. And I know that there was questions and issues brought up about Shiprock. The majority of the buildings in Shiprock are owned by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Health Services. We have been successful in obtaining a little over $3 million to address the abatement and demolition of, I believe it's 34 buildings there in the Shiprock community that's owned by the Bureau of Indian Affairs we just recently learned that that Shiprock received an additional $1 million of federal funds to address those issues, but we're still short $1.7 million. We weren't short, but because of COVID, the costs have actually increased, resulting in, I believe, a $2.7 million shortfall. So right now, again, we are trying really hard to work with Indian Health Services to demolish the remaining buildings that belong to them. But it does take some time. And thankfully, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we were able to pass legislation to make those priorities in demolishing. But I think that the inventory list is necessary, and we need to know overall what we're looking at of all the abandoned buildings, who owns them, and maybe even advocate to Congress, for those buildings that belong to the federal government, like BIA and Indian Health Services, to advocate to them and ask them for funding for abatement and demolition, so that all of these buildings can be brought down and we can start developing. I know that $350,000 of citizen for the Shiprock community was given. I guess it was supposed to be allocated for the BIA complex demolition. However, it was vetoed by then President Russell Begay, and the reason for that veto, as I was told, was because it's the responsibility of the Bureau of Indian Affairs to demolish those buildings. It is not the responsibility of Navajo Nation to do that. So I am concerned about this legislation, any of the legislation that's requesting citizen funds, because we're spending, and we're not putting anything back in. And I go back to a comment that one of the delegates made last week, which is, my job as a council delegate is not to create revenue. The revenue, my understanding, looking at the BIM booklet, that revenue is to provide services to our Navajo people. And so it is starting to be a concern for me as a delegate, because we didn't have those conversations about how citizen was going to be spent. I didn't know it was going to be all of these projects going through, and I understand, yes, it is going to benefit, communities and Navajo people.
Point of privilege by Madam Chair Crowdy.
Yes, thank you, Delegate. So if I could request from staff the listing of Delegate Charles Newton Sihasim requests and legislations, that would be helpful in understanding this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will get a listing of the citizen legislations and the funded allocation requested, and a rundown of how much money is taken away at each time when the legislation is passed. Manual, we know we have a document pertaining to that. That way we can have the delegates have this information on hand. Can I get staff to go ahead and email that out to the council at this time? Madam Chair, we'll email it out.
Thank you.
Then also the list for I guess that you're asking for. Are you just asking for the list of Charles Newton's area, or the whole delegates area?
The list that has been requested by Delegate Charles Newton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and work on that, Madam Chair. Madam Chair Charles Newton, you can proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I did share that list on Facebook, so I'm not ashamed of the request that I did make. What I would like to see are the projects that are going to potentially bring back some revenue. And so I think that really is what we should be talking about. And I believe that Chair Nance brought that issue up. How are we going to generate revenue? what are we going to do? And so, you know, it's really shameful that one delegate is being targeted, but I'm not ashamed. Put it out there. I'll be happy to go over on Facebook with the community, with the entire,
Hey,
you know,
Madam
Navajo
Chair.
Nation. Speaker, so if I can get that listing, I did request it several, it's been a couple of years now. If they've made any efforts in creating that listing of all of the buildings that do need to be demolished on the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will get that listing to you across the Navajo Nation. We'll work with economic development. And I know that there's two entities, economic development and general services, involved in this, because it speaks to the tribal programs also across the Navajo Nation. So we'll go ahead and work on that, Madam Chair Newton. Sheila, with that, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the sponsor, Honorable Carl Slater.
Thank you, Speaker So, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions and comments. I guess I'll look forward to the directive from Delegate Eugene So, and then from Chiche, Delegate Smith. I think that was more of a comment. And then Delegate Charles Newton was providing some commentary on the success that they've had in obtaining funding for the demolition of BAA buildings and federal buildings within Shiprock. And I just want to create a distinction here, and that is the BIA and the federal government don't have the same responsibility to these sites because they're not owned by the BIA and they weren't constructed by the BIA. Rather, these are Navajo Nation owned properties. And so really this is the Navajo Nation's responsibility and accepting responsibility for actions that it's taken. And this is a part of the process of moving forward with leasing on the Navajo Nation. And I agree with needing to come to some sort of reconciling within the 25th Council on, what can be expected out of these funding sources. And as I stated previously, prior to my getting on the council and election to the council, there was a decision made on how to move forward with the funding from the Permanent Trust Fund. And, that's the 5-year plan. But that committee then was absorbed into the Budget and Finance Committee, and they took on those responsibilities on oversight of the prior expenditures. And the same thing with the Citizen Fund. And so I think in the 25th Council, we need to figure out a way to provide that sort of oversight. But, there was a decision made in the 23rd Council on how the citizen funding was going to be expended. And that was through, I think, a couple initial legislations. And it wasn't set up necessarily, although there is the option within it to pursue bond financing. And I know this is an issue that I've raised a few different times, and that is, how can we have a more orderly, comprehensive process for the expenditure out of the citizen fund? Because what ended up taking place in the 24th Council was, however a delegate was able to move forward in satisfying the requirements for expenditure, the expenditure plans, having the documentation, et cetera. If they were successful in doing that, and if the Office of Legislative Counsel was able to draft the legislation, then it could be moved into the process. And ultimately, it was the responsibility of the council then to make a determination on whether to fund it or not to fund it. And there are projects that may have some modest economic impact, but generally speaking, this council hasn't allocated any funding for serious economic development projects where we're taking equity stakes in the project and we'll get a portion of the profits. Generally, we're just allocating funding for some other entity like an enterprise to capture those profits. And neither shopping centers nor the hospitality enterprise have a directive within their charters to return a certain annual dividend back to the nation. And so it's really at their discretion and what sort of profit they return back to Navajo. So that's, I think something that we need to have a more sophisticated understanding. And I hope that we can do that in the 25th, because just saying jobs and tax revenue isn't, if you're, I think, an investment manager, and that's how we should all think of this, it's not necessarily going to have that same return as other types of investments. And I hope that we can craft some sort of venture fund in the 25th to support funding. But, in closing, I'll say the CSN fund didn't exist for the vast majority of the Navajo Nation. And it wasn't set up to take in new revenues. And so, I think the 24th Council has had an opportunity to address all of those issues. And there hasn't been any legislation to provide additional revenues into the CSN fund. And when this was at NABI, I spoke more at length at what other types of governments do in setting up funds and providing set-asides and whether that really makes sense. Because a lot of them don't do that unless it's for a very narrow specific purpose and not a very wide and general purpose or set of purposes like this fund has. But this initiative satisfies the requirements of the funds. It is set up so that we can stimulate economic activity by making these sites available. And I think as we have that more sophisticated understanding moving forward, we'll be able to set up viable economic enterprises within them that focus more on the regenerative economy, more on tourism, attracting dollars in, and setting up employment to that end. Because I think that's really the future of the nation, and trying to have a little bit more of a service industry so that we can circulate those dollars, but we need some sort of base attractions to bring those dollars in, unless we're able to manufacture certain types of goods. And as I mentioned earlier, there are some different concepts that we're pursuing right now, but I don't want to go into extreme detail for the sake of time, since we have such a busy agenda. So thank you, Speaker. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. With your response there, Mr. Rob Woolley, are you on the call?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is Robert Woolley, Accounting Manager with Office of Controller.
Mr. Woolley, I'm going to go ahead and have Ms. Honorable Madam Chair Crowdy restate her question pertaining to the CHISN funding. And I believe it's along the lines of the working balance of CHISN funding. And Madam Chair, can you rephrase your question to Mr. Rob Woolley from the Office of the Controller? I won't take time from you. Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Woolley. So my request from the Office of the Controller, if you could provide a memo to the delegates on what is the remaining balance of the CHISN after action from the council. I understand no official action has taken place from the executive, the resolutions that were sent to the office, but if we could have the amount that is available. And the second part of my question that I wanted to add is with the breakdown. So CHISN is for economic development, it's for infrastructure, it's for education, and there's another provision. If you could, I'm not sure if there's a running total on how much funding has been used for each of that categories, but I'm interested in how much has been used for the education aspect. I can only recall one legislation possibly that was considered for education, and that's when gaming asked for the Twin Arrows Travel Plaza. If you could just provide that information, or how we could see how CHISN is tracked and what the running total is. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. May I speak, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you very much, Honorable Willie. Mr. Willie, can you go ahead and proceed with answering the question that Madam Chair Crotty posed? You have the floor, Mr. Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As far as tracking the type of expenses that Honorable Crotty asked for, the second part of her question, I don't have an actual breakdown of that. We'd have to work on that. But an actual running total, the first part of her question, I did send a breakdown of legislations that got passed during the December 19th council session. With the help of Ms. Julissa Johnson and Mr. Manuel Rico, I was able to produce this. And I did send it out. So the balance as of November 30th was $148,690,316. And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 legislations that got passed by the Navajo Nation Council, and they're all broken down. So the ending balance as of December 21st, estimated balance, because they still need the president's approval, is $45,644,975.12. As far as the type of expenses, meaning for infrastructure, education, and such, I believe that Ms. Crotty is correct that that was the only one that I can recall was for education. There were several that were in the hopper, but I think that's the only one that actually did pass for that education criteria. But we'd have to actually go through the listing to create a listing of that sort if that the council so wishes to have that also. But it would take time. So that's my response to the question. If you have any more questions, I'd be happy to entertain those. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Willie, for bringing that information to the Navajo Nation Council, and especially to the breakdown of the list where you indicated that additional work that needs to be done. And if you were to begin to work on this listing, can you give us a time frame when you could have this listing completed? Mr. Willie?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was on mute. But we'd have to go through each resolution. We do have the resolutions here. It would take a couple of hours, I would think, to make sure that we have a complete listing and the type of expenses. So possibly by 4:30 today.
Okay, thank you very much. Once you get that listing, just go ahead and send it to Manuel and Madam Chief also, so that then from there we can get that information out to the council as it's broken down based off of the criteria of citizen. Thank you very much, Mr. Willie. With that, moving on down the line. And we'll go back to, I don't see anybody on the board. So with that, I'm gonna go to Honorable Eugene So, 4 minutes and 39 seconds.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, Castellaya. So, it's be hot this. So, yeah. I don't know it is. I don't know that in Sweden. The question, because condition the quota for the hot eggy, the night a hundred to in you have a hole and ban has hours at all. It has not at all what at as me or any a year go. Chris condition has only seen that either you the best answer on either that take at Nasnana, does not is data data or leak. So now, hot each or you will fuck to quit sheep and been the hill side of what a needle that deal kit in regards to some of the legislation that were passed in the past, that were forward and signed by the president in the past, that kind of are lingering some of the issues that is at hand today. With that, I feel that the next council and forward should be working on those so we don't have these kind of problems and concerns and some issues. Quite ego or bonds this case in the hot yes and so a ship and general shit that the has on it. I think that I get or hanky. It's that was me so you know now the show yeah it or it not the kids fashion John shit that we exist. On song or could bonds this case you could the not or Hunson. So what I go AD could on or be had this so I don't actually this island that ocean be bansak she so she think at council nast of not the kagi or he because ani she does he at daily and has a daily in John does the contact question in a house nast of the kagi I think I was better horse and not or dig to conk and that deal keep a nation. I don't that and she card I hate new thought on ship and that day and that's why Chinley all those big houses with stones on came from the OBRA there in Chinley that the people took it apart themselves and used those things, all those things that I think the latest one was NTUA when they took out all the utility poles and then it was just offered to the people to pick it up and took it back. Or you could have not a hard at the height you want to better the barn. So 8 hours what are in Haran there when buildings are abandoned. Now these days only the gangs are occupying those sites, abandoned sites, and as Bahat said, it's kind of very unsafe to pass those kind of those abandoned buildings. So 8 hours there across the Navajo Nation, and we see it as a problem. And I think it's time that we put some teeth in those things and try to resolve it with the division that can be in a concern with it across the Navajo Nation government. What I could always open hospitalation, Shanale, I don't share, Lego, share, I should say, sustainment, Reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 1:10 p.m. or 1:10. Middle of the night. Moving on down the line. Honorable Raymond Smith, reserve time, 1 minute and or 2:14.
Reserve my time. Speaker, so.
Order so, Speaker. Delegate Daniel So requests to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll put you in the queue, Honorable Daniel. So I'll get to you once I get through the reserve time. Honorable Madam Chair Crotty, 1 minute and 7 seconds.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes, Delegate So and Delegate Slater for this legislation. If I could get from Ms. Young, if they had submitted these projects to ARPA. I'm reviewing what was submitted, and I haven't seen anything regarding business site cleanup. If that could be clarified, and if that was determined ARPA eligible from Department of Justice regarding safety and health concerns, and also revitalizing the opportunity for economic development. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserving your time at 23 seconds, Madam Chair Karate. Moving on down the line, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Okay, now to the speaker also. He needed a to the Honorable Rick Nance motion to table the kid there. I don't know. I just have Pininato iso to green I age yaman na. And there has on Zundole so entirely the Navajo Nation. So se kwaje ya opinion chapter house. Bigger the old chapters on it all with that. There was demolished now it wasn't completed. That was my concern being not green so say yeah. But I said it on this case for my black miss. I'm looking at all the entirely 110 chapters you have on this case on the a coco. I just still no yet is on the here in so this Halabani now the division director and many don't very economic development. They should look for money to do a grant writer instead that we're pulling the job and put money for them to make easy job. These are their job. Not okay. I should not okay. Honorable Eugene So Satida building Canada the Nabata has only the wheelchair in the Kaipa then no. He does the cheeky this money can be found in the special grant or outside our reservation or look for federal funds. No. So now the shadow and the best band is just and then don't hit at the Kaipa. The vision director should do the job, be what ego. It is not by us to not other city cheeky other for other dog. That's all. Even in Navajo, just like this over down special grant out there one time. A cohort is out of it. I need this will go out of Navajo Nation Fund use the even just case of this. I said, thank you very much. Question.
Thank you very much. Time down. With that, I'm going to go down to the floor. New player, Honorable Daniel So.
Yeah, no, Silla. Honorable Speaker, other colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and to the sponsor of the legislation, Silla, Vice Chair Earl Slater. And really been patient listening to all the questions and responses. And it seems like we're treating this particular item as if we're in the Napakia committee. And I'd like to just, let's focus on the legislation that's before us. That's the question before us. Do we vote yes or no? Green or red? And if it doesn't get the 2/3 vote, then it's done. And it would be up to the new council to address it. But right now, our questions are like, we're trying to change the system. We're recommending changing the system. And we're just, 2 days before any legislation becomes valid or becomes invalid. And I really feel like we are just taking up time that is where we could just vote. And if we get the 2/3 vote, then it goes across the street. If it doesn't, then the new council can deal with it. So let's focus on the question before the council. Do we approve this particular question that is before us? Approving over $3 million from the Citizen Fund for all those items that are have been included in the amendments by the various committees. I would ask that of the council. And let's move forward. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Speaker, can you put me in the queue, Freeland?
Thank you very much. Brother Chairman Daniel So, reserve time at 2 minutes and 7 seconds. With that, we have I'm gonna go to the new player. Honorable Freeland.
Good afternoon, Speaker. So, colleagues of the 24th Nomination Council, with your legislation as well, and to your agents. I was just reminiscing of a comment that was made earlier about an overall comprehensive assessment. In Crown Point, we have 3 programs under one roof at the old police station, and that's vital statistics, the election office, as well as special diabetes in the old police station in Crown Point. And unfortunately, that building should be condemned. It is condemned and was not deemed safe. Black mold and asbestos are prevalent in that building. And I don't know why we keep that building open and keep that building intact. Programs and employees should not be in that building at all. And today they are still in there. So in cases as such, what do? All of our governmental buildings at the agency levels need to be looked at and assessed. And I bring up the issue with Crown Point because we also have the land office without a permanent home. We need an office complex in Crown Point. We have programs that are homeless, unfortunately. I hate to say homeless, but they don't have office space. And we need help. We need help out there too. So I appreciate this debate and this discussion because it opens other opportunities, other channels for other areas as well. Because an overall picture, an overall assessment should be done across the board, across the entire Navajo Nation. And, I appreciate, Honorable Slater pushing for Chin Lee, but what about Tuba City or Shiprock or Fort Defiance or Crown Point? And, there's other areas, all 5 areas should be looked at as a whole. And we need help as much as the other 4 areas. So those are my comments this afternoon, and I appreciate this discussion as well as the legislation. A very good, healthy debate. And, as we proceed forward on 2023, I just want to, if I don't get a chance to wish you all a Happy New Year to you and your families, as well as the staff and all those listening aboard. Thank you. I'll go ahead and reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 2:26. Honorable Freeland. With that, back to reserve time, which I have one more on it, and I'll come back to the sponsor. Honorable Rick Ness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So, honorable members of the 24th Council. Honorable Daniel So, Chairman So, Name Benson. So I pretty much made a decision to vote the way I'm going to vote. So I'm going to go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ness. And Ani Kudo this is a debate, and we have a total of 21 legislations on this agenda at this time. So moving forth with today's meeting that we're talking about. So now moving on down the line, Honorable Slater, and turn time back over to you, the sponsor.
Thank you, Speaker. I think the last few speakers of our colleagues all were issuing comments, and so for the sake of time, I don't need to respond to comments, only if there's questions. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'm going to go back to reserve time. With reserve time, Eugene So, you have it on the floor. Reserve time of 1 minute, 10 seconds. Honorable Eugene So.
Hey, yes, another. No. I would like to my comment on what I said in Navajo. In regards to these legislation, regulations, all the statutes within the code, Navajo Nation, a lot of these regulations are in the way of our progress for our Navajo people, and those should be visited as well as all these research across the Navajo Nation. I'm pretty sure BIA has documents that pertain to their building, how it needs to be cleaned, what needs to be done, what's going to cost, because by working with the BIA here in Chinle, that's how we decided how to do this and that. So across the nation, I'm pretty sure everything is there because we put people in there to work for these issues. I don't, because I get a so the division directors should also already know the part of economic development. Pretty sure they already know where everything should be going. So I'm pretty sure we, as council delegates for 4 years, we didn't really make a lot of documents, changing a lot of statutes. Thank you.
Moving on down the line, Honorable Raymond Smith, reserve time at 2:12.
This is
Correction, 1:14. 1:14.
Speaker, so this one, son. A motion to cease debate. Reserve by time.
103. Motion to cease debate. That with the motion of cease debate that has been made by Honorable Raymond Smith. Move forth. Colleagues, motion of cease debate is usually brought forth when in our rules so that we can cease debate. So with that, before I call for a second, the motion to cease debate is once I call for the second motion for the cease debate, I will go ahead and move forward to establish the second motion. But once the cease debate is called for the vote, there's no debate on it, and it'll allow the final vote to happen. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and call for second motion for cease debate.
Second, Alona.
Second by Pernell Alona. But with that, along with the motion to cease debate, I have delegates of I have 11 delegates speaking to the issue. Out of the 11 delegates that has spoke to the issue, the evenness of the supporting of the legislation is there. I look at 5 and 5. There's one that this one delegate spoke to the legislation as a supporting or non-supporting. So it's just a comment that we got in APEC. And again, many of the delegates also, we have a delegate that already knows which way they're going to vote. This legislation also was posed to be tabled, and the tabling motion has failed along close lines. And I believe the numbers were like what's the tabling motion? 10-13. So this body of the Navajo Council, I feel that a debate, a probable debate has happened, a healthy debate. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize that. With that, with the motion placed by Honorable Raymond Smith, second motion by Pernell Holona. With that, with that, staff proceed with roll call vote for cease debate.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
I'm trying to get.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green. Sorry.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacrati.
This is Delegate Cardi. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacrati votes red. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Delegate Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is yes.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica
Green.
did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazdi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 22 delegates who voted in favor, one delegate who opposes, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Cease debate, which was motioned by Honorable Raymond Smith, second by Honorable Paul Pernell Holona, and a vote has been taken, had occurred, 22 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting. At this time, this legislation has no amendment to the discussion of the legislation number 0182-22. This legislation is legislation that requires 2/3 of the Navajo Nation Council approval, meaning 16 votes is required to pass this particular legislation before it goes over across, if this legislation has passed. There's no debate, but therefore, we move over to staff to proceed with roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Callan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Okay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Kines-Bakrati. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati votes red. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Amy votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
It's cheap.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, it's cheap, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
One votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 11 delegates who voted in favor, 10 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This legislation number 02182-22 is a legislation again required 2/3 vote by the Navajo Nation Council. The vote that occurred in the final vote is 11 in favor, 10 opposed, speaker not voting. Therefore, at this time, this particular legislation does not move forth, it fails. Thank you very much, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, for working today on behalf of the Navajo people. Item B on the legislation. Legislation number 0130-19. Staff, can I get you to read this legislation into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0130-19, an action relating to the Law and Order, Budget and Finance Navigated Committee's Navajo Nation Council, approving and adopting the Citizen Telecom Justice Center Fund expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Elmer P. Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. You do have committee reports from the Law and Order Committee dated June 19th or June 17th, 2019. Legislation was a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Legislation passed with no amendment. A committee report from the Resource and Development Committee. Legislation passed with the following amendment. Amendment number 1, page 3, line 20 and 21, section 3, paragraph B, as follows. Paragraph B, after Delcon chapter overstrike $32,982,030 and insert new language underscore $35,928,980. There is a typo here. The written out amount says $35,928,890, but the numerical amount says $35,928,980. I believe it's the $890. 2, page 4, line 5, section 4, paragraph 1 as follows. Paragraph 1, after the words total allocation of overstrike $32,982,980 and insert new amount underscore $35,928,890. 3, exchange the exhibit B, which has a total of $32,982,030 with the new exhibit B. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended due pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Navigated Committee that referred legislation back to the Law and Order Committee. You have a Law and Order Committee report dated September 29th, 2022. Has had under consideration. Recommendation is that it stay with Law and Order Committee. This legislation is tabled for 15 days until all documents pertaining to the legislation and all required documents be provided by the agent. The legislation stays with the Law and Order Committee until the task is completed. Per section 164, Navajo Nation Council Committee Legislative Process A11, a legislation that was tabled by a committee with final approval authority over the matter shall remain with the committee until removed from table status. A legislation that was tabled by a committee without final approval authority move over the matter shall move forward to subsequent assigned committee or Navajo Nation Council. Therefore, the legislation was referred to Navigated. There is a Navigated committee report from December 19th, 2022. Legislation passed and referred to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation is a citizen appropriation, which would require a 2/3 vote and also the signature from the president of the Navajo Nation. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. The legislation 0130-19 has been read into the record. And this legislation is a 2/3 legislation. Requires 16 votes of the Navajo Nation Council to approve this legislation. Before I call for a motion, Shananta, this legislation is requesting an amount of $35,928,890. The running balance on CHISN at this time is still $45,644,975.12. If this legislation should pass, it will leave the CHISN balance at $9,716,085.10. So just so the body of this Navajo Nation Council is aware, if this legislation passes, that this would be the new balance of the CHISN. So with that, I'm gonna go call for, we do have the sponsor on the call, Honorable Elmer Begay, and I believe Honorable Thomas Walker. With that, I'm gonna move forth with call for motion. Calling for a motion. When what?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Honorable Elmer Begay. Second motion. Calling for a second in motion twice, one once.
Second that.
Second in motion. Is that you, Thomas Walker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Jack, for the second in motion. Members of the Navajo Nation Council, we can address this two ways. We can move forth and say that NABI works, NABI committee works. The discussion had happened at many of the standing committees, such as Law and Order, Budget and Finance Committee, and NABI committee. We can move forward with the vote directly, or we could go through the regular process if nobody has a question pertaining to this particular legislation. With the amount of legislations that we have on today's agenda, I am just making this recommendation. I'm not telling you to do this, but it's a recommendation. And with that, we have a motion in place by Honorable Elmer Begay, and second motion by Honorable Thomas Walker. Hold on. Hogoshina, with that, we have those in place. So,
Yes, so this Delegate Crotty,
Madam
I
Chair
didn't
Crotty,
hear, oh, yeah, Judge, I didn't hear your request. Were you asking a question of the committee or of the council? I'm sorry.
I was asking the council that we can address this legislation in two ways. We could go ahead and move forth if no questions are going to be asked on this particular legislation, and indicate that NABI committee works, because this legislation went through 3 standing committees. And so we could address it that way and just go straight to a roll call vote. Or if there's a question, I don't see anybody on the board pertaining to questioning, posing the question. So with that, well, since I see Madam Chair Crotty on the board now, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to the sponsor, Honorable Elmer Begay. You have 20 minutes.
Yet it chair the speaker so I don't know the members of the 24th Naval Nation Council, Space Mass, unless yet I don't people that are on the line don't other days not either yet a edition. I don't Nike Hedo, as in Sabadia a it's do I don't chill do I don't a Yasin Linido, I don't Nitsado, I don't Ajido de be Niki Lonza hold the Chico, quite like him long who heavy kitchen. Arode ya a down to the Hadezing do Bendato, do he had do, you know, the ya a is nils on the to the Hadezing Silicos now and then. Eugene so loyat it or she bear once at a bear ya a bear not a il never. Arode ya a Erado, since of the ya a thought Yabigich do, as do al deal lindigi Higo, as the as the ya that hedo that is on legend do, you can have a card do that's a linko. Eshi, since the ya a ben he gets it little bit hard to but she, as in touching the ya a never care up a card, have a card or they not it never. Has to the son, you're not little, I yell teasing been they got the way got that. It does those ashing. We saw the hot at that they thought at I need a slip but let and little. Yeah, but the husband is done neatly since they yeah, since they caught as a slip. Yeah, that's nishi. You know, that she does that at least I don't see does it done neatly. I don't see the yeah, because they yeah, a Nihet a dog down la, since they yeah, indeed. That that's all. No, Dan need that what I see that here come. Either yeah, itself which acknowledge that there are natures that they were with here with us throughout the night, and we saw this morning the results of it is snow. He's that yeah, taking the journey she know that echo. He didn't need to speak each and every one of you. Right, it's a non so this morning, I was listening to RDC. So what I did no RDC members and then you know get I didn't that I hold the shiko. What elako unza to hold the shiko right down to that yard and then okay the so again. So listen to our IC has on this and Title 17 criminal law. Through that, and I listened to that too. So a lot of concerns we heard. No. So so the one thing that we came out of that is that we have lack of facilities for inmates. I think it's about other katos to the sun. We didn't know that the corner. He has on in Linido Adon than he Salam, Linido and here Nahoti do Adon the Dayahi. They go Ben has Ago Yahi, Nido then. Other Anhui I do that, oh yeah, that is Nito, Adoko, not let it ya combat the con nada could be scanner, but Ada no the cast other say because you are not up in lady a low he get or other day a Yes, to shield or receive that then other ben nada is no not the card become nada neither. As we heard that this yes this week going to now no no so this is one of the facilities that we've been working on it. Trying to put this all together so it didn't happen overnight. In late 1985 and down that 1980 there was a police sub office then it came to Dalcon 1980s because I don't know that quite the Bahuito no up Squisani that this land was already withdrawn with the 700 acres. So have this the haloro the no studio sani kayan lenina de des so you can dance card then tishi Ashin Hasin so they company nadet a Yanishat Hegi Bishad your Nash. I don't know that some of these that we need but window rat the had it and leg was last and it couldn't hear hello to this beneath the dean need the call it wants to yam de the uncle ebika had at the same time kodo was all the was you can see that so the kind of hold Jesus the sweet sound the 700 acres inside that when you go in there highway it's not get until or nicht because it's Ladini it was already in the plan. The hospital that had it up on the house this quite hard how this use Ladini. So this the highway that goes through this 700 acres is back in 1982. Yeah, that was already planned it out. But there was already divided highway that was made for that. Dan because it's also ben has this so la lihagi then I don't wind any top in the end that is done there that just only for a few minutes and then we had to go to go to these courts down no that the time consuming hello this no that they so even as you ati squisani the other not get announced they need to go that they can have the this is just only not only $35 million. There's a lot of fundings that were put in place. I thought no so there was assessment done. Your courts need now courts need there was $2 million that was allocated from the state of Arizona, and I thought that the rest of it was matching from $2 million from Navajo Nation. The rest of that $2 million because it notched. So I believe my agent Dolores Gray is on the line. $2 million was to be to continue drawing that complete documents that we have today. Then the other one was the $500,000 that was awarded by United States Department of Justice to make it a whole assessment. The need assessment just like building the hospital. This was a need assessment. I don't a document to justify that this is needed, that needed and justified it document. So we have that included in this package that we have. We have a construction document. So it was reviewed by the BIA. We have that project management team on the line, which is Tom Belinky, and then also Daryl Sam, our project manager. They're on the line too, to help us assist on any question that we can have. Then I have Margie Borton on the line, chapter manager. There's a lot of times we present it. Now, other work session that how many times we revise it, that documents that we have, and then all the presentation that we have in it. So we started off back in 2019. Table not other work session not but through that lately that we got the state fundings at $3 million that will be included, and then also the from the Arizona State the 35,000 which NTA gave us award to utility corridors. I'll contribute to that. This is construction ready. So a lot of upgrades were made. Like I said, like I mentioned, this development out in the southwest part of the reservation, Dalcon, in the area, the NEF before the becoming of a medical center here, at $5.7 million that was awarded to these to this development. We didn't use no citizen fund on this development, and then NTA with their grants available, so they put almost $6 million to upgrade that 69 kV substation. Other line to so we upgraded that so we're sufficient and we have a adequate utility supplies. A lot of questions were given were questioned because of the utility water shortage. So utility that then need the BIA documents at the review the later no that H of bag hunza to ye kago issue in the Oyabon had a kegwan that could a Adoni dato nani ako hunza to hold shako. A day a could other you had open this to other this is not an overnight. It's kita hahushi that elebat at the hadilia and hadin art. So all you the base we contributed to that. Though lastly the $33 million broadband don't need because of that is it was a BIA proposal that given to us a assessment and then the last one that we got was National Telecommunication Information Administration based on each to my 5 chapters broadband. So we're working with Navajo Nation Telecommunication recording that if we could start working on it with this public safety, we can have that we can have a 911 system that is up with telehealth, and then also for students so we're working on that spectrum that was made available for the last spectrum that the Navajo Nation has that's supposed to be given to public safety. We might start working with them in telecommunication regulatory we started working on it. So from here, yes, those Margie, are you on the line? And then I have Margie Barton on the line, and then also Lorenzo Lee, chapter president on the line, and then also, like I said, the Lord Gray Eyes on the line, and then also Tom Belinky. He's going to be my agent, and then also Margie Barton, and then Daryl Sams on the line for project management team, recording the construction document that we presented. Margie, are you on the line? Tom, are you on the line? Lorenzo Lee, are you on the line? Dolores Gray Eye, are you on the line?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not too sure what's going on with your agent's phone, but remember you only have 2 agents to be along to be presenters. Proceed, Mr. Elmer Begay.
So I think they're having a hard time getting on. So I believe that they're having a hard time going into council chamber. So that's what they're kind of getting the message from there. So like I said, that this document need liada ko hasin sagde ya hasin sagde ba nahat on hold I would say that first of all, we'd like to thank the 24th Navajo Nation Council to listen to us again out on the this project started on this Justice Center. This whole the two courts, and then the police station, and then also the drawing of the detention facility started in 2002. All clearance were made, and so 2007 the master plan was completed. So 4 years I didn't get as at that time. Back in 2016, I just need BIA need assessment, and I don't justification documents was completed back in 2016. Then 2017, that the construction document was architecture engineer construction document was completed. It's over 20 years that we've been trying to get fundings. We're looking inside. We had a letter that we sent to Angel M. Arviso, acting regional director of the BIA regional office in Washington D.C. Saying that the BIA, the DACON should construct that the DACON Justice Center. And then also we have some other consultant that are available. If you can lease out and so we're looking at it. We're looking at other Indian tribes that how they did that. They cannot get an O&M, but they're with their consultants. They went out and they just once you build this, you can lease out the building to. So you can get your O&M. So we're getting ready, but it costs fund. It costs money to hire those people that are been working on it and they know how to go about these. So so right now the whole chapter that we have with this local governments, but we're working towards alternative form of government, a township, and this includes developing our own ordinance and then also our own taxation leasing policy that we were putting these together. So we have a consultant working with us how we're going to make this whole DALCON community and other chapters. We're helping them to get organized. This is very I would say that the DALCON Justice Center will meet the need of the Southwest Navajo Nation, the people, to provide crucial public safety services. Currently, these are not available at all times. Even you see the but we see that there's can be a unique setup. Hospital-sani do konda khetyan de again khada adan nina pensakis benat adat ko agi to since hajo to since ishjan and hit. So this is a very unique architecture drawing. If you look at it, so even the courts, if you go in there, DALCON courts, if you listen to peacemaking courts employees, they say that DALCON it has a sense of a course that was been used, constructed in the sense of a peacemaking environment. So there's can be this public safety here. So right now we have criminal investigators. They all so they're there's a captain over there, but now they're in there. They're just ready to move into those. If this building is constructed or completed, they're gonna move in there, and then we have our prosecutor that comes in from the window right. That's not just to attend those courts over at the Dalcon. They're ready for all this. I need out. Once we say that once this fund becomes available, the construction will start. We have a schedule which the project team that we have from Parson, and then also the architecture firm from Tucson, they're all working together. They're looking at this project. Then we'll be ready. When we start working on it. No. So even NTA already looking at the where it's going to go, and they're willing to work with us. And then all the, like I said, that the other sites, the main problem that the community have and within the development is the lagoon site. We have a new lagoon site which is funded by the IHS. So it's a big lagoon, 2 lagoon sites for this development, including the medical center. So I think that this community is grown. People are looking at it. I'm not sure if my agents are still on the line. So let me try to see if they can, if they're still available on the line. Margie Bart, are you on the line? Or Tom, are you on the line?
Yes, Honorable Gay. Yes, Tom Balecki from Parsons is on the line.
Can you go ahead and Tom? Can you go ahead and take over?
Honorable Brigade. Hold on. You timed out. You exhaust your 20 minutes at this time, presenting your presentation to the Navajo Nation Council. With this, if the Navajo Nation Council would, we have a motion in place, and we have a second in place pertaining to this legislation. And I'm going to go ahead and move on to the floor at this time. We have in the queue at this time is Honorable Crotty. Madam Chair Crotty, you have the floor at this time.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sheriff Delegate So and Shania Delegate Begay for sponsoring and presenting this legislation. In terms of your agents who are on the line to provide some additional support, I wanted to ask regarding the public safety facility listing. Is that still an area of either Navajo Nation law or policy in terms of how the nation prioritizes the construction funding of these public safety facilities and buildings? If I could get some clarification on where that's at or where I could find it in this legislation, that would be extremely helpful as you know, this push for a comprehensive approach rather than just putting an investment in one community. I want to make sure that we're having a conversation on how we move the Navajo Nation forward together. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 3:37. With that, Honorable Elmer Begay, write the questions down that are posed to you. Moving on down the line, I don't see anybody in the queue for I don't hear anybody, so And go back to the sponsor of the legislation, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah, that Jawed Speaker so around the Shadejado, Amber Crowley, Delegate Crowley. So, yeah, thanks for your question. That's a question that we've been dealing with it. I guess I could say that, but I have my agent on the line, and then she's been texting me this morning. Dolores Gray, she's been heading this Department of Correction, being a director for so many years. Your question regarding the priority listing, I'm pretty sure that back in the 2007, 8, and from there on to 2012, 14, that DALCON was a high in the priority listing when Delegate Edmund Yazi was a chair to that. But once the 2019 started off, and we were put at 8. So, but the reason why is that there was no. It started off as we don't have no allocation from the state, but now we have it. So at that time, so right now, the way I'm listening to that is that when we went to when my people from my community members, they with our own expense went to Washington D.C. over at that time. They told us that the priority being advocated for the Navajo Nation was Shiprock was the first, and then Window Rock. But now we know that they're not really construction ready, but compared to ours, and then there was a question given to our priority, our construction document was that BIA reviewed that for us, and then where our architecture, they did some correction on it and to make that specification to meet the BIA requirement. So that's what we presented. So the reason why we started doing this on our own again is that we have no advocacy from the Public Safety Committee. So we started working on our own list, going to other conferences, and then other asking other Indian tribes how we could get our O&M so we can be working on our own. But we came out to be that we had to build our own fundings, how we can make it, then we can lease it out, and then or we can somehow go work upon it to start working on our own O&M. So 80 hotel, so that's where the priority listing is. So I'm not sure. I don't think then as a Navajo Nation Council we haven't agree or haven't approved a resolution how these priority listing should be. So I think Ms. Gray can elaborate more on it. So if she's on the line, I can give her the time. Speaker. So.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dolores Gray Ice, are you on the line? Mrs. Dolores Gray Ice from Public Safety, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, Speaker. So I
floor.
am on the line. Okay, the last priority that was approved by the Law and Order Committee is on the 11th day of April 2022. This priority list is renewed every 2 years, and Delcon is on the priority list as a location for a new facility. I can forward this information to Amber, who I guess the council. Who can I send it to so they can get it distributed?
Madam, Ms. Dolores Rios, go ahead and email it to Chief of Staff and we'll go ahead and get it disseminated to the 24th Navajo Council through the email system. Thank you.
Okay, who was your chief of staff? I apologize.
Chief of Staff is Ms. Sherilyn Hiazi.
Okay, I'll send it right out.
Thank you very much. Does that complete your answer, your response?
Speaker, so yes, the question was on the priority list, so I'm answering the question on the priority list.
Okay, thank you very much.
Unless there's other questions.
I just want to make sure that you indicate that you completed your response. And the agent, the sponsor indicated that you were going to provide a response too. So moving on down the line. I don't see anybody in the queue at this time on the board. Moving forward, back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Kennesbaugh Karate, you have 3 minutes and 37 seconds at this time.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shaz. I appreciate the time and look forward to that document. So I will reserve my time until I receive that document. Thank you.
Reserve time at 3:27. And thank you very much, Madam Chair. Karate. With that, I'm going to look onto the board again. There is nobody speaking or no one on the board requesting to speak, nor no one has texted myself, nor, okay. Honorable Jean So, you have the floor. Honorable Jean So, you have the floor.
And this is when a project is going into almost as my age. I think we should really consider it now, not mattering how much it will cost. But all those years, those costs might add up to them. Because now I don't know stuff now, double kidding me, because I didn't so. Oh, could all have speed of it. Don't say it all. I waste my time. Thank you, Chanel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eugene Saul. And we got on the record that you waived your time. Moving on down the line, I don't see anybody on the board
Speaker.
wishing to speak. And Honorable Thomas Walker.
Yes. She get speaker. Okay, questioning again. Other colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, although sponsor of the legislation, it's an Honorable Elmer Begay, although your agents though. Although that is Tahasing, Tweedo Suzanne, Diche, Hivishma Sanda, Desino Sagi, Edo, Yat so Shehe, the Shihonitlo, the Peshbah, Negi Bigichin. Accord declare legislation so it will speak from the standpoint of the area communities, the southwest region of our great nation. There are several chapters. 3 of those chapters I represent that are included in the service area of the court services
social services, although now a new hospital, that educational services, CHR that they're based in Delcon. So those services again, they provide day-to-day resources and support and assistance to communities in the area. Three of those chapters are City Talk chapter, the Loop chapter, Tulani Lake chapter. Delcon Justice Center. The intent is to also include the areas that I mentioned here, as well as other chapters in the area, Tisto, the White Cone, Jedito, that Edo, Greasewood, and Indian Wells, or a Southwest region, these chapters that I listed. Sometimes Delcon, it makes it sound like it's Delcon community only, but Delcon is a hub of governmental services and support that has been developing over the past couple decades. And certainly a lot of the planning by local community, local leaders have been going into the master planning of some of the development that we see today. And I tip my hat off to the visionaries, to the planners, to the dreamers of these projects and what would be services. So that is Titat on a balcony in the whole Justin, where citizen, Panado, Nifty, and then I'll one that no. Banda Teloba Quanizi, Codice, Conti Yati, best of the work digging Hitatos, so the Nevenant, a test in the teacher who they are a Nikendo Johnson, the Codon is a Hasid or the Hako. No doubt the need is there because Southwest region, the communities are growing, they're developing. Population-wise, the growth rate of our nation, 400,000 Navajos. John did no. I've been on the hot. Although 3 resolutions from the chapters that I represent. The other chapters are served by Tuba City District Court and law enforcement and that too. A Cameron, the coal mine chapter, the other 3 chapters, Birch Springs, Loop, Tulani Lake, Delconja. 3 chapter resolutions. They are in support. Ecuador, the San is Twitter Cage Kitchen. Bana Shahagi equate Bahadis go what ego Shinat Ani Shanjbahas and all this. Ado a co-sponsor Ishlata or Edan Nakinafe that Nashin. Jada out of the cases and for yeah, Grasho, I speaker.
Time out. No more time, Shananta. With that, moving on down the line. I don't see anybody in the queue to speak. So I'm gonna go back to the sponsor, Honorable Elmer Begay. You have the floor.
Okay, Nana, I wrote it down. Quite a day, I think my sister, Delegate Crowley, United Kitty today. I think she might be getting that information. Nana around the support from being a co-sponsor, and then also like you mentioned, this police. We all heard that they're trying to resolve now the criminal law, the Title 17 by Yati, almost 2 days as is by Yati. This is one of them. We have a lack of facilities, and then also the response is too long. Like I said, that when there's an inmate that they get maybe in Tulani Lake or Loop area, around the 8, they had to even in Twin Arrows, they had to bring that inmate to all the way to burn site. But if when the Window Rock district are busy, or they just take it into Window Rock. Out of Window Rock lately, there's been closed. Other had to respond from others. They had to wait for the inmate has to wait in there. Even in the outcome, inmates, in the house they just sit in the panel. While they eat the house until they get another police officer available when they take it. So so that's where we think about, where does this all this serving our people and then today it's like that, the peacemaking course. Because they had to come to Delcon. So right now, if there's a sentence made, they had to take it into Window Rock. So this police district is from all the way from Loop to all the way to Steamboat. As you see, so done, as a big ending about Hayado, as a big destiny for two chapters. As they are all the way to Greasewood, around the cornfields. So the line service line is up to Burnside. There's all the way around the Sunday because of the White Ruins. That the car. So that's how big their service area in Dalcon police districts are working on it. This is not just only for a small area. So it's on our own communities. Really acknowledging the hard work that our people are working on from the Dalcon chapters, and all the appreciate all the technical people that are really helping us out and guiding us in how to go about it. I'm respond back to that to where down speaker. So
Agushina, thank you very much with that providing an answer to the questions that were posed to you, Honorable Elmer Begay. With that, moving on down the line. Looking at the board, I don't see anybody wishing to speak, or looking at my text, no one has text, and nobody has text Jalissa also. So with that, moving forth, we'll go back to reserve time. Reserve time, Madam Chair Crotty, you have 3 minutes and 27 seconds.
Oh, this is Delegate Cardi. I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Speaker Otto So, this is Delegate Daniel So, request to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. We noted that your time is waived. With that, we have a new player, Honorable Daniel So. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, at last, until Speaker Otto So, Otto colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Otto Sajer, sponsor of this legislation. The justice centers that have been built already, there are multiple complex,
I think so. There is those aspects of having been overbuilt. Sato Oyo Sato Balahon Ko Luna Equagi Oyo Sato Shati Ado Adi to go a Kodon Office of the Controller staff member Mr. Willie sent us what appears to be the remaining balance of the citizen funds, 40 million out of the area, 38 million. Sato di Nado so no. Of course, Quaggy, 24th Navajo Nation Council, of course, Quaggy. Adila de Dokat Ocean, Kitten, Edo, of course, Quaggy Shea. Citizens, Twayat and J. That needle. If we go forward with these last minute citizen appropriations, I want to put it on record that although so and the question is before us, a yes or no vote. Gets 2/3 vote, that moves across the street. If it doesn't get the 2/3 vote, then it's up to the next council or the council representing this particular district, of which Dilcon is part of the district. That's the way I see it. Just want to tell the council I'm going to vote red on this particular question that's before the council. I waive the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Waive the rest of your time. So we have that noted to that can't allow for your statement there. With that, moving on down the line with no one on the queue on the board to speak, and with no reserved time at this time, I don't have anybody to speak at this time. So moving forth, I'm going to go ahead and call for the question. And there's no amendment to this legislation, so therefore it doesn't require a second reading. Also, be mindful that this legislation requires a 2/3 vote for approval. And it does, after the certification of the speaker, if this legislation passes, it does go across the street to the president of the Navajo Nation for his consideration. With that, staff, can you proceed with roll call vote?
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kellen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate
Honorable Rick.
Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red via text. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes red via text. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 7 delegates who voted in favor, 8 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair Honorable Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, thank you very much. With that, Shanant, gonna go ahead and vote has been taken place for legislation 0130-19. The vote is 7 in favor, 8 opposed, speaker not voting, and 6 not voting. With that,
Daniel.
legislation.
Daniel.
Honorable Daniels.
I vote green on the legislation.
Okay.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. That changes the vote to 8 delegates who voted in favor.
Doesn't matter which way you vote, it's still good to pass.
Okay. At this time, 8 delegates vote in favor. 8 delegates vote against, with chair not voting. And this particular legislation requires a 2/3 vote of the Navajo Nation Council. So this legislation fails. And it does not proceed on at this time. Thank you very much, and for being on the call at this time and addressing this legislation that was brought forth by Honorable Elmer Begay. Moving on down the line. Legislation number 0266-22. Manuel, can I have you read that legislation into the record at this time?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0266-22, an action relating to the Navajo Committee Nomination Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Vince R. James, Delegate Region, Chapter Jedito, Cornfields, Ganado, Kitlachi, Steamboat. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vince R. James. You do have a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommended do pass. This legislation is in ARPA allocation fiscal recovery fund. It will go over to the office of the president and vice president. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, now, the legislation has been read into the record. Honorable Vince James is on the line. With that, as we move forth, again, this legislation is a 2/3 vote requirement. It requires 16 votes at the final vote when the final vote is taken. Moving forth, I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion.
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Motion by Honorable Paul Begay. Seconding motion.
Second.
Who said second?
This is Edmund Yavitt.
Honorable Edmund Yazi. With that, we have a motion and a second in place. With that, we have the sponsor on the line. And sponsor, Honorable Vince James. You have 20 minutes to present your legislation to the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Speaker, other members of the council, those should Kahasiko should the Nokliniki, Kodo Dida Leda Arpa cannot go there based on Tahiki. It Kodo based on the underneath clinic Atlasi Zeno. They are to be the meals of Baso RJ 8.8 million Nihijet that Uncle Atlasi Zeno based on the underneath clinic. Ako ajid kodo partners na lishla but had the shahigi the kui the shin hine kodo benach ikin da hasil na oko kodo she beso 8.8 million aje lia sha lia ya kodo el ke da hona au tratnas na le patrat shahigi kintlichi ado lag antiel il si trahoye jade tro hot out ya aje benal sosen linigi il ken de se le ako the amendment shabe het dohlna the kodo lag antielje betona rahi to has anje aje water line hajo ba kojeta DOJ dit has anje aje nal sos yan khaye lada asli ako kodo bana oshkato le shabe be kendo ashot ya kodo shabido so kodi the 8.8 million koje besmas anen shni benachete det aniki for ganado ako hot out hilch hona ando le kodo atla asi zeno besmas aneni kliniki akot an hinanish do atado dan he don't need ako do di base on kliniki atla so zeno kot an hichete det hit ashi benach nestole hit ashi olle le he don't need ako benachet konzate akwaike dinal sos lenin hitato nil sos do lit sabe dan hadit ansan nal sos be do keten lenigi ko kut out ba khasti do lit shnale speaker do shidene do shel khasi do shnat no lenigi ha do lit kode.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for presenting this legislation to this body of the Navajo Nation Council. With that, we have a motion in place and a second in place. I'm going to turn the floor over to before I turn the floor.
Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak.
Okay, we're going to put Eugene So and Rick Nez into the queue. At this time, an amendment is requested to be made from one of our colleagues for Honorable Vince James, who is the sponsor. So, AD Kapaban, so Kesole. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move onto the floor. Honorable Eugene So.
I'll be much obliged to have that considered Amendment 1 for Vic James. Thank you.
Thank you very much for amendment number 1. And with that,
reserve my time.
4:37.
Okay, reserve your time at 4:37. With that, amendment number 1, which has been sent out to the council, and Emmanuel has sent out the information out to the Navajo Nation Council. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go to Emmanuel to go ahead and read the amendment into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Amendment number 1 to legislation 0266-22. 1, delete Exhibit A summary sheet and insert new Exhibit A summary sheet attached herein. 2, add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the Ganado Chapter Waterline Extension Project attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services, Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in the other committee or council amendment. Also attached with this amendment, Mr. Speaker, is the reference Exhibit A summary sheet and the supporting documents. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The amendment has been read into the record. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call for a second motion.
Delegate Rick Nez, second motion.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nez, for reading for the second motion. With that, on amendment number 1, is there any questions on amendment number 1? Not hearing anything. We'll go once. twice, 3 times. Round the horn. Staff, roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green. How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delga Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newman votes red. I'm just kidding, I vote green. I'm sorry.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Excuse me, Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose. With presiding chair, Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Okay, thank you very much. Amendment number 1 carries. With that, we're gonna go back to the main motion. And looking back on the board, Honorable Rick Nez, you have the floor.
I waive my time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nez, for waiving your time. With that, Looking to the right of looking to the right on the board, there's nobody wishing to speak at this time. So therefore, my text messages, no one texts to speak. And also Ms. Johnson also. So moving forth, I'm gonna go ahead and go in once, or twice, 3 times. Staff or Manuel, can you proceed with second reading of this legislation?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Nomination Council, you have one amendment. Amendment number 1 is to delete Exhibit A summary sheet and insert new Exhibit A summary sheet attached herein. 2, add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the Ganado Chapter Waterline Extension Project attached herein to the end of Exhibit A3. Renumber, letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all in any other committee or council amendment, and attached are the reference exhibits and documents. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Second reading has happened for legislation number 0266-22. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call staff to proceed with roll call vote.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Doug Key votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazdi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back to Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green via text. Once more, Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair, Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. With that, this legislation passes once I certify the legislation. This legislation will move forth across the street for the president of the Navajo Nation to sign. And he has considerations whether it's to veto or to line item veto or simply not sign the legislation into law. But it will eventually come into law if he doesn't sign it. So with that, moving on down the line. Next item on the agenda, item D. Legislation 0267-22. Manuel, can you read the legislation into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, this is tracking number 0267-22, an action relating to the Navajo Committee and Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Kealan Brigade Jr.'s Delegate Region, chapters Touchy, Blue Gap, Mini Farms, Nazlini, Solani, Cottonwood, and Low Mountain. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Kealan Brigade Jr. There is a committee report from the Napakieta Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation is also an FRF ARPA allocation, and the legislation resolution will be taken over to the President's office for final approval. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. This legislation requires a 2/3 vote. And this legislation requires 2/3 votes. And with that, Honorable Kealan Begay, he is on the line. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and call for a motion.
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion by Honorable Vince James. Gonna call for
Second,
second
Daniel
motion.
So.
Second motion by Honorable Daniel So. Before I move on, this legislation will require an amendment. And the sponsor will go ahead and speak to that. So I'm gonna go ahead and automatically go to the sponsor, Honorable Kealan Begay, to go ahead and present the legislation to this body and make that formal request from the floor. Honorable Kealan Begay, you have 20 minutes.
Speaker, Ado Kodona Din Bishbang Sane than he did not, and I see Taniki. Di Kodo Anidia Shanale Yan Hasna Sato Do and Hisato based on Liniki Bendi J Do Ado chapters Patati Tahaki Dashine La base of Babbitt's other sales Eko Kote Behas only big Akoko. Not chapter projects those are eligible liki hejoba chato ne jodabidi no what are chapters in liniki binanish dayila ado kodo it went through the proper process non kodo chapters in liniki signing the project siki, as you know, it was signed off with some chapter resolution at the chapter level. Ban yazd hito the nen linigi la ada bichadast did based on it hadest agi edit ego kodo based on babik heta hui natural dan no chapters kodo community members ebe benasha kodo chapter resolution like ida yisto. Koko e ada nasi nada isni koko ejo koje division community development ajo kodo na nishlinigi na soslinigi ji kanada yitla ado kodo Department of Justice well upper office she subject ado it went back to the Department of Justice for their review determining if they're eligible or not koko to review nada ya go e koje Mr. Patero, upper officer, those that were deemed being eligible, all the projects, Office of Legislative Council, as of yesterday, or the other day, what we received of the chapters that I represent, the key to aid at in the Atlanta atlepat had the shahgiton hit na liniki ishi public hawil na to leki to equake dik at legislation 026722 ishi aj shapi hosoto lehlash and no lenigi ashoned in the shno kodo banan hinch to le ado. I just want to acknowledge that all the 5 chapters that I represent, especially the chapter coordinators, some of the staff, some of the chapter officials really worked on a lot of these funding projects. I want to congratulate them in doing their work in getting this through. The connection, the communication, LDA. Kodo dai si lato in national sos linigi national ko koko. It was a lot of work. Kodo the nan linigi hit ashim pan based on linigi baby chwil ne accord ani hit the nan linigi baba ko needs niki to ishi ba to needs niki to e be baba kc do e shabe be ken do hasn hit the snow additional and not linigi. Because a lot of these projects were determined and selected at the local level by the chapter officials, by the community, by the administration. Those projects that were idle or that were very much needed. Agit ashik eno lenigi do shanant ano lenigi to banan hisis kando list ashon it eron nan hidish nido list kwa age dik at the mimic digi I believe the office legislative council to a nido list. I know they're working, I'm sure 24/7. I mean a simple email we send them, but they come back with the 3, 4, 5 pages of a statement. So, I mean, that's how much that they've worked on a lot of these amendments. So I appreciate Office of Legislative Council for their work as well. And then of course, our staff keeping getting all these documents in order. Appreciate the technology that we have, so that way we don't have to go back and forth to these offices physically, but all of them is done online. But nonetheless, Speaker, Ado 24th Navajo Nation Council, shown it on the Shnido list, the Quag Amendment, the Gi Shao list, Ado Kodo, the main legislation, the main motion, the Gi Shabbat Ken, education, Nando Shache, Ado the Kodo Amendment in Hinge Kedo list, Ado the main motion, the Gi Ashore. On Hidiniro lesto ado nas no watch change kodona din shla bishbans an lindigi shin latoya tinana kato lesto and the shin si zishit a nail wo hol just lesto got out. They would end speaker what I zindo oba bana is kando lefti kwage legislation on behalf of the chapters, the communities that I represent. I wholeheartedly ask for your utmost support, committee council members. Kodo na din pespans an learning that shorted on hidini leto adot I kodona shigishi to daily kwage. That's the only reason why I needed the amendment. That's why I didn't wanted to Otherwise, I would have had it on the consent agenda, but Kodoshindo, amendment again, Speaker. I conclude my statement. Again, if I neglect to acknowledge or say that I appreciate their work, I apologize, but nonetheless, everyone else, Speaker Kodoshi, I yield the floor back. I stand for question.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Kealan Gay has completed his presentation. And in his presentation, he did allude to a request for an amendment. So anybody from the members of the 24th Navajo Council can make that amendment for Honorable Kealan McGay. So with that, I'm going to look to the board here. I don't see anybody on the board. Honorable Henio, you have the floor.
Speaker, so the chair, Delegate Kealan McGay Jr. Amendment, amendment number 1. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much.
Delegate Paul McGay, second.
Reserve time at 4:50, and Honorable Paul Begay seconds the motion. With that, Honorable Paul Begay seconds the motion. We have a main motion in place and second motion in place for amendment number 1, which we have received the amendment from Office of Legislative Counsel. Manuel, can you go ahead and proceed with reading the amendment into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council. This is amendment number 1 to legislation 0267-22. 1, delete Exhibit A summary sheet and insert new Exhibit A summary sheet attached herein. 2, add DOJ eligibility review in Appendix A for the following projects. 1, mini farms chapter housing support bathroom additions. 2, mini farms chapter local rural addressing E911. 3, mini farms chapter HVAC systems. 4, mini farms chapter broadband cellular tower. 5, Blue Gap to cheat chapter cellular service tower. 6, low mountain chapter elderly bathroom makeover and modification project. 7, low mountain chapter cellular tower project. 8, low mountain chapter new homes waterline extension project. 9, low mountain chapter drainage septic system project. 10, low mountain chapter new homes electric power line extension. 11, blue gap to cheat chapter warehouse building. 12, blue gap to cheat chapter 8 bathroom additions, each attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 3, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Also attached with this is the reference documents, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The amendment had been read into the record. Amendment number 1 is held by Honorable Jamie Henio, second by Honorable Paul Begay. At this time, I'm going to look to the board. I don't see anybody on the board to speak. Members of the 24th Navajo Council, any questions to this amendment at this time?
Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Smith, you have 5 minutes.
Speaker. So I don't change the amendment. My question on the amendment is, looking at it, it says that you want to change out the summary sheet and insert a new Exhibit A. If that's the case, does it have to go through the whole review process again? Or does that just, it says add DOJ eligibility review in Appendix A for following projects. You got them listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on Exhibit A.
is that removing the this is delete Exhibit A, so I'm not following along on this. Maybe Shay can kind of, I know he was a teacher, so I'm gonna pick his brain. So, Shay, reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 3:52. Looking on the board again. There's nobody wishing to speak. So at this time, I'm going to turn the floor back over to the sponsor. And then I believe I'll go ahead and put Office of Legislative or Office of Legislative Counsel also. Thank you. Honorable Calum Gay.
Speaker, Ado Chinantano Linigi Dikodo China Delegate Smith. To the original legislation, but I'll have the Legislative Council help me clarify if I if I don't provide the information correctly. During the initial legislation, most of it, I believe it was basically the write-up was based on the Nazlini chapter. And then at the last NABIG meeting, that the interpretation by, I think it was you or somebody asked a question if the legislation could be modified to add additional opera projects by chapters into these existing legislation. That's when by that time we received more projects that went through the process. The initial Nazlini chapter projects is in the legislation. The exhibit adding this on, identifying. I think the listing. I'm trying to pull up the exhibit that was sent to me. ADK it only lists the exhibit and then it added on these amendment bendo mini farms, Low Mountain and Touchy Blue Gap. Those are added on to the existing main legislation. I think that's the only difference. If we don't take that old one, the initial exhibit out, all it's going to list is the Nazlini code. Changing that out, having the Nazlini still in there, but adding these So again, I don't know if Legislative Council will further clarify. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn some time over to Legislative Council, Ms. Barboff.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Dana Barboff, Chief Legislative Counsel. Delegate Kialan Begay did a good explanation. I'll just I'll tell you about it from Office of Legislative Counsel side. When the legislation, and this will be the same for all of the upcoming legislations. The legislation, you have your legislation, and then you have an Exhibit A. An Exhibit A starts with a summary sheet, which lists all the projects, lists the funding recipients, sub-recipients, description of the progress, administrative oversight, the FRS category, and the dollar amount. And that's what we refer to as the summary sheet. And then attached to the summary sheet are DOJ's eligibility review and then the appendixes that support each of the projects that are listed on the summary sheet. So when this legislation, as Delegate Kealan Begay said, when this legislation was dropped, not all of the projects he wished for had gotten DOJ eligibility review. So what this amendment does is it adds, I think there's 12 or so projects that have been added who received DOJ's eligibility review. So the eligibility review and the Appendix A for each of those new projects are part of this amendment. And then what you're doing is you're changing out summary sheets. So the amendment deletes the original summary sheet, which is the first page in Exhibit A, and it replaces it with a new summary sheet that reflects all the additional projects. I hope that makes sense. If not, I'm open for additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dana, for providing that response, and thank you very much, Mr. Kealan Begay, for providing that response to Honorable Raymond Smith. With that, looking to my right, there's nobody on the in the queue for to speak. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and move on down to reserve time. Honorable Raymond Smith, you have 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
Okay, now, Shadala, Speaker Otto Soto, Bishmasan, na Dean, Nini, Nishij. Che, Kela, General, the title, Winsler. The last question I have, Che, is at 8.8 projects, shows English. Is it all in that legislation? Speaker, that's my question. Thank you. Reserve time.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 3:19. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and look to my right. Anybody on the line for new speakers? And then no one in the queue. So I'm gonna go back to the sponsor. Honorable Kealan Begay, you have the floor.
Speaker, though, so that I appreciate Legislative Council further clarifying the legislation, the amendment process again. The 8 point, was it 6 or 7 per chapters did those that deem that the chapter, those that the chapters have finalized, because some of them had were sent back to the chapters for further clarification, additional document, or maybe some were told that that they were not eligible for certain for the funding. Again, how we move forward, again, based on Legislative Council statement, these projects could be submitted in multiple, if not in 2 parts. I thought chapters that projects that went through the project, they out through DOJ, though they're ready for legislation. Tapi otot atin the yendal nashiki chapters A she to E na cake on that joto need. Now the situation as we are in right now, you know that I believe more than half is what my chapters had submitted. So what's left over, those chapters that continue to working on their projects, those that were determined that's not eligible or needed more work, that were sent back to the chapters. The incoming delegate, and that's where I indicated that that I will be there to continue assist getting these particular projects going and helping out the incoming delegate. And of course, today we initially had scheduled a transition meeting with the incoming delegate, but due to this particular session, we've rescheduled until next week. All the chapter officials and the incoming delegates, the progress of what we've been doing and what we're approved and what needs to be approved. So yes, Che, of course, every time I make a statement, I always put a lengthy statement a response, but at the IC chapters to add in the peso could be to add aid and again based on what the legislative council indicating several legislation but because some of these chapters, for example, Nazlini was ready for a long time. I thought projects, and they even went as far as walking through some of these documents, through some of these documents. That's how far and how much some of our chapters are wanting and willing to, because they're certified chapters. But the those that went through the process again and that's ready. I mean, I believe that it was deemed that it was appropriate for me to add these on because they'll be ready and it is ready. So I don't know if that would if you need it, get that response. Thank you
very much. Looking to my right, on the board, there's no new players. And with that, I'm going to go back to reserve time. Honorable Raymond Smith. You have 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
Okay, lad, Shanantat, lad, doesn't die speaker so I don't say that wind that though yeah nah but wind that did that eggy. My question goes to the legislative council and that on Flinigi. Know that we were supposed to have all these ready to go, and the way that Tom Platero had explained it at that point in time was I remember him saying that specifically. And now we're separating them. I'm not saying that it's not bad, but my question to the legislative council is if there's anything that's ready right now, could we add it on to another legislation? Because this is all ARPA. Is that feasible? I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 2:17. With that, I'm going to go ahead and move that question. Honorable Henio. New player. Q.
Speaker so other 24th Nomination Council Check Delegate Kalamige. Other Kodos and Vice Chancellor that all or none get that named during the orientations. Only 3 chapters have to come in but their ARPA applications have to be reviewed through the FRF or the oversight, and then DOJ, and then from there, NASA that to one legislation. No add-ons is pretty much what the way I understood it. And so on the onset, but two of my chapters were right there on the spot. I thought for application by DDLA, with their 2.9 million allocation. But the third chapter, table 5. And that's what I don't know where the application's at right now, but so that's what's lagging on my end. And now, if I knew we could go this route, I could have submitted the legislative request to for the 2 chapters that are ready to go, and then did an amendment at this point in time. So it's all my concerns along with what Vice Chair Smith has put forth. So I'll wait for an answer from the State Council. Reserve my time.
Speaker So, this is Dana. Did you want me to respond?
Yes, I was trying to get the time written down here. Then I'm going to come to you, Madam, or Ms. Barbara. Reserve time at 3:42. And let me, Dana, I will come back to you pertaining to the 2 questions posed by Raymond Smith and Honorable Jamie Henio. We'll go to Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul
Thank
Begay.
you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Che.
Okay. Che, Honorable Speaker So, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I don't see it though. Che, your legislation. I don't want people to think that I too was instructed. I wanted to be on record and say that I too was instructed that you get your 5 chapters, requests, documents together, and submit it as one. So I have 5 chapters. 3 are ready. So the communication needed to be very clear, especially in light of going down to the 11th hour. Yeah, I was specifically told that there should only be one legislation to cover all your 5 chapters. It's good that through the amendments that we are finding these out. We kind of us our outgoing delegates, we got everything prepared, and the new delegate will take over. That there will be one legislation to cover your 5 communities, 5 chapters that you oversee. On record, or at least also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Yeller.
We'll add Honorable Yeller here to the queue. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and go to Honorable or Dana Barbroff to answer that question pertaining to the expenditure plan for the regional delegate plan for ARPA. Dana?
Thank you, Speaker. Now, I cannot account for what the FRF office told you, but if you go back and you look at the legislation that approves the 1 second, please. And thank you. Sorry, I had someone in my office I needed to kick out. So if you look on the original legislation that approved the delegate region project plan, it requires that a comprehensive list be submitted to the FRF office. It does not actually state that there has to be a comprehensive legislation covering the 8 million. And based on numerous requests from delegates and after consultation with Department of Justice, we were assured that it would be appropriate to do legislations that left an unallocated amount, and you will look in the summary sheets on each legislation that states how much is unallocated. And as you'll note, there is one legislation for each delegate's region or each delegate. We have not done them as multiple legislations because it will be incredibly difficult to manage going forward. If delegates at this point in time want to try to start amending these legislations to add your own delegate region plans, there's nothing that would legally prohibit you from amending one of these legislations to add your delegate region plan. However, it takes us probably 3 hours or so to put together those plans. So if you wish to get that information to Office of Legislative Counsel immediately, we will do our best. You'll have to pick out which of the delegate region project plans legislation you want to amend. What we need is a DOJ eligibility determination and the Appendix A completely approved. If you send those over to us, we will do our best to do an amendment to the existing plans. I suspect that if we have, I don't know, 5, 6, 10 delegates attempting to take advantage of that, we may not be able to get that done, but you are free to work on that. And I feel like that it was obviously relayed to the council because we had so many delegates requesting legislation. I specifically, myself, specifically informed, for example, the Budget and Finance Committee in person. So that's what I can say. Back to you, Speaker.
Hey, thank you very much for that response. The question was posed by Honorable Jamie Hinio and Honorable Rick Paul McGay and Raymond Smith. With that, we'll go back to the sponsor to answer any other question that was not answered. Honorable Kealan Gay.
Ja, Hernando les sele ado kudo bishbans anni kliniki ado che anosa kudo na idos kidigito tanos area che Delegate Smith, Delegate Hinio, and Nato Delegate Paul Begay, Shekeno Kliniki. I'm trying to find the email where it was sent to us that this process is proper. Don't need job. That was the position, and that was the statement that I got before OAT. But getting this done, communicating with the offices, everyone around. I mean, this is how I got the information. But I can't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we still have certain time left, or if not tomorrow,
Okay.
legislation. Let's,
Mr. Can you please mute your phone? Thank you. Proceed.
okay. Dikodo, colleagues, again, I mean, I just, I was told again properly that this could be done. So this is what I've been actually, and then of course, I mean, it went through the Department of Justice. It's ready, so that's why I did the process and the remaining the incoming delegate legislation. I'm not sure how to if there was a miscommunication. I'm not sure if this was just told just to me. I guess there's a different situation that needs to be resolved, but I believe that this was sent over. And then even during the legislation debate at NABI, some of these information that I received or heard through NABI is how I began to push a lot of these projects for it to go through the Department of Justice. So Oba nankin shka ashone don hit the shnishik and anothenigi quagidi a mimit shabe ben bekin or kaig mid bekinit ajiki shando ledo ado legislation gi to ado sato shabe nada do just ashone don hit the shnoikodo banankin shka and anothenigi. So again, Speaker, I'm hoping that I'm not penalized for other delegates not receiving the proper protocol and what's allowable and what couldn't be done on this legislation. But nonetheless, I mean, again, through certain discussions and certain inquiry, and again, I can trying to find the emails that I got that I could share with the council that these were proper and appropriate in communicating directly with Ms. Barbara, with Department of Justice, with Mr. Tom Botero's office, and so on. I mean, that's what it takes to get all these information. A lot of times, what I was told, can you guys put it in writing? Because only lucky Hagilat at last not so linigi hodot need doch nature to snow the by benite desk kid store a question check cannot linigate or that's shona quaggy. I don't know, like I said, I'm not sure who needs to resolve in this miscommunication and hockey, but shona the legislation gay shana spent not need a shona on he didn't need a little chairman. Speaker,
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on down the line. Honorable Jimmy L here, new player. 5 minutes.
Yeah, Speaker, also, citizen delegate yell here. Oh, yeah, what the Kaya. City Albany, there's I don't have the figures of me, I'm driving. The Alsago, Navajo Nation, chapter because now 1,760,000. What run off, so $8 million over all five should be equal to that with accountability. These are side data, yeah, and then go they don't bounce up in the year. Ready. 3 I thought that. Even in the other Yahara, the only Shida and Han, Shikojon Han Suski, other day, because all met the pulse rules, the thought that or Hinchito, never or Salamson, the Han Suskishan and the quest till you are named T. Ellen. The other, this is not right for me, I tell you. We should not pass just a legislation. We gonna set precedent. Shingaten Arahota Shindato Kigo. Di Ota in Charo it and Zabana Ikanda. Into Kaida, up in Yawa Equatans or Kadedo, 9 Kanas. He also changes on General Society, but Otenza. You left 3 chats behind us, 2 chats behind us. Got I ain't solver. What I thought, no one is the home 79 last. She LD8 at Kilo is no Hashina Hall discuss. I'm not too ready to go, but we are told we can't do it because we put this money forward, equal distributions. Ebony na Honso. Eba Yaski, what I not navigate these things to tell. Did it on the hot is any all by your house not based on that on that log. We have to practice accountability. I vote red if I understand you. Not deep base of art or art ever you ain't paint on this year on honest filler. I don't Corona and his legislation justification. The justification from the our legal counsel, her justification is too long. All you straight to the base, Mrs. now. Yep, open the house. I'd like to reserve my time in case something's happening. Let's do things right. If this doesn't happen, let's vote red right now. We're wasting time. My colleagues, thank you very much. And my floor back to you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go back to the board. There's nobody requesting to speak, so we'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Raymond Smith, reserve time at 2:17.
Okay, Nana, the speaker. So, Shanella, the Bishmasan. Did the Niagi a high night kid be Sanigi? Joby has because the what are those need to hit on in Ebony on hit not any than Linigi, I just can't as Lily. Ever but no, call what Benny now, what's that? Because they have Pito Sonson, Conde. These are not so sigit and the Papala, called do born it's nada. Ebony na Dina kid beat Nas Laggy. That I dashed it al Yado, but a have Pito so Elan and Sunday, Ebina, 90 kid piece of la, call. The one it's not a dicket, or none of it has gone through for vetting. Sniggy, Shanandad, and Sniggy. I reserve my time, Kayla.
Thank you very much. Reserve your time at 1:21. Moving on down the line, Honorable Jamie Hinio. Your time is 3:42.
Reserve time.
Reserve your time at 3:40. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and I don't see anybody in the queue to speak at this time, so I'm gonna go to the sponsor, Honorable Key Allen Gay.
Speaker, thank you. Hajosha Bakuno session and Shiniki Adokadoshana, Mr. Yellow here. I mean, it's not a matter of leaving chapters out. It's a matter of moving projects forward and having certain chapters that are ready to initiate the progress, the projects, while others, I believe a lot of them are doing due diligence in making sure, some areas, for example, water line, that the right-of-way becomes an issue to get consent from the permittees. or the art clearance or anything else. Some of the chapters probably needs to revise their proposals, projects. So jo that haki kodo yin nadal nishla do ben de nish. It's just a matter of us as delegate being there and helping and do what we can and what we could to get these projects moving forward. The latest email, Miss Barbara, is what I'm going on. Based on that email, Schlinson, leaving other chapters out. The key, please don't put words in my mouth or make that position. And for me, like I said, I'm doing a transition meeting with my incoming delegate next week. Did on kunzashet lato nan shla kadit at atibeteni nisto kut I nan shiki kadlik ishla johat nindiki sheet, and I don't think that's me leaving out any chapter. So the continuity nisla. I'll be bringing all the chapter officials together, and the chapter officials are aware of it. I mean, this is not just me running with this legislation on my own. All the chapters, I believe some of them are online right now listening in. If a lot of them have been working on it, each of the chapter officials, though each of the chapter administration with my LDA. So that's where I determine, and then they're all aware of it. Chapters, I told them that this is an options that we need to go. It doesn't make sense for one chapter or two chapters needs to continue to finish their projects while others had done and already. Peso bubble petil out of Sakishi Bakanati Jahon Twanado Link A and now the Zago A legislation Kita Bahana Bahanada do Link A Aj Ecuador Balana dot Lech. A cohort are in Sahakisiki A do a Bedeni Nishdo chapters Ninigi Hut Abe Besendash Nishigi Ashan and Anothinigi a coco or Ashorin Hitishanana. Dik at Kodo amendment the legislation he done so zigi. I mean, it's not a matter for me to say that to take credit or anything. I'm not aiming for that. What I'm aiming for is the need of these projects needs to be done for our community members and community members. I mean, I won't be debating just because of formality of the situation at Winterut level. I'm not going to penalize for me to say no to anything for that will benefit your chapter. I mean, who am I to say no of a projects or funding that's automatically chapter. So all they're doing right now is going through the process that we or the council had accepted by the Treasury departments in Washington. That did just for accountability purpose. But yeah, did formality kit that kit. Now so linigi they no need to drink it don't need to get it or baby kick a he kahagit adida. It's not a matter of leaving any community, any chapter out. I'm not doing that. If anything, I can have chapters, and of course that's not advisable. But they have a chapter resolutions on attached to each of these projects. Again, I mean, some of the formality at the Winrut level, please don't penalize me for it or my community members of this legislation. What I showed on hit, seat or the chairman speaker, did I could not baby seat or let could that could given because a lot of them does deal with the communication and what they were informed of. Call Aja, and of course the latest one, Ms. Barbara of Legislative Council, email lagi Kodon Hichahuna Yitla. So Kwagi be hot at Legislator Nidon Nido Bena Adri with Adi, we're moving forward in that fashion. And I've been informing the incoming delegates from my region of everything that we're doing right now. Ko hut kodo besendash nishkot out eshnant no slinigi ashoned onan hidish idolis kodo not so slinigi shanas bet nosne chairman speaker.
Thank you very much for your response to the questions posed to you. With that, moving on down the line, new player, Honorable Rick Nace.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker So, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I said on I go Vince James, but ARPA legislation passed today. I think what we need to do is have a separate meeting to ask a lot of these questions that are still unanswered by the ARPA BASO, the FRF office, as well as DCD. A few chapters I didn't make the deadline too. I barely made it that last Thursday. And I didn't make, since I'm going to the 25th Council, I still have time to sponsor my legislation. But we have 17 legislations to consider in 8 hours. Plus the consent agenda. You said, wait, there was an email sent out. See if we could have a special session for don't needing that tomorrow, even at least 3 hours. And that it never went out. So so I just kind of concerned about some of the legislation. We might not even get to the consent agenda either. So if we do that, I think so I'm okay with that. And maybe we just need to adjourn as soon as possible too. So thank you.
Agushina, thank you very much. With that, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we have time is clicking, and we need to move forward with the legislations. Whichever way we do, whatever happens today happens. Tomorrow staff is off pertaining to the request. Some of them already made travel arrangements and they're not going to be here. So with that. Moving down the line, reserve time, Jimmy Yellow here, 209.
Okay, here none of those about on it all the hon he could also consider key element the legislation put up car touchy look at many form Nazlini Salani Kudnu low mom did out as the Tabasa the chapter of the Stadaro Bahun then Arodi Shito Kudos Panasaki. I'm very concerned about this type of work. It's a must to do all 5 chapters be equal to your $8 million. If there's accountability with on the hon. Did I start to banan? He could also the tunnel in the doctrine. We had to do something like be stable. Did all that is so leading a hundred the couldn't tunnel the hint that so that should do what edit on the chata. Even in the Seattle, you hate that. No, it's not ready. The 2 chapters. A month ago, yeah, down under November, yeah, Thanksgiving, yeah, down to finish the job. But they taught, respect these other 3 chapters. I've been zoned. Yeah, Nisa. Got that, so they no. I could even but 2 chapters waiting. So it's like penalize the 2 chapters. I could select means positive of then so let's treat everybody the same as what we were told. And in other Christian meet us, it leading just a chamber large. I got out of us, I say, I has on the echo. Out under the deal. So look at we should vote, and we should all treat equal to all the what we're told by 5 chapters to bring one legislation to equal to $8 million. Because no, it was partners able to hold the she wants to do the say about the
Time.
What the heck? Yeah, thank you.
Very much. Time has expired for Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. With that, moving on down the line, Honorable Raymond Smith.
Yeah, no.
You have
Madam Speaker.
1 minute and 21 seconds. Sorry. Can proceed.
Oh, yeah, lot of Schneider kid, hobby, Salagi, I don't just to the Spazen. Okay, land on hit the Tishnito, or bend the Jato, or lot of the day, or what that Ela. There you had reserve time again, yeah, now with 8 no more reserve time. Hela, it's not that.
Thank you very much. Moving forth, Honorable Jimmy Henio, 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Sige, national dam. Che. The speaker, so, but let's check that would be Ambigay Junior in Jonico. Though that I did have this friends near the Shaho I am not che. I've been not che, ya could I and cases in so. I will sort of.
Thank you very much, Honorable Henio. And moving forward, looking at the board. Honorable Walker, new player.
Yes, she get speaker. Yeah, showing colleagues, those sponsored of the legislation to the Honorable Brigade. But not only you have to have the equation you have to have the shadow some of the issues and concerns that are expressed, questions that are raised. I have similar questions and concerns and issues. Not only I want to go on the record to say that the speaker from your office to get a press release in Lago to communicate with FRF office to issue a public PRO Ada a press release. I'm sorry. Ada the bandit in the chapters do bandit Craigie not so special by work a bandit ARPA funds. Yeah, 8.8 million for the local chapters projects. Then you had that the legislation about that and where that's at right now, what that looks like, and why we're in the 11th hour sitting here asking questions and waiting for documentation, waiting for responses from FRF office. So I need I did the now. To answer the letter and the DCD to what band it out a cut not on Danish. That's it all. You got all found that it all and this gives sure what I got adding but adding what the dots in the way and the chapter they need to live from straight from FRF office. So I don't what you expect after today.
24th Council, changing on she, so they need our terms, although the next council, what to expect, what the process is, and what they can look forward to just working with the process, other with different and new leadership. Okay, press release. Not either from the Speaker's office or the FRF office. FRF office, Speaker, your office to communicate that and request that. Another tagoit on your office to but not neoyat etika has andiki. Akoda need she chapter do ta is do and she button has she what I have two chapters that are waiting. Their projects are ready, and the other three are not. Well, all or none. We were caught up in that. On the way, October, September, not so you had the unito. A whole G done chapter at the end. Last week, not his Hana and ready does 8 out. So I can't answer for the FRF or DCD or DOJ. Akodo, Hiben de Nishida, Quade, Hifbeda Husband, Janat Ani. Even a press release like that. It'll down letter straight to the chapters, Joe, other husband, Janat Ani, by nicest kind of the Shiga. Speaker so council colleagues. Kodela, yeah. Where's the rest of my time?
Thank you very much. Honorable Walker waives the rest of his time. Relating to communication for the FRF office. Honorable Walker, we will go ahead and get staff working on that to get information out pertaining to what you are requesting. So staff has noted that. Honorable Thomas Walker. Moving on down the line.
Speaker, can you put me in the receipt?
Edmund Yazi, you're in the queue.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Margaret, can I speak, sir? Speaker, members.
Honorable Edmund Yazi, he can go ahead and speak. I'm sorry, I was muted.
Okay, all right, thank you. Speaker, members of the council, I know this topic, the legislation that Mr. Begay has is good as well. And I know we talked about the funding with the ARPA fundings, just as I had indicated yesterday. I was hoping, and I know our 6 chapters had completed and worked very hard to get their projects. And with Ms. Atakai, Garina Atakai, the chapters met the deadline, and we forwarded the paperwork to DOJ, but yesterday DOJ stated that they weren't ready, and so some are ready. And I really think that less than 2 weeks left, it's going to be hard and to really push that through to make it happen for our chapters. This morning our chapter vice president from Church Rock was very frustrated because it wasn't going to be heard, so we had to explain. Yes, I do agree, Speaker. So we really would have to say that, like what Mr. Walker said, that Honorable Walker, that we need to notify our chapters and to let them know that we tried. And so anyhow, I kind of heard Ms. Barbara saying that there might be a possibility we could get it done in these last days, but that's just one of the things that if we do, then our colleagues are just going to have to vote on the legislation and get this business done for our chapters. But anyway, Speaker, that's what I wanted to share, and I respect your guidelines and your recommendation. If it's possible we can get it done, great, but if not, then let's let our chapters know that we tried and we worked very hard to try to get it done. Speaker, I don't want to reserve my time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edmund Yazi, for your comments and your questions. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and move back to the floor to the sponsor at this time. Honorable K. Allen Begay.
A lot of them, again, the formality and the communication between the offices are being brought up. Again, I don't have control of me asking the office to contact certain delegates. But just that's what I've been doing myself. But again, I'm not sure how you receive a lot of these information. Again, how I've been going through this, approaching this was through emails. The latest one that Ms. Barbara had forwarded to us. And again, no funding that were allocated to each chapter is not idle or just sitting there. The notion that a lot of these fundings are just are left behind, that's not the case. All funding that were allocated to each chapter, no other chapter is getting more than what they've agreed to. Again, what I've done with this particular process, I brought in all the chapters together, the officials, they determine how to distribute the funding based on that, and that's how they're working on all of their projects. And that's the case still. And again, the formality, majority of it, and I don't know how many is still at DOJ. Again, I can't force or demand DOJ to give me those documents. It has to go through the process. So hut Arnold source liniki no tato tanete ko out ashanant no liniki da shonde onan hit the snitty ko akiyard liniki. That's what they're accounted for, but it's just a matter of having it going through the process is what's really hampering some of the overall. Yes, I wanted to have all of them in one legislation, but again, the allowability, having it presenting multiple legislation was allowable. That's where the legislation I mean, majority of the coordination, cooperation, communication is at the chapter level. I don't care be nature to be me and my LDA. Did on hit out the net providing them resource. Been talking with the opera office, KD chapter did United kid, DOJ chapter did United kid. Can you respond directly? All I do is email these officers and CC the administration, the CSC, or even some of the staff, and then the chapter officials. Then did all night. Those some of them were answered from these emails to the chapters. Did did out non play quite did out to nature but no baby chahada is see a call ego. And then again, I brought all my 5 chapters together and displayed the outline of how much we got for our regions. I mean, it's just not the 8.8 million. Remember, there's a lot of them still as well. This is the only process where we have to go through this particular process. You know that we still have certain amount of funding still being available for broadband, housing, water line, and then certain areas. Some of them are at NTUA, some of them are at Division of Community Development and Housing. Veterans, public. Again, they don't require for similar process. Ishi NTUA and NECA and whoever based on behalf of our chapters, Ishi Ajit Dohut Anats Hoslinigi, Yahatayi Nilo Yanda di Kailto. So there's a broader area of process that we're dealing with and what you're talking about, Shanant Anoslinigi. So we need to consider those as well. So ben nachikoti the Shinigi that shonido kwakidi legislation gi shabelanse amendment shabelanse to legislation gibi shabelan so hit or the speaker nana seat or
Thank you very much. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to Legislative Council for what the question posed by Honorable Ibn Yazi. Legislative Council?
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. So I just wanted to clarify or respond to Delegate Edmund Yazi. As you are all aware, the last day that the council, the 24th council, can approve legislation is December 31st at midnight. So that's Saturday at midnight. During the 10 days in January, council cannot approve legislation, cannot act on legislation. So any FRF plans or projects will have to be acted on today, as today is the last council session scheduled. So if you wish, if you are intending to try and amend one of the FRF delegate region project plans that are on your agenda already, one of those legislations, we meaning Office of Legislative Counsel, needs the information basically immediately. As I mentioned before, it can take us 2 and 3 hours to put together these project listings. So just a reminder, they have to be in today. They can't be in January. If you come in January, the 25th council will need to act on them. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Hey, thank you very much. Going back to the board, we have a new player. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, going once.
Sure.
Honorable
That's the
Elmer
speaker.
Begay,
This is
going
Delegate McGee.
twice. Honorable Begay, you have the floor, 5 minutes.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Okay, I think we've been having this experience about on the Bayeta.
Honorable Elmer Begay, we can't hear you. No, we can't hear you anymore.
Speaker still, Delegate Freeland's back on the call for the record.
I'm gonna go ahead and wait on Honorable Elmer Begay. I think we have lost him. So with that, we'll go back to the call that Honorable Mark Freeland now for getting back on the call. Moving on. There's no time left for reserve time at this time, my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council for this particular amendment number 1, this discussion. So APEG, I'm gonna go ahead and we haven't here Elmer Begay who wanted to speak, but we lost him. He's not back on the call. So therefore, we're at the tail end of this discussion, and I'm gonna go ahead and move forward to amendment number 1. Staff proceed with roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Keller votes green, thank you.
Honorable Key
How about
Allen
green,
Begay Jr.
Delegate
votes
Begay?
green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. and Honorable Elmer Begay both vote green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
This is Seth Damon. I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Once more, Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Freeland votes green. I'm back. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Once more, Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. And Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose. With presiding chair, Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion carries on amendment number 1. 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. With that, we'll go back to the main motion. On the main motion, we have Honorable Jamie Hinio, which has 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Honorable Hinio, back on the main motion on reserve time.
Pagkusina Hela Shinanda, Chekodo, Speaker Odoso, Ado Shinanda, 24th Nomination Council, Ado Che, Delegate Keon Begay, Junior Shinanda Kudo. Ado, by Hignisi, all the hard work you've done for your communities, the chapters that you represent, such a bayan, moving projects for them. And so, this is the result of all your hard work. Shinanda Kudo Che. So, I wish you Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday, good luck. With all these projects, I hope they become a reality. Kuda in this case, since it's I'm so wait my time.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hinio. Waiving your time. Moving on down the line on the board, no one is requesting to speak. So therefore, I'm going to go ahead and go back to Manuel to move forth with second reading of legislation 0267-22.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, do you have one amendment? Amendment number 1 is to delete Exhibit A summary sheet and insert new Exhibit A summary sheet attached herein. 2, add DOG eligibility review and Appendix A for the following projects. 1, mini farms chapter housing support, bathroom additions. 2, mini farms chapter local role addressing E911. 3, mini farms chapter HVAC systems. 4, mini farms chapter broadband cellular tower. 5, blue gap to cheat chapter cellular service tower. 6, low mountain chapter elderly bathroom makeover modification project. 7, low mountain chapter cellular tower project. 8, low mountain chapter new homes water line extension project. 9, low mountain chapter drainage septic system project. 10, low mountain chapter new homes electric and power line extension. 11, blue gap to cheat chapter warehouse building. 12, blue gap to cheat chapter 8 bathroom additions, each attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 3, renumber letter 16 paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and the committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Also attached with this is the reference Exhibit A, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Legislation has been, second reading of the legislation has been read into the record. With that, I'm going to go and proceed with roll call vote for legislation 0267-22. This legislation requires a 2/3 vote. So therefore, I'll call for the question. Round the horn.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen. Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen did not vote. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bacrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, God, oh, the show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Okay, Lon, thank you very much. Motion carries. Legislation number 0267-22. Motion held by Honorable Vince James, second motion held by Honorable Daniel So. Vote has occurred. 21 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting. Motion carries. And after the certification of the speaker, this legislation will go across the street to the office of the president to make his consideration whether to sign this legislation into law. With that, moving forth on the next item on the agenda, item E, legislation.
Speaker Otto So. Delegate Daniel So request to speak.
Honorable Daniel So. I'm gonna go ahead and allow some time to you before I get to item E.
Here, Lansatilla, Otto, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I would make a motion to suspend the floor rules to consider the consent agenda as the next item. And then after the consent is voted on, then we can move back to the next regular item on the agenda. That would be my motion, Speaker Otto. Thank you. Second, Juanita.
Thank you very much. To go to the consent agenda, suspension of the full rules. Motion by Honorable Daniel So. We have a second motion by Edison Juanica. The consent agenda requirement for vote now is a 2/3 vote. So that makes that in order that council has to address all 2/3 vote before the regular votes. Simple majority votes. So therefore, I'm gonna allow that. And since this consent is a 2/3 vote, so I'm gonna accept your motion, Honorable Daniel Saul, and the second motion by Honorable Edison Wanika. With that, any questions pertaining to the suspension of floor rules? Going once, twice, 3 times. Staff proceed to roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay is present and votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable
Kealan votes
Nathaniel
green.
Brown. Excuse me, Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Gallagher votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona,
I thought I voted green already.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. With that, Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 20 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposes, with presiding chair, Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Suspension of floor rules carries. That's a motion held by Honorable Daniel So and second motion by Honorable Edison Juanica. In a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Therefore, the consent agenda is the next item on the order of council's business. Letter L. We have 12 legislations on letter L on this consent agenda. Once the consent agenda is read into the record, we will go ahead and proceed to roll call vote. There is no debate on a consent agenda. Manuel, can you proceed with reading the legislation into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council, this is the consent agenda. Tracking number 0221-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development Budget and Finance and Navigated Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $150,000 from the Citizen Fund for the Cornfields Chapter Veterans Organization Courtyard, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC, Section 2501 to Section 2508. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation, is sponsored by Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation, this legislation will move on to the Office of the President and Vice President. Tracking number 0234-22, 0234-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance and Navigated Committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving $244,749 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the Legislative District Assistance Program, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, Section 820F, and Section 820J, and Section 820L. This legislation is also sponsored by Honorable Vince R. James. This is a 2/3 legislation and will go across the street to the President for final approval. Legislation 0239-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, the Budget and Finance, and the Navigated Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $111,554 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the Department of Denied Education for internet costs at 56 sites, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L. This legislation is also a 2/3 vote and sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. Final authority is at the President's office. Tracking number 0262-22, an action relating to the Navigated Committee and Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Amber Knazba-Krati's Delegate Region, Chapters Cove, Tonalea, 2 Great Hills, Red Valley, Sheep Springs, Loclabato, Kadi'ai, and Tukoi. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation. It is sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Knazba-Krati, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. This legislation will go across the street as it is an appropriation of the FRF ARPA funds. Tracking number 0263-22, an action relating to the Navigated Committees Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.'s Delegate Region Chapters Crystal, Fort Defiance, Red Lake, Sawmill. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation, sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. This legislation will move its final authority at the President's office. Tracking number 0265-22, an action relating to the Navigated Committee Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation's Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Elmer P. Begay's Delegate Region, Chapters Delicon, Indian Wells, Tisto, Whitecone, Greasewood Springs. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation and is sponsored by Honorable Elmer P. Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. This legislation will go across the street to the President's office for final approval. Tracking number 0268-22, an action relating to the Navajo Community's Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Eugene So's Delegate Region, Chapter Chin Lee. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. This legislation is final authority at the President's office. Tracking number 0188-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development and Navajo Communities and Navajo Nation Council, confirming Michelle T. Jones as the Navajo Gaming Regulatory Office Executive Director. This is a majority legislation sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. This legislation is final authority here at Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0193-22, an act relating to law and order, budget and finance, and Navajo Committees and Navajo Nation Council, amending 12 NNC Section 820N to change the lapse of certain appropriations. This legislation is sponsored by Speaker Otto So, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. It is a majority legislation. Final authority is at the President's office. Tracking number 0201-22, an act relating to the law and order, resource and development, health, education, and human services, and Navajo Communities and Navajo Nation Council, amending Navajo Nation Code 13 NNC subsections 1901, 1902, 1903, 1905, 1906, 1951, 1952, and 1953. This is a majority vote legislation sponsored by Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez, co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. This legislation is final authority at the President's office. Tracking number 0223-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Navajo Communities and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the reinstatement of Hallie A. Lizer as a member of the Navajo Nation. This legislation is a majority vote legislation sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. This legislation is final authority at Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0231-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, Budget and Finance, and Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving a memorandum of agreement between the Navajo Nation and the Office of Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation, ONHIR, for the Lower Highway 89 development, authorizing the President of the Navajo Nation to accept a gift of the Lower Highway 89 land from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise and submit an application to place the Lower Highway 89 land into trust under Public Law 96-305. This is a majority legislation sponsored by Honorable Speaker Otto So, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. This legislation is final authority at the President's office. All these legislations per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, but all these legislations have been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Member Mr. Manuel Rico for reading the legislations into the record. At this time, I'm going to call for a motion.
Eugene So.
Motion by Honorable Jamie Henio, and I'm going to take Honorable Eugene So as a seconding motion for this consent agenda. Before I call for the question, I'm just going to indicate that this vote will require 2/3 vote to approve the consent agenda overall. With that, with no debate, I'm going to go ahead and proceed with roll call vote. Staff, proceed with roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
Well, green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati votes green via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable
vote
Seth
green.
Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Hanio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James
Honorable
votes green.
Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Voteless.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Daniel So votes green. Once more, Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is out.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 21 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Speaking to myself over here and being when I was muted. Anyway, motion carries. Legislation or legislations on the consent agenda, item L on the agenda has passed with a vote of
Question of privilege.
21
Speaker.
in favor, 0 opposed, and chair speaker not voting at this time. So with that, motion carries. This legislation is destined to go across the street for approval and recommendation of the office of the president. He has, after the day the speaker certifies these legislation. With that, someone raised the question of
Question
privilege.
of privilege is Delegate Begay.
Honorable Delegate Begay, question of privilege.
Yeah, the Speaker So, Chairway. Other than that, first of all, I'd like to say yeah for voting on the opera fundings. But my question is, how lot we're going to take the opera fundings projects across, because it's very people are waiting. Though it took us a long time. I see so chapters are calling us, and they're happy that we passed this legislation. How can we make this a prompt legislation and the action that was taken by the council?
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. The legislations pertaining to the ARPA, some of the ARPA legislation that we addressed today has amendments. So those amendments has to be incorporated into the legislation or into that particular legislation. Needs to be inserted and correction needs to be done. But the legislation that we have addressed it to that don't require the amendments or any editing, things like that, those should go across a lot sooner. It just depends on when it's ready by staff, but staff is working on them. We are already seeing some documents already being signed, committee reports, especially with council report. And then from there, manual shop will go ahead and do their checkout process before it goes over to across, or before my signature, then it'll go across. So, but we will be trying to get these documents across as soon as possible. We will prioritize them. Okay. With that, moving on down the line, sounds like a country song. Legislation number 0241-22, sponsored by Honorable Jamie Henio. So I'm going to go ahead and go over to Manuel Rico to read the legislation into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is tracking number 0241-22, an action relating to resource and development and Navajo Committee's Navajo Nation Council, approving the purchase of property known as the Chavez Ranch, consisting of 6,349 acres, more or less, located near Tuajele Navajo Nation, waiving 16 NNC sections 3 to 5 RDCO-78-16 and the Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Rules and Regulations, approving the expenditure of Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Trust Funds for the purchase of the Chavez Ranch property. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So you do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that the legislation was tabled without amendment. And therefore referred to Nabakiatke. And there's a committee report from the Nabakiatke Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation and we'll move on to the Office of the President and Vice President for approval. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much for reading that legislation into the record. At this time, we do have the sponsor here at the Navajo Nation Council chambers. Then we have the co-sponsors also on the line. Honorable Pernell Helona, and Honorable Daniel So. With that, I'm gonna go and call for a motion.
Motion. Yellow hair motion. Second.
Motion by
Motion.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. I'm gonna get.
Second by Damon.
motion By Honorable Damon. Yat Che. With this motion in place and second in place, I will go ahead and allow give a couple of options with time on we have that is not on our side today. We can go ahead and proceed with Nabikia Committee's recommendation with this particular legislation. And I will go ahead and if I don't hear anybody's well, I see Madam Chair Crotty on the board. So with that, Honorable Jamie Henio, you have 20 minutes to present to the
Point of privilege, Delegate Rick Nez.
Honorable Rick Nez, point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. So, motion, or second, thank you.
Yes, the motioning party for this legislation was Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and Honorable Seth Damon.
Thank you.
Lashina, with that, Honorable Jamie Henio, Chairman, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Agashina Kela Che. Speaker Odoso Shananta Kodonka Bayan Tigi for 24th Navajo Nation Council Adam Shananta 24th Navajo Nation Council Con Nande Hot Exponent Clonigi the Hichelo which are Tiho. Even that ya con a Biste Coda. But his Ani in Tatham Nitzos 241-22. Ado as my agent, a chapter official from Tojile. I believe she's on the line right now. And so, I could so issue didn't know about the Astoni Chadotsa. But in the meantime, it's to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. One thing is, I want to say this is a long time coming. This purchase of a ranch property, and it be a first for the 24th Navajo Nation Council as we consider purchasing ranch property that's adjacent to the Navajo Nation. So as the 24th Council and utilizing the Land Acquisition Trust Fund to purchase and so in 2019, as soon as I came into office, I found out there was a property for sale that's adjacent to the community of Tojile. I came to the calling up the broker to get more information, and it comes to find out it's in two separate sections of Ela. It's right across Route 66 Casino, just west of Albuquerque in Bernalillo County. And so, as you're driving down towards Albuquerque, you'll see Route 66. If it goes directly straight across the freeway, you'll see on top of the hill there are radio towers. And right adjacent to that, below the radio towers, there's 50 acres of land that's in the L shape right there, Kwagi. And so, you look at that as opportunities for different endeavors that the chapter or Navajo Nation might think of moving forward with. And also, there's 400 acre-feet of water, according to the reports I received. And so, even that Ado on the backside, Nana, Tojile, the Kaya, it's so be Tojile Reservation. Ado from there, in Nastrona, going back towards the west, towards the main entrance of Tojile community, another 6,000 plus acres of land. And it's a combination of deeded land and state lease land. and BLM land. And so Kwagi, and so a petitioner and I approached Navajo Nation Land Department, and I asked for assistance and maybe how we could look at moving forward to purchase this piece of property. And come to find out that I was kind of really met with negativity from the onset, saying it was too expensive. We've tried it before, it's not working, not going to work, and so forth. And of course, the other issue was the state land leases. But then again, those are leasehold interests for agriculture, but yeah. And once the property is acquired by the nation, then that's when the work begins to turn the state land leases into different, to approach the State Land Office Commission to start doing possibly some land swaps in the future. So there are possibilities of additional So talking with the chapter officials and the people there, you have to be there at Tojule to really understand how the community is being landlocked from all sides. So Keasa Anigi to the west, there's Laguna tribal land there. Although to the north, there's multiple fee land, ranch land, that case, Kushina Klina Salajo. Although again to the east, there's BLM land and there's private fee land. And then to the north, to the south, there's Laguna tribal land. So if you really think about it, the community has really no land base to expand from today on. And this is the only outlet that I see for them right now. And the Navajo Nation, as 24th Navajo Nation Council, to really think about the future generations of the Tojule community and looking at how we can make this an opportunity for them to expand their land base for future generations, not today. And so that's where I'm coming from, Shinanta. Actually, you'll hear arguments about it's overpriced, and then there's the appraisals that came in lower than what the asking price is. The asking price is $19 million. And so a little bit of history on the asking price is that the current broker, CBRE Land Holdings, they agreed to list this property for the Chavez family, the Richard Chavez family. And so in doing so, they agreed to list it, but only if the Chavez family were willing to drop their price. And the Chavez family agreed to drop their price. Originally, according to the broker, the family wanted $50 million for that piece of property because they see the value, the 50 acres that's right across 66. But then the brokerage decided, okay, we're not going to take it unless you drop your price. So they agreed to a $19 million offering price, which they felt would be a good marketable value for that piece of property there. And so the 19 million came up. So as we moved along here through my years as a delegate for the community, we went through the process of securing an appraiser. But as soon as when we were getting the appraisal done, COVID had hit. And we all know COVID took its toll on the people, on the government operations, and so forth. And so at Quaggan, that they caught for almost 2 years. Finally, things started moving back up, and we started moving forward. And then there was this, so we started moving, and then started meeting with the family on how, what their thoughts were. And the family, they're sentimental to the Navajo Nation. And they've waited for over 2 years now for the Navajo Nation to make a decision as to whether we are interested in purchasing this property or not. And because right now you have a neighboring tribe, Laguna Development Corporation, that's really looking at this piece of property to really stop any type of competition, economic development opportunities for anybody. And they're protecting their investment at Route 66. So even in I feel that time is of the essence right now, as we need to move forward on this allocation again. And this allocation, if you look at this legislation, it says up to 19 million macaw. So what we'll be doing is by passing this legislation, we'll be setting the foundation for future negotiations and to come to an agreement with the family. At least this legislation will tell the family that the Navajo Nation Council is very interested in purchasing this piece of property for the benefit of the Tojule community and the Navajo Nation. But in this case. And therefore, when the legislation was developed, I felt that even though I've heard many arguments about the price, like I said, the price being too expensive, my thinking is that you cannot put a price on human lives. You cannot put a price on future generational opportunities for the young people in Tojule. As when they grew up, they would want to expand their families and so forth. And this would be the opportunity for them to do so. And during the committees, I heard the comment that, yeah, we shouldn't be using this based on emotions, but we should be being practical and going on what we have as our negotiating tools. But at the same time, as a 24th Navajo Nation Council, and if we do pass this legislation, then it'll go to the Navajo Nation President for his consideration. So and really we need to think about the people in the satellite communities, as we've always heard arguments by state that I know. I'm sure some delegates have heard that before. So this is an opportunity now for to really think about that and move forward with this legislation. And I really think that we should move forward without no amendments. And we can as so with this, I have 10 minutes left, and I'd like to give a chapter official time to speak, as they are my agents. I do believe I have Ms. Nora Morris. Are you on the call?
Good afternoon, Yat.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear Ms. Nora Morris is a chapter vice president there, and then also Mr. Jimmy Secretarial Nishan. Mr. Jimmy Secretarial. Okay, then that's all. I'll give some time to the speakers to Ms. Nora Morris to address the council.
Honorable Henio, I'm here.
We'll go with President Secretarial, and then after that, therefore, and I'm sorry, let me go with the way I was moving forward. I'll count on, I already called upon Ms. Nora Morris. So, Ms. Morris, you have the floor.
Ms. Morris, you can proceed.
Yat Shinat Ani, Shea, Normal Sinchia. Don't manage Linike, she, Nishnedo, Nachini Bashin, Kabada Shichedo, Togeda Shinale, Aro Toji Leto, a son in Nishleto, Kashiaho, Ado, not Ani, Aj Shinanish Ishla, do Nago Yash, the Nebanshnish, not in Hatin, don't know what you. The Shea Kodo, this legislation that's before you, Guy, to purchase Travis Ranch. Shizido e yato shidenepa e kodo. I'm pleading with each one of you out there, because my reason is that our land base in Tojule is pretty much, we are outgrowing it. We have over probably close to 35 to maybe 34 members right now in our community. Aro inda atabagan beltil sene jo e agana halon e ajen dalnish. Aro beltil sene do nakhalchin fata alta do akwa alta alta. DK Linity, we come to you from the community requesting that Navajo Nation buy us additional land. I know that there's land claim settlement that was brought before Navajo Nation several years ago. Beso nalie nich and nalia ajo ditan hikeya nda. The tribes on into the Rio Grande Navajo Klatotin hitan hikeya nda. Jo ek at ajo Navajo Nation jo land claim settlement ajo beso yahni de ajo the nebeba beba atahaya hokat. DK yahan liniki hashin soko ni natahil niobani kai. Akut di edashi tan hitchain that o tan himasam da bin that go at this G the koto AI yisizido should the naban sis case so dik akayan leni kote toji lehas aniki. We've overgrown it. We want to look forward to like 30, 50 years from now. How are we gonna be looking forward to getting additional land? Our land base in Torjile, we have people that have cattle, we have people that have sheep. We need more land. We need to expand. We need to expand our livelihood for our people. And I'm really looking at, many more years. Right now we're surrounded by the Laguna tribe. And the land where it's at right now, it's already planned. There's nowhere that the Belaganas, the non-Indians are going to move but west. As you see Albuquerque by itself, north is Santa Ana tribe, east is Santa Pueblo tribe, south is Isleta tribe, but they have nowhere to go but towards the west, towards our reservation. We need more land. So all this land acquisition fund, and this is not something new that we just started talking about. Our council delegate back in 1997, his name was Lawrence Platero. We had a council delegate named Raymond Secretero. They went before the council pleading, Benny Chapo, asking to see how Navajo can get us more land. Now that it's a good opportunity that Delegate Hino has really worked very hard. And we, as on behalf of my people, we appreciate everything that he has done. And this is kind of like his last legislation that's going before the council. So every one of you that is, that's going to be voting, vote for the one that is going to be born tonight. Vote for the one that's going to leave us. Because we only have very few of our elders in Torjile. Many of them have left during this COVID. We still have issues with that. But me as a Navajo woman, I have children, I have grandchildren, I have many extended family members. My grandfather was part of the long walk, and he came back to Torjile. And I've been working for the Navajo Nation for over 35 years. Not only school board, health board, making sure that our kids are getting quality education through Albuquerque Public School and with the Bureau of Indian Affairs in Torjile. That's why I'm very, very sensitive, because every day we don't know what tomorrow's going to be like. But I'm just asking that you approve this purchase for us so that we can continue to see that we have additional land that we're going to be working with, and additional, economic development, or either however we can utilize this land, even relocating some of our family members, because Some family members live together in very small clustered area where they're overlapping in their land. So I just come to you, each one of you, Shinatani Nohini. I'm pleading for my community, because I love them. I took time, I sat here all, listening to you. Some are very delicate, and I know you have been doing this for some of you are leaving, and some of you, I work for you. We work together in many areas. But this legislation that is before you, I'm really asking for your support, and please help delegate for us and pass this legislation. And with that being said, I wish you all well, and I hope that you all had a wonderful Christmas. And I pray, and I'm going to pray, that you all continue whatever endeavor you have out there, and that I'm going to pray that you all would, have good lives, your family, everything. So with that being said, I want to make that short so that I give time to our chapter president, Ahiana Shinatani, had given me this opportunity. And I wish you well. Thank you.
Like Ms. Morris, we have 1 minute left. Mr. Jimmy Secretary, you have 1 minute and 15 seconds left. You have the floor.
Honorable Henyo, Senatani, Jimmy Secretary, Kodot, chapter president, told you later. I'm going to make it quick. Toba, it's not urgent, slow, clear, only, but it's changed. Just to make things summarize a little bit, this is a great opportunity for the Navajo Nation as a whole in economic development, in agriculture, in lease land and stuff like that, that the nation itself can grow on and to prosper along with Tojale. That Navajo Nation will give Tojale a hand in expanding the land mass for the Navajo Nation and the benefit of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. And I'm going to ask again, Ashota Council, take this into consideration for your benefit as competitiveness towards other tribes and competitive towards Albuquerque. It's a great opportunity. It's next to Albuquerque. The land will have its own access from the freeway all the way into Tojale and Navajo Nation land.
Time.
Thank you.
Honorable Chairman Henio, time has lapsed for the 20-minute presentation. With that, we have a motion on the floor by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, seconding motion by Honorable Seth Damon. With that, I'm going to go to the floor and to the board. And Madam Chair Crotty, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Sheriff. Thank you for the legislation. In terms of the request to use the land acquisition principle, if I could ask Department of Justice if there was ever any provision like the permanent trust fund for using the principle, if it has to go to the vote from the people. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that question this time. What's the reserve time?
2:37.
Reserve time at 2:37.
4:37.
Correction, 4:37. Gushila, moving forth on the board. There's nobody else on the board at this time to speak, so I'm gonna go back to this question was posed to Department of Justice. Department of Justice, are you on the line?
Good evening, Speaker. So this is Adjoa Ejidamsur from the Tax and Finance Unit at DOJ.
Okay, can you go ahead and proceed with the answer of the question posed by Madam Chair Karati.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Delegate Crotty, there is no language in the land acquisition fund requiring that expenditure of principal go before Navajo Nation voting membership before it can be used. So that is the answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Department of Justice, for providing that answer. With that, looking at the board, there's nobody on the board to request to speak. No one has texted me to speak. And Madam Chair Crotty, or correction, Madam Chair Charles Newton, you're upon the deck. Thank you.
Yes, please get the names correctly. Speaker, so can we get the Office of the Controller on the line? I'd like to know how much money is in this pot of money, the land acquisition, the land acquisition trust fund, I believe is what is being used. I want to know how much money is in there so that we have an idea of what is being looking at during the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Reserve time at 4:21. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and move forth to Yashina, with that, those two questions posed, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the agent or to the sponsor, Honorable Henio.
Speaker Odoso Kodo. Madam Chair Charles Newton. As you look at the legislation, I believe it's Exhibit C. There is a letter from the Office of the Controller explaining the balance of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund, which is at 195 million as invested right now. So again, repeating $195 million in the Land Acquisition Trust Fund, and the memo is part of the legislation as Exhibit C. I believe, hopefully, I answered your question, Shananta Akodo. Speaker Odoso.
Thank you very much. Yes, that document that had been issued by the controller on Exhibit C is the latest document coming from the Office of the Controller, indicating what is the balance in the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. The Land Acquisition Trust Fund currently now sits at about $195 million. Be mindful that this Land Acquisition Trust Fund is only utilized to purchase property, not to be utilized for tribal programs or direct services. So this is how this trust fund is set up, just to address property. So with that, going down the line again, looking to the right, Mr. Rickman. Okay, got a point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton. So we're gonna go ahead and come back to you, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, point of privilege.
Speaker, so yes. So I need to know then, are both you as Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and Chair Hanyo attesting that Exhibit C is the actual amount as it is in our accounts today? And I need to know that because I didn't realize as council delegates that we could make that kind of, like we could attest to those types of funds. That's why I was asking the Office of the Controller to get on. But if you guys can attest to it in front of the entire Navajo Nation and all the people who are listening in and say that this is the exact amount, then I'm fine with it. I just, that just expands our power as council delegates to make that kind of statement, especially when we're not the controller. Thank you, Speaker So.
Thank you very much. That document that comes from the Office of the Controller pertaining to the required document when the legislation goes through the process requires the controller to write a document pertaining the amount of funds available. So therefore, that document is the Office of the Controller document. But I guess I'll go ahead and go to the Office of the Controller because I think, that's what we as delegates go off of, the memos that come out of the program, whether it's OMB or Office of the Controller. So Mr. Rob Woolley, are you on the line?
Good evening, sir. This is Robert Woolley from the Controller's Office. I am on.
Mr. Rob Woolley, can you elaborate on the balance of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund balance? And I guess also Chairman Henio alluded to Exhibit C on the in the legislation, which came from the Office of the Controller, which is a document that you guys have issued indicating what the amount is in the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. So can you expand on that, Mr.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So I did draft a letter up, and it was written to Ms. Dana Barbroff, the Chief Legislative Counsel, because she wanted the balance of the land acquisition. This memo was dated December 6, 2022, and the subject was the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. So the unaudited balance that we had calculated as of November 30th, available for use was $195,678,158, which is in Exhibit A, and that would be considered principal. As I understand, this legislation is actually wanting to utilize the principal. That's why it's actually going through Navajo Nation Council. There is a budget within the business unit for land acquisition, and the business unit number was 415000. The budget balance in that account is $3,839,633.75 as total, but part of that is operational. So the amount available for a capital purchase of this nature is only $2,884,000, $27.08. So that's not enough for the amount requested. So I'd be happy to answer any of the questions. And I did resend this memo to Ms. Johnson and Mr. Rico. So hopefully they send it out to all of the interested parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that recap on your memo that you have issued, and which is attached to the legislation dated for December 6, 2022. With that, staff is going to email out that memo out to the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council for your information and for your review. So with that, I'm going to go back down. Honorable Rick Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker So, honorable members of the 24th Council. I just have a very simple question. I'd like to have the land department on the call. And I know when you go look at land, they're usually there to provide a real estate assessment of how much the land is worth. And I'd like to just hear from them as well as to if they have had an assessment of the land, an appraisal. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Okay, thank you very much. With that question pertaining to the requesting Navajo Land Department to be on the call. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna have staff reach out to Navajo Land Department, but before I do that, Navajo Land Department, are you on the line? Mr. Halona?
Speaker Mike Colon is here.
Okay, Mr. Halona, Che, I'll come back to you in a bit. I'm gonna go through reserve time at this time, and after that, I'll go ahead and call upon you, Shananta. So hold on. With that, I'm gonna go back to reserve time. Reserve time at this time is Honorable Karate. You have 4 minutes and 37 seconds.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'd like to ask Department of Justice, I appreciate the response. In looking at the Land Acquisition Fund, if you could provide information on how this fund was created. Was it through a settlement? And subsequently, it's part of the set-aside from the General Revenue Fund. If you could assist in providing the amount that Tohajale community, what is their contribution to the General Revenue Fund? Are there any type of royalties or fees, any type of taxes that are collected to help me understand in terms of this request for this amount of money that really any community on Navajo Nation are having a similar issue when it comes to overcrowding or having access for animals and the need to be able to plan for our young families. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 3:25. Going down the line on reserve time, Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4:21. Coming back to you. Okay, reserve your time at 4:19. I'm through and I'm gonna go back to the sponsor. And before I get to the sponsor, I'm gonna go directly to Honorable or Mr. Mike Colonna from Navajo Land Department. Or you want to come back to you first? Hold on, Mr. Halona. Let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Henio.
Speaker, so could have obviously that 24th Navajo Nation Council. I did call up on the Tinigi. I don't know. And there's a reason why it's at this stage here before council and not going through the process. I tried going through the process of getting the due diligence moving, and we did have an appraisal, in which I understand the appraisal, like I said, it came out too low, and we tried to look at the whole piece of property, but the appraisal only focused on a small portion of the 6,000 acres. And that, I did not agree with that. I felt that there was other avenues that we could move forward with. So, I decided to move forward with this legislation and to waive laws, because we always done that as council. Every legislation you see, you'll see waiving certain portions of the law to move it forward. And so, so that's why I understand the Navajo Nation Land Department is following this and possibly lobbying the delegates here. And so just to negate the purchase is the way I see it. And so I felt that it needs to come back and then to respond to council first. As that we need to move as far as we can in making this opportunity available. And the other part
is that we need to look at, this is right in the middle of the Mexico, state of New Mexico Economic Development Opportunity Zone. So they consider this a prime location for any kind of economic development. And therefore, you could approach the state of New Mexico Economic Development Department for any type of funding for economic developments that happen in the future. So, and at the same time, as I made it known at the BNF committee, back in November 2021, and you'd heard me, Shananta, at every winter, spring, summer session this past year, when President Nez gave his State of the Nation address, I've always asked about Chavez Ranch. I've always asked him, where are you on Chavez Ranch on the letter of intent? Have you signed it so we can begin the process? And what this letter of intent was, family had offered the Navajo Nation a letter of intent to have the nation say to the family, we are interested in the property, we intend to buy it, but with signing this, they were saying that we're saying that we will be doing our due diligence. We will be going through the process of doing the all the appraisals, all the inspections, and then come back and meet with you, and we'll sit down at the table and negotiate price. But on the other hand, if the nation says no, we feel that this is not working, not in the best interest of the nation, then we can walk away free and clear. That was all it is with the letter of intent. And the family felt that was fair for the nation to do, and therefore it needed President Nez's signature. And I've waited for one whole year, and I did not receive any type of response from the office of the president, vice president. And so even the Navajo Land Department, there was no communication with me on this, as even though they knew I was asking. So finally, the Division of Natural Resources sent a letter to the family back in September, indicating that, we are intending to buy the property, but then again, we still need to look at this and this and this. And the family said, well, what is your intent then? Are you willing to purchase it, or are you just going to send us a letter saying you intend to purchase it, but with no other backup, like a purchase price agreement or sometime negotiation tool, so forth? They kind of felt that they waited long enough. And so even in Kaishan is that this is why I went through this process. And with Mr. Halona coming on board, I'm sure he's going to try and bring up the appraisal price. And I understand that's a low price. But then again, at the same time, I'm thinking about the people of Tojule, and what their expectations are and what their needs are. Because we've never been to Tojule. You have to live in Tojule to understand what it's like to be there. I'm sure we've been there just for a couple of hours or so, but you have to live there to actually be with the people, to actually see what they go through and how they are looking forward to the nation for this as an out for them. Yeah, Speaker So.
With that, going on the line, there was a question posed to the Department of Justice. Ms. Ajwan.
Yes, Speaker So. Thank you.
Can you proceed with answering Madam Chair Crotty's questions?
Thank you. Delegate Crotty, in the time between you posed the question and now, I have not been able to find any information about the amount that was used to seed the the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. And I've been looking at the establishing documents from CJY 5494. And that, as far as I've been able to see so far, doesn't talk about an initial pot of money either. What I can say is that currently, the way the Land Acquisition Trust Fund is replenished, or more money is added each year, is that 2% of any and all projected revenues of the Navajo Nation go into it. There are some other calculations, but at this moment, that's the basic number. Is we're looking at the Navajo Nation's projected revenues. Well, I shouldn't say we, I apologize, OOC, and then 2% of that is what gets deposited into the Land Acquisition Trust Fund as principal. Now, as to what contributions the community of Trajale themselves have made, that is not a question I have an answer to. And so I would respectfully hand that question over to OOC if they have any additional information to add, but that's just not information that I have at my fingertips. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering Madam Chair Carade's questions pertaining to the Land Acquisition Trust Fund information. Moving on down the line, Chairman Nez requested that Navajo Land Department chime in on this issue, this legislation. Honorable Mike Colonna, you have the floor.
Not on Speaker So, out of the 24th Council, Mike Colonna ですね。拖下去大概是不达能上去，不是先拖或者是那去安利的是去，或者那是呢。我都知道是安那是那道理。And as Delegate Hino mentioned, we started out as a normal process of looking at this property, evaluating the property, looking at all of the comparables and so forth. And COVID got in the way, so finally we were able to hire an appraiser for the Navajo Nation to have an appraisal done. Now, of course, you've heard that appraisal came in at $4,575,000. So about $4.5 million is what the appraisal price came in for the nation. The asking price is $19 million. But once our appraisal information was provided to the family and to the broker, we had no more negotiating opportunities. So that's what we have is a $4.5 million appraisal. And so another appraisal was done by the Office of the Speaker for $10 million plus. So that put us in a real awkward position that we're kind of now negotiating between legislative and the executive branch. So we have to take a look at that.
One point of privilege by Madam Chair Crotty. Madam Chair
Yes,
Crotty,
thank you.
point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Siaj. If I could ask Mr. Halona, if you could send us the documents that you're referring to, and I'm not sure that the Office of the Speaker has, or what authority the Office of the Speaker has to hire an appraiser. If I could get that answered by our Department of Justice, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Halona. Can you send out the additional information pertaining to the ranch, the appraisal that was appraised, to Michelle Yazi? Then we can get that document out, disseminated to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And then with the authority of the Office of the Speaker making an appraisal, I will go ahead and refer that to Department of Justice. Department of Justice?
Yes, Speaker, so thank you. Delegate Crotty, two things. One, I do not work closely enough with the legislative branch in terms of their powers to be able to answer that question. Respectfully, I would defer that to Ms. Bobroff, who might have the answer to hand. And then secondly, with thanks to Mr. Rob Willie, I have actually now received the second part of CJY 5494, which indicates that there was an initial appropriation of $5 million by the Navajo Nation Council, and that was what was used to create the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Barboff.
Point of privilege, Delegate Rick Nez.
Okay, move it. Point of privilege, Rick Nez, Chairman Nez.
May Mr. Holona finish his statement, please? Thank you.
Yes, Chairman Nez, that's what I wanted to do, but a point of privilege was raised, and that allowed me to address the point of privilege before Mr. Holona could finish out his presentation. But the point of privilege still arises, so I'll go ahead and get to Ms. Dana Barboff to answer the question that the Department of Justice has deferred to Ms. Barboff. So Ms. Barboff, can you respond to Department of Justice's deferment of the question?
Yes, Speaker. The powers and duties of the Speaker are set forth in 2 NC 285. And I think that most probably the Speaker's power to do that, to have the appraisal done under his authority that goes with directing and supervising the personnel and programs under the legislative branch. I don't know much about the process for hiring the appraiser, but as you're aware, the Speaker's office does hire consultants on various activities that support requests and issues from the delegates. So in short, there's nothing in the Speaker's powers specifically that say that he has the power to hire an appraiser. Everything is much more general. It doesn't strike me that as head of the legislative branch that he was out of line for doing that, but I would really probably need to take a look at the processes as to how the appraiser was hired. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for responding to that question of point of privilege raised by Madam Chair Crotty, and glad that you answered that question at this time. So with that, I'm going to go back to Mr. Holona to complete your presentation.
Good to know, Speaker. I just want to also note that, you know, the land department is mandated to manage the land acquisition trust fund. So it's our duty to make sure that these funds are handled correctly. In this legislation, you also notice that it says that the purchase of the ranch consists of 6,349 acres. There's only 1,881 acres of deeded land that we can purchase. We don't have the authority to purchase state land or BLM land, or intend to even purchase them. So that's concerning as well. 4,468 acres is New Mexico state lands with some BLM lands associated with them. Those sections are in between the Travis Ranch and the Coahuila lands on the north side there. So that needs to be addressed to make sure we are talking about the correct acreage that the nation is looking to acquire. That some of the due diligence that I think needs to be considered very important, that really jumped out at us in the beginning, and everyone has looked at this from the Department of Agriculture and from Economic Development. We're on those tours, and did not provide any support documents, although we requested them for this acquisition. When we were compiling the information, there's a large Pueblo ruins right in the middle of Section 4. It's called the Hummingbird Pueblo. There's a big ruin area, so that would affect a lot of the land use and any future planning that we're concerned with as well. There's a lot of talk about the water rights. We had talked with the appraiser, who has been speaking directly to the New Mexico State Water Department, as well as the company that did the drilling of that well. That's about 2,700 feet. That well will not produce 400 square acreage of water. According to our appraiser, we won't be able to get that amount. So there's not really that value that has been put in the other appraisal as a high dollar amount. The water is not quality potable water. We would need to build a big treatment center. And if you look across the freeway, that's something that they had to deal with, and did end up building one after hauling water in for years. So those are some of the things that we looked at and found in this acquisition from the due diligence side. One other area that we don't really have a clear indication is the access. Part of it goes through Laguna land. Will we be able to process? We said, well, we're told there's an agreement, but we need something more solid than just an agreement. We need a guarantee that we will have access to the area that goes through the Laguna side, which is the 58 acres. That's right off of the Interstate 40 there. So you're coming off the frontage road to get to that property. There's a small portion there you have to go through Laguna lands to get to it. So those are concerns that jumped out that we never got all the answers to. So that's something to consider. That we can, and we can answer any other questions that you may have. That's all that I want to provide on this legislation, is those points that we brought out. Yeah.
Point of privilege, please.
Thank you very much. Before I go back to the floor, point of privilege was raised by Madam Chair Charles Noon. Charles Noon, point of privilege. Madam Chair, we can't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
I'm trying really hard to think. I apologize. So the 1,881 deeded land for purchase, that's what the $19 million is going to purchase. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
Madam Chair, we couldn't hear you.
Speaker, so we can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay. So I just need to, my point of privilege was based on the information that was given to us by Mr. Halona. I just 881 is deeded land to be purchased, so that 19 million is going to purchase only 1,000.
Madam Chair, you can't hear you. I think you lost service or something.
let me text you my question.
Madam Chair, can you repeat that again? Okay, we'll wait for the question to be text in. With that, we'll go ahead and wait for your text to come in and looking to the right, looking to the board. I don't see any one on the board, but go ahead and text it to staff, and once we get it, we will have staff read it out. So question privilege.
Halona said 1,881 acres is deeded land available for purchase. Is that correct? Per Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
To the point of privilege, Mr. Halona, can you answer that?
Speaker, so that is correct. The deeded land that is owned by the Chavez family that being offered, that is only 1,881 acres. They do have grazing leases on state and BLM, but we don't purchase those grazing leases. We have to apply for them after acquisition. So, but we, it appears that we're trying to buy 6,000, but we're not. It's only 1,881 acres. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Going back to reserve time. At this time, as the responding happen, and we're gonna go to reserve time. Trying to look at my time here. 4 minutes or 3 minutes and 25 seconds, Madam Chair Crotty.
Yes, thank you. I'm waiting on those documents in terms of what Mr. Halona mentioned to the council. The second area is for Department of Justice. This legislation is requesting waivers of Navajo Nation law. Could you give me some background in terms of what laws are being waived and why, if you have any of that history, why those laws were created? Navajo Nation does have a long history of not purchasing or purchasing land above the proper price, and also just the mismanagement of land. It was mentioned that this is an opportunity. It's like selling ice here during winter. The opportunity for this council to purchase a ranch while we're dealing with the Colorado ranch, and that mishap with the same things that were mentioned in the last council, that this ranch will be the best thing that has ever happened, and it'll provide so much pastoral land and opportunities for our people. And yet we see there's chronic issues and challenges with the majority of our tribal ranches and purchases. If I could get that answered by Department of Justice. Thank you, and I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Question to Department of Justice. I'll come back to DOJ later. With that, moving on down, reserve time. Honorable Rick Nez, you have 4 minutes and 33 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm going to waive the rest of my time.
Moving on down the line, Madam Chair Charles Newton. You have 4 minutes and 19 seconds. You have the floor. Madam Charles Newton. Coming back to you on reserve time. Okay, she texts to reserve time. And what's the time? 4. Okay. Got it. Agushina, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and look at the board. Nobody on the board to speak. I went through reserve time. And so therefore, I'm gonna go ahead and turn the time back over to the sponsor. And then I'll come back to Department of Justice to answer Madam Chair Crotty's question to Department of Justice. Honorable Jamie Hinio.
Okay, Speaker, so can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Shana. Kilo daylight know that now. I started driving back towards Gallup here, and so bear with me. Just a response, Shanata, and Shanata 24th Nomination Council. But I just want to say that's kind of the class from the nomination, the land department. When Kedanta communication and Tashikash Jahan, we will come to an informed decision. But then, like I said, that was met with silence. But then, given night to kill. At the same time, the family were waiting too. They're like, what are you guys doing, Navajo Nation? Are you still wanting to buy it or not? And I kept trying to press for answers back then. So therefore, even 24th this is why I went this route. Through this route to go straight to council and have council make a decision and make that directive to say that we did make a decision here. Now it's up to the executive branch to move on it to get this moving. Even Craig is staff from the land department and was thinking, but at the husband lay all these issues, Hawaii also communicated to me, and we could have it sit down, and even that letter of intent, we could have signed it and told the family, let the family know that we are very interested, but we do have some issues with it, and these are the issues, and lay them out in front of them. But at then, to this point, even I felt that this legislation, I needed to move forward with it the way it is, to waive the certain laws of the Navajo Nation Land Acquisition Trust Fund, and have council make a decision. And that's within our rights as council delegates. And so even I respond as far as what's being put forth here. And then the other part, that going to the principal, as we all know, this is a path to take as far as letting the council decide. And so when it comes to decision making and these opportunities, again, when we talk about the deeded land versus the state, I mean, that comes as a package. And so the state land leases is part of the package of this property for the sale. And so whoever the new owner is will also have the benefit of the state land leases, as that will be within their right. And like I said earlier, if the purchase is made, then the work begins to start negotiation with the State Land Commission to do some land swaps, to change the state land into Navajo land. But right now, it seems like this land department is just thinking right here, okay, so then that's why I'm saying we don't buy state land. But I'm just thinking about the future opportunities lay in after that. But I'm saying, okay, so I need one song. But that you had lots of say, speaker, so thank you for letting me have the floor again.
Question now, moving on down the line. Department of Justice, Mr. Ajwan, can you go ahead and respond to Madam Chair Crotty's question pertaining to the additional information on the land acquisition trust fund and the property?
Yes,
Ajwan?
Speaker, so thank you. Delegate Crotty, so what is being waived in legislation 0241-22? The first set is at 16 NNC sections 3 through 5, and section 3 states that the Navajo Nation is to acquire and dispose of real property subject to regulations as approved by RDC. Section 4 speaks to delegation. So the executive director of DNR has the limited grant of final approval for acquisitions or dispositions of real property that don't exceed $5 million per calendar year. Then if we're looking at an amount that's above $5 million and then up to and including $20 million per calendar year, that is final approval that's granted to Resources and Development Committee upon the recommendation of BFC. And then once we're looking at acquisitions or dispositions that are above $20 million, then it goes to NABI committee, excuse me. And so, and then for section 5, the DNR executive director, again, has the authority to take steps necessary to acquire or dispose of real property and also to grant approval to the budget and expenditure of land acquisition trust fund dollars. So that's what's being waived there. And then the second part of what's being waived is the RDCO 7816, which was a resolution of RDC that approved the rules and regulations of that pertain to the land acquisition trust fund. So in much the same vein as what I explained earlier, the different versions of authority that are granted to the DNR executive director, the procedures, the approval process in terms of evaluating and purchasing land, and then the final approval depending on the dollar amount. And so those are the things that are being waived, which is why it has now come to before council for consideration, including the fact that the $19 million amount or the $19 million cap would require expenditure of principal, which then brings us to your earlier question about what is required for expenditure of principal, and that is 2/3 vote by the full membership of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving forward on down the line, we have this question posed. We got through the questions that were asked here. So with that, Shanant, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the board. To the board, there's no one here on the board to speak, nor no new player. So with that, I'm gonna go back to the table, to the board, to the
Speaker Otto So.
Honorable Daniel So, new player.
Oh. Yeah, launch the Speaker Otto So, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Che. Chair Jamie Hemio. I guess the main thing that one has to realize, to get the BLM grazing permit, one has to have the base property. In that aspect, then the deeded acres is the base property. So whoever has the base property then has access to the BLM grazing lease. And then, of course, then the other is
to request the state land commissioner to transfer the grazing lease to the Navajo Nation, and specifically Toajile chapter. One aspect, and I would ask sponsor Jamie Hino, where land director Halona stated that there would be having to be access through Laguna Pueblo lands. In the presentation that originally was presented to the Navajo Land Commission, Eastern Navajo Land Commission, I thought that our interim director said that there was at least 100 feet access right near the roundabout at the overpass east of the Laguna Route 66 casino. And for me, in land appraisals, that access along Interstate 40 would be appraised as highway frontage, commercial footage, and not be appraised as grazing land. And that's one of the things that I had concerns with originally. Basically, the appraiser, I felt like, didn't fully expound on the differences in appraising land. So in that aspect. The other is request to the Land Commission, Eastern Navajo Land Commission, basically requested that the commissioners meet with Division of Natural Resources Director, newly appointed Ms. Bitta Becker. And in those conversations, there was details, and I would ask sponsor Jamie Hino, shall we divulge the details, or shall that be done in executive session? Because there was a real, from what I gathered, and when we met with Ms. Becker, she was really thinking or of the opinion that there could be negotiations. And so that is one of the things that I would ask sponsor Jamie Hino to shall we divulge those details? Because right now we are on public record, and we certainly don't want to harm the negotiations that Ms. Becker has the opportunity to accomplish. With that, I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Timer. You don't have any time at this time. You timed out. So with that, I'm going to go back to reserve time. Honorable Amber Keniswa Karate. You have 1 minute and 52 seconds.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the time. In terms of, my question is for Department of Justice, or it may be if the land, maybe it's for the Land Department, Mr. Halona. Could you give me some institutional history in terms of, is this a normal approach on purchasing land parcels. We've had a lot of challenges with the Yavapai Ranch, and following Navajo Nation procedure. Has there been any recommendations to modify some of the policies instead of just outright trying to waive the law? And if I could get that information, if there's been prior purchases and what's been some of those opportunities, and what are some of the areas that we could look at to improve. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 51 seconds. Moving on down the line. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. You have 4 minutes and 13 seconds. I know you're maybe bad area or your voice with your cold, but see if you could try to speak loud. And then, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours. Okay, hold on. Press star 6. You're still muted. Staff, can you unmute Charles Newton? On the board here shows that she's muted. Okay.
Speaker, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I do apologize, colleagues. I'm battling a cold right now. It's not COVID, it's not RSV, it's not anything bad. It's just a cold, so I apologize. I'm a little bit concerned because of the information that has been provided to us. I'm even more concerned that it seems like the appraisal, that there was a disagreement in the appraisal, so Speaker's office got involved. I didn't know that Speaker's office could do that type of thing, so it's a little bit, I guess it's to me, it's not right if that's not within the authority of the Speaker's position to do that. I'm also concerned because that's 1,881 acres of land for 19 million for less than 50 people with no water. So what I would like to do is I'd like to ask that we motion. I'm making a motion to table this legislation for the 25th Navajo Nation Council so that we can get a little bit more information, because I do want to help. But with the information that's being provided, it's a little bit shady. And I can't justify making a purchase like that with the information that's being provided to us at this time. So I motion that we table it for the 25th Navajo Nation Council, get another appraisal going, and then try to get a little bit more information about this rent, since we're hearing a lot of conflicting information, especially since it's division or the land department that's in charge of this land acquisition trust fund, and they're speaking against it. So if I can make that motion, I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Motion to table raised by Madam Chair Charles Newton. And the duration time indicated to allow the 25th Navajo Nation Council to address this particular legislation. By the time it gets there, the legislation will be dead and the whole new process would begin. So with that, I'm going to go call for a second motion. Second motion to table legislation number 0241-22.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Honorable Amber Kinswell Karate. With that, with the rules of the tabling motion. There's no debate on this, but I will allow, it does allow the sponsor 3 minutes to speak upon the tabling motion. And then from there, we go directly to a vote. With that, Chairman Hinio, we'll come back to you.
Exchange here, that Speaker, so I listened to that 24th Nation Council, but to that case, that this is an opportunity to expand the land base for the community of Tojule. And by tabling it and letting it go to the next step, which will probably take another 4 years, because it has taken me 4 years to get here without no cooperation. And let's say we table it, beginning next year, right off the bat, Laguna says, hey, Navajo Nation balked at it. We're gonna buy it. They don't care what the price is, they'll buy it at 19 million and they'll have it. Opportunity lost again. Because we did not act on it. We decided to table it, calling it shady. I don't know why you should call the community people shady there and told you they went to we're trying to benefit for them. And so we lost many opportunities. I've listened to land department in the past, always talking about lost opportunities around Twin Arrows, how the nation stalled, the nation had to do this, and Hopi came in, snatched up all the prime property around Twin Arrows. And this is another similar situation. Once we table it and it moves forward and there's no action again, and next thing you know, Laguna Development Corporation has ownership of it, and they're benefiting the youth out of it, especially when Albuquerque is going west and they're expanding. And next thing you know, you see manufacturing opportunities start to pop up. And here in Navajo Nation, we'll be saying, oh, we had a chance, but we never acted on it. And so let's not table it. Let's move forward. And there's a lot of opportunities if you really look at stuff, this piece of property. And to Chairman Daniel So, I mean, one who owns the base property has access to the other properties, and you can just fully expound on the other opportunities that's available. Not so distingo. So Shananta, let's just continue moving forward with this legislation.
With that, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman Hinio. Moving forward, we'll go ahead and go to staff to proceed with roll call vote on tabling motion.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable
red.
Kealan Begay Jr. Excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Once more, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kealan votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay is excused. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels
Red.
did not vote.
Red.
Excuse me, Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Any votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So votes red via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene
Daniel
So.
So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red and Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazdi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes speak red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 5 delegates who voted in favor, 15 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Tabling motion by Honorable Virginia Charles Newton, and second motion by Honorable Amber Kenneth McCarty. The tabling motion has failed. 5 in favor, 15 opposed, and Speaker not voting. With that, I'm gonna go ahead, it fails, and moving on down the line. Go ahead and go on to. Okay, back to the sponsor to answer the questions posed by Honorable Daniel So and Honorable Amber Kenneth McCarty.
Mr. Sheikh, Speaker So, those check. Chairman Daniel So, Kodona, I think Kibigi, the 58 acres right across Route 66. That used to be one whole section of land. And that one whole section of land was owned by the Unsers. No, not Unsers, I'm sorry. By the Chavez family. And the elder family member, Richard Chavez, he had ownership of that one section, plus the other sections of land that we're talking about right now. But what happened is that the Unsers, they approached the Chavezes and wanted to buy that piece of property that's directly across 66 Casino. And what the Unsers wanted to do was build a racetrack so they could have a business moving on that side. And so
when the Laguna Development Corporation heard about it, they moved quickly, swiftly, and approached the Chavez family and did a one-up on the offer from the Unser family to purchase that section of land. But before the approval to sell the land to Laguna Development Corporation happened, what the Richard Chavez did was he carved out a section of that land, 58 acres, that is like an L shape on the western side of that section of land, if you're picturing it. And that goes all the way to the access gate to the property off the frontage road. And so there's 50 feet of land, deeded land, that goes right up to the gate there, access gate. And so when he did that, he had Navajo Nation in mind, because way back in the day, the Navajo Nation was supposed to build their very first casino on top of that little mesa where you see the radio towers. So keeping that in mind, Richard Chavez decided to carve out that one area, 58 acres of land, to save that for the nation in case they built a casino there, and not to have to where any access to their property will be negated. So that's what they did up front. This is what Chairman Phil is talking about. And the onset too, the negotiating with the Laguna Development Corporation, before the closing happened, there was a legal agreement that was made, and it's documented as part of the legislation here, which is that this is a joint use area where both parties, both owners, which would be the Chavez right now at the present time, the Chavez family, and Laguna, they have joint use on this little area where it's like a U shape, where almost like a roundabout type of thing. And that's a joint use area that was negotiated before the closing. And it's a legal agreement that has been made. And that's why I don't see why the land department does not understand that they keep making it look like it's a negative portion of the property. But at the same time, what would prevent the Navajo Nation, if we were to purchase this property, to move the access gate 100 yards down the road and then build a new access gate there where the new owner could have full access to the property? And that's, again, enough of the case, so that we're just limiting ourselves to just to one certain area, when we can say, hey, what's stopping us from having access to this piece of property further down the road? But at the same time, we're just talking about this access right here. And so, Kwagi, Avon, Sake, so there is access. We don't need to use that joint use area, because the gate and the 50 feet of land that's there that belongs to the next, whoever purchases the land will have direct access along the fence, and they can build a road along the fence and then up to the rest of the 58 acres. So again, the area that Chairman Phil is talking about is just a joint use area that is legally bound by both parties. The current party owner is the Chavez family, and the other part of the property that is owned is the Laguna tribe. So so there is access there. So it's not fully closed off as what the land department is trying to put forth before the council here. And so, because this is what I looked at, and when I said made a decision to move forward with this. So I thought I did kid as part of Chairman Phil's question. The other part, we did meet with the Division of Natural Resources when Ms. Bita Becker was put in place. And October 28th is when we met. And we did have a meeting with the Eastern Navajo Land Department, Land Commission, myself, Division of Natural Resource,
the attorney, Mr. Robert Allen, and then Mr. Holona from the Land Department. And at the end, just to not really put forth things public, just the public information is that there was a consensus made to where Division of Natural Resources would utilize their own consulting powers to hire a person that will directly work with the broker, CBRE. And so I thought they stopped. How do we move forward? Again, like I said, communication. Now, I made it specific there at that meeting that there needs to be communication between executive, Division of Natural Resources, which includes the Land Department, and myself. So we know what's going on. I know what's going on, and that way we can still move on this piece of property. But again, no communication. That's then. Even I just killed. That's what the it's just legislation right here. So again, the 24th Nation Council wants to that case that communication is key here. But when it's just one-sided, and there's no response from the other side, and it's all silent, and that just puts in mind that they don't want to work with you. That they felt that's the way I felt, and then that's why I feel that if I go directly to council, then I can possibly have council decide whether to move forward with this or at least the community of Tojule, the people of Tojule, would realize that that's what they're waiting for. They're getting frustrated with me because there is no definite yes or no. And I thought the 24th Nation Council.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henio, for your response. And go back to point of privilege, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, can I ask Department of Justice, what authority does a council delegate have to negotiate land purchases? Could you provide that that authority in the code? Thank you.
Department of Justice, Ajwan.
Yes, Speaker. So, Delegate Crotty, so I am not aware of a specific portion of the code that speaks to a delegate's ability to negotiate deals. That is not to say it doesn't exist. I specifically just am not aware of it, and so would ask OLC, Ms. Bobroff, to chime in if she has more information to offer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that response to the point of privilege raised by Honorable Crotty. Moving forth with the completion of the question that were posed to the sponsor. I'm going to go ahead and move forth on
Delegate,
that
so
again.
this is Delegate Crotty. If Legislative Council can provide some insight, thank you.
Thank you very much. I did not hear a response from legislative, it to be answered by Legislative Council, but I'll go ahead and defer to Legislative Council. Ms. Barboff, can you chime in on Honorable Crotty's point of privilege for question pertaining to the authority of a council delegate to negotiate a land purchase?
Good evening. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. There is nothing I can find in the code that authorizes or prohibits a delegate for investigating a land purchase and getting relevant documents. As far as the actual negotiation and the closing documents and et cetera, that is normally a function of the executive branch. and that does have to go through DOJ review, etc. So that's what I can find, Speaker. Back to you.
Thank you very much for answering the point of privilege that Madam Chair Crowdy has raised. With that, moving on down the line. Don't see anybody on the board to no new players. Going back to Madam Chair Crowdy, you have 50, is it 31 seconds or 51 seconds? 51 seconds you have left on reserve time.
Without taking time, I'm waiting for my questions to be answered regarding the history of if there was any prior land purchase with these types of waivers. I believe I asked the Department of Justice or the Land Department. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that we could go back to the Land Department and Department of Justice to ask that question, but I came back to reserve time. That's the reason why I called you with your 31 seconds. So I'm going to come back to you. I'll come back at the end to have Department of Justice answer that question that was not answered. So with that, I'm calling on you on your time that's left, 51 seconds. Reserve time.
I'm waiting for my question to be answered. Delegate So.
Okay. Well, let's go back to the Department of Justice before I get back to reserve time. Department of Justice, Ms. Ajwan, can you answer Ms. Crowdy's question that she has posed to your
Speaker, so, oh, excuse me, I apologize. Speaker, so I'm going to turn the floor over to my colleague, Veronica Blackhat, because she is the Assistant Attorney General for the Natural Resources Unit, and they are the ones, that unit works more closely on land acquisition issues and works with the Land Department.
Thank you very much. Veronica Blackhat.
Good evening, Veronica Blackhat. Good evening, Speaker. With respect to whether prior land purchases had waivers, for as long as I've been working on these acquisitions, I don't recall any purchases that required as many waivers as what is being requested here. But Land Department or DNR might have more knowledge in terms of maybe what had been the practice prior. But from my knowledge from 2015 when I started with NRU, I don't recall any instances where we requested waivers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Mr. Mike Colonna to expand on that question that was posed by Mr. Colonna.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
That question, I've been to Land Department since 2005, started our first acquisition at that time. Up to date, we have not dealt with any acquisitions of land or property that required any waivers. We usually handle them straightforward, following the rules and regulations of compiling all the exhibits, all the information into one packet before it was brought to council. In 2016, the regulations were adopted and provided more guidance to speed up our process, which also included that we could hire a broker. We've had a broker work with us on some of the acquisitions, acting on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And since then, we still didn't have any legislations going through waiving any of the requirements for purchasing. So that's what we've done up to now, and until this legislation has come forward.
Okay, thank you very much for the answers that Madam Chair Crotty was waiting for. With that, moving on down the line, Madam Chair Crotty, you have 51 seconds left, coming back to reserve time.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask Department of Justice if there's language that bounds Navajo Nation Council delegates in the ethics and government laws for spending an exorbitant amount of money. It looks like it's 4.4 times the price. I would need some guidance on where I could find that language. Reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 28 seconds. That going down the line, Honorable General Charles Newton, you have 2:41 in reserve time. And I turn the floor over to you. Okay, she takes back to reserve her time. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on down the line. Going through reserve time. Right now, I got through the reserve time. I don't see anybody on the board. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and go to Department of Justice. A question was posed to Department of Justice. Ms. Blackhat, can you proceed with that, answering the question?
I'm going through the rules and trying to look that up. I don't have that information on hand right now, but I need to research that more in terms of the amount. I don't know if maybe OLC might have that information readily available.
Thank you very much. Department of Justice, Office of Legislative Counsel. Ms. Barboff, can you expand on the question that Madam Chair Crotty has raised?
Thank you, Speaker. I am looking through the ethics and government law as well as the regulations and standards of conduct for elected officials of the Navajo Nation. I have not found anything on point to Delegate Crotty's question, but I will continue to read through, and if I find anything, I shall let the council know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'm going to go back to the floor. Looking to the board, there's no new players that's wishing to speak to the legislation. Therefore, I'm going to go back to reserve time. Honorable Amber Kennesaw Crotty, your reserve time is 28 seconds coming to you at this time.
Thank you. Yes. If I could, Mr. Halona, at Budget and Finance, I asked for the updated appraisal. If that was submitted, if you could resend that to my email, and I'd appreciate to look at those numbers. Thank you. And I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Gonna go back to the floor again, reserve time. Gonna go back to Madam Chair, Charles Newton. You have 2 minutes and 40 seconds in reserve time. Staff, Madam Chair Charles Newton emailed her question. Okay. Here it is. Manuel, can I get you to go ahead and read the question posed by Madam Chair Charles Newton?
Speaker and members of 24th Nomination Council, I have not received anything.
Okay, I got it. But read her time. Ready then. Madam Chair Charles Newton emailed her question. I hear the possibility or potential, but I also hear there is a flood zone. How are we going to build in a flood zone? I also hear no water. How are we going to build where there's no water? How much will it cost the nation to provide water to this area? How long has this land been available for sale? Those are the questions that were emailed by Madam Chair Crotty, or correction, Madam Charles Newton, to the presenter and to the agent. So time remaining is 2 minutes at this time, reserved time. With that, go back to the floor, and we're gonna go to the agent and to the agent, actually, it says, so. Honorable Henio?
Kailan sa check. Speaker Sokodo. Ano ko at 7:12 p.m. Kodon, I did kidigi. Flood zone, I've never heard anything about flood zone, so that's very new to me. And so I can't answer that because I'm not aware of any flood zone, even the packets that were handed to me. That if you go there, it's in a higher area if you actually visit the area. And so, but as far as water, there are three things here. Two things. The first thing, there are two working windmills on the property. But it's not on the deeded land property. It's on the state land lease area, which the Travis family has a 50-year lease hold on it, from what I've been told. So there are two working windmills. There is a ranch house there, along with some corrals and holding pens. So it's actively being used as a agriculture for ranching for the present time. So again, like I said, there are two working windmills on the property. Then earlier, as I stated, there is a 400 acre feet of water that's available to the new owner, whoever the new owner will be. Hopefully it's the Navajo Nation. Though the third thing, we've been working on this since I came into office, is bringing fresh potable water from Albuquerque to Tojile. And as we are aware, Shananta, it has made the news several times. The Albuquerque water, Tojile water intertie is what's called, where there's a supply of fresh water that will be going exclusively, and I say exclusively, to the community of Tojile. And the agreement with Albuquerque Water Authority is that there be no tap-ins from any developer or any, even going across the street to Route 66A Dota. It's being made exclusively for the Tojile community. So there is going to be an abundance of fresh water available to the community there. And then also, like I said, between the 58 acres that's right across 66, in between, there are, I believe, sections of land that belong to the Tojile community, that's in the Tojile band land. Though from there on, then Chavez Grant starts to, and it goes all the way to the entrance to Chile community. So AG, there's water that's available, and so that's why I say the potential, because without water you can't develop. And I would be saying this if I knew the water wouldn't be coming in, and the Chile water will begin construction in spring of 2023, and it will be blessing to the community. So we just need to move on this.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Going back to the drawing table. Looking to the board, there's no new players on the board who wish to speak. Also, I have to go back to reserve time. Reserve time by Madam Chair Charles Newton. 2 minutes. What you have. So, Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have the floor. 2 minutes. Okay, she allows her time to be given to Madam Chair Crotty.
Delegate So, do I have the floor? This is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, you have the floor.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate the time, Charles Newton. So in terms of what was stated now from the sponsor, the type of documents that are not presented in this package, it's hard to then really understand at what point that this legislation is in order. If there's been no indication that some type of subject matter expert is providing guidance and expertise in the field of the land condition, the possible opportunities, and to have at this point negotiating a multi-million-dollar contract should not be based on, kicking the tire and making sure things look in order. What we learned as a council from the Colorado ranch is not everything that glitters is gold. And there was a lot of promises made regarding that ranch. There was a lot of promises that local community members would have access. And I had asked in terms of how the community of Tohajile has submitted revenue into the Navajo Nation, and how now it's being asked to be redistributed in the way of the Land Acquisition Fund. This fund is not just for certain areas of the Navajo Nation. There's many communities that could have the possibility to thrive, or at least have access to additional pasture lands. Yet there's not really any evidence that that possibility is viable, because the Navajo Nation has laws. And that's why you cannot just purchase and approve purchases without following the law. And this legislation, within the last 20 years, it's completely out of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No more time at this time. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and move forth on the agenda. And I'm gonna look back on the board. There's no one on the board wishing to speak. This time, I'm gonna turn time over back to the sponsor. Chairman Hinio.
Speaker, so could I Navajo just in I did kitty dog at foot. Babbitt in the dust uncle. I love it that you say could I he's not only 24th Navajo Nation Council, but only very much ladder. Don't I did kitty like Cosido.
Aja, that it a slow bill, a hard no need. I cannot say, Shinantako.
Thank you very much. Looking at the board, there's no one there to request to speak. Therefore, there's no amendment to this proposed legislation of 0241-22. So I'm gonna go ahead and go directly to roll call vote. Staff, can you proceed with roll call vote?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay is excused. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kenez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Today's this is Delegate Amber Canas Bakrati. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenez Bakrati votes red. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul
I
Begay.
vote green. This Delegate Begay.
Excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay votes green and Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Pernell Helona votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Once more, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Honorable Crotty? Did you say something?
Yes, Delegate Paul Begay was announced to be excused and now is voting. Can you give me insight in terms of the request from Delegate Paul Begay to be excused and now being able to come back to begin voting? Thank you.
Madam Chair, Honorable Paul Begay texted me to be excused for 1 hour to attend a funeral meeting, and then he indicated that he wasn't to be back on the line, and he did come back on the line at 5. Correction, what time? 5, about 6:17, I believe he came back online. So just to let you know, he did make his requests for 1 hour to be with the Joe Daisy family for their service planning meeting. So he did ask for that. So he's back online, and it's only for an hour that he was excused for. So therefore, he's still in order. He's on part of council. Move forth with
Yes,
roll call vote.
Thank you for the clarification, Delegate So. And if there's a way that when delegates are being asked to be excused, if as a council or committee that we're all aware in terms, and the former HES committee, we would email each other or ask per memo to be excused, if that's something that we can start looking at for better practices. Thank you.
Yes, I believe so. We can go ahead and have some sort of dialogue pertaining to that matter. But right now, I think in the code, it's very vague. But we'll look into it, Madam Chair Crotty. With that, staff, proceed with roll call vote.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 4 delegates who oppose. With presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
A point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, point of privilege raised by Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you. This question is for Office of Legislative Counsel. This legislation, there's not language for the saving clause of Section 5. Under this legislation, because the saving clause states of any portion, what says of this act, this is not an act, is invalidated by the Supreme Court of the Navajo Nation or by any Navajo Nation district court without appeal to the Navajo Nation Supreme Court, the remainder of this act shall be the law of the nation. When it comes to this legislation, what are some of the legal avenues that are afforded to myself believing that this legislation is out of order and authorizes an overpayment on behalf of, in this case, it's land acquisition?
Thank you very much. Going to go ahead and go to the Office of Legislative Counsel. Ms. Barboff.
Thank you, Speaker So and Delegate Crotty. What we call the savings clause, which says that if the legislation is challenged, any provisions that are not deemed unlawful by the court, they remain. But we generally that provision usually goes in statute amendments. Your regular legislations most of the time don't include that clause. So Delegate Crotty, your options would be to challenge the legislation in the court. If the court agreed with you, the whole legislation would be voided or deemed invalid. Thank you, Speaker. Back to you.
Thank you very much for answering the
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
raised by Madam Chair Crotty. With that, again, point of privilege to raised by Madam Chair Crotty. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Delegate. So, as a follow-up, thank you, Ms. Barbroff. Who would be able to be my legal counsel and helping me draft a petition to the court regarding this legislation?
Thank you, Madam Crotty. You would need to retain counsel. That is not something that the Office of Legislative Counsel could do, nor is it something that the Department of Justice could do. It would be a private lawsuit, so you would be responsible for retaining counsel. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Do you have any recommendations?
Thank you very much.
You're going to hurt the people.
Thank you very much for the response to the Ms. Dana Barbroff. Then staff, please monitor the phones or the Zoom call.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Outbursts out there. So, Madam Chair Crotty.
Yes, if I could ask staff, the point of privilege, was that the elected official from Tohajale who provided that comment on the record? Thank you. I need that to be identified. Appreciate it.
Yes, it was confirmed that it was Nora Morris who made that comment. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving forward, the vote was 17 in favor, 4 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Motion carries. And we go ahead and this legislation will be certified and we'll move across to the President of the Navajo Nation for his signing or vetoing or not signing the legislation into law. Cool. With that, motion carries on this legislation. Moving on down the line, item F. Legislation. Honorable Daniels.
Yes, Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the floor rule and add a legislation to the agenda. It's 267-22.
Okay, Honorable Daniels, can you repeat that legislation number?
Legislation 0267-22.
0267-22 to be added on to the agenda, correct? That's Key Allen's legislation.
Correction. It's 276-22.
276-22, correct?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. And this legislation has been put on the comment period as an emergency legislation. So with this, at council, only emergency legislations can be added on from the floor, and we have to have 2/3 of the Navajo Nation Council vote to add on this legislation. So therefore, that is motion by Honorable Herman Daniels.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
With that, I'm gonna go ahead and accept Honorable Yellowhair's seconding motion. With that, any comments and questions to add in this legislation onto the agenda at this time? Going once, twice, 3 times. Roll call vote, staff, or read the legislation to the record. Sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of 24th Nomination Council, that legislation 0276-22 is an action relating to an emergency in the Navajo Nation Council approving the purchase of property offered for sale to the Navajo Nation by the owners of Goldings, Monument Valley Lodge and Tours, Monument Valley, Utah, approving the expenditure of fund.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair, Roddy, it's your point of privilege.
Delegate, so how is the purchase of a property considered an emergency?
Madam Chair, I'm just going through the formality of the legislation. And a motion was made through the process, a motion was made by Herman Daniels. And every delegate has a right to suspend the 4 rules. A motion was made and a second was made. As this legislation is read into the record, I will allow this conversation to be brought to the council, and you, the Navajo Nation Council, will make that decision about the nature of the emergency. With that, Manuel, can you proceed with roll call or proceed with reading the legislation into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. An action relating to an emergency of the Navajo Nation Council approving the purchase of property offered for sale to the Navajo Nation by the owners of Goldings, Monument Valley Lodge and Tours, Monument Valley, Utah, approving the expenditure of fund principal of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund to purchase the property and approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Ottoso. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With this, the legislation has been read into the record, and this legislation is being asked to be
point of
added
order,
onto the
Delegate Crotty.
agenda at this time. Point of order by Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. It's a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Delegate. So I do not have this legislation in my email, and so I'm not aware of where it states it's an emergency. I'd like to, this legislation is out of order as it does not meet the threshold, and there's a high threshold what constitutes an emergency for a legislation. That means if it impacts the public safety, sovereignty issues, and I'd like you to determine that this legislation is out of order as an emergency legislation.
Thank you very much for your point of order. With this, I will go ahead and indicate that this point of order that has been raised, the delegate who is the main sponsor has went through the formality of getting the legislation drafted and went through the process and getting it deemed legally sufficient through the process as an emergency legislation. And then with that, the information has been posted, and then also information should have been emailed out to the public so that that information is out there. Number 2, I will go ahead and have Dana get all the information out to the council. We should have the information on the council at this time. And then ruling this legislation out of order at this time, I will go ahead and move forward to not do that at this time because of the motion held in place and the second motion held in place by a delegate. And at this time, this legislation will be at the decision of this Navajo Nation Council, which you guys can debate this issue on the floor, whether it's an emergency or not. Thank you very much, and proceed with
A point of order, Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair Crotty, what's your point of order?
Yes, Speaker, I'd like to challenge you on that decision not to deem this legislation out of order.
Okay.
According to the code, there is a threshold for emergency legislation. And looking at or trying to find this legislation, I do not see the language that meets that threshold. So I'd like to challenge your assertion that this legislation is still in order.
Okay. Thank you very much. The motion has made to challenge my decision to move forth with the normal process of suspending the floor rules. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for a second motion for this challenge. I'm asking the 24th Navajo Nation Council to pose a second motion to the motion of challenge held by Honorable Amber Kennesaw Karate, and at this time, Mrs. Charles Newton has raised the second motion for the challenge. With that, with the threshold pertaining to the requirement of an emergency, at this time, like I indicated, my decision is to follow the standard process of the suspension of floor rules and allowing the 24th Navajo Nation Council to make this decision upon their discussion and a debate on this matter, on this particular legislation. So therefore, I'm going to go ahead and indicate that a vote for Madam Chair Amber Kennesaw Karate will be green. And the challenging vote against the speaker will be red. So with that, my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, this challenge is valid at this time, and we have a motion and second in place. So therefore, with my ruling to move forward to treat the information, this legislation and treating the standard procedures for suspending the floor rules is what my guiding factor is. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go to the floor or to staff to proceed with roll call vote.
Point of order.
Madam Chair Crotty, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Delegate. So can you state the rule that does not allow debate when there's a challenge? Thank you.
Okay, let me go ahead and get to the flip to the page of the challenge. Manuel, can you go ahead and read that into the record for the delegates?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the rule is Rule 25, point of order, appeal of decision. If a motion or procedure or remark appears to be in violation of the established rules of the council, any council delegate may raise a point of order. A point of order motion shall not be used to engage in additional debate. The point of order shall be raised immediately after the error is made. The council delegate raising the point of order may interrupt a speaker, provide the council delegate concisely states the rule violated pursuant to the point of order raised, or when in a vote in progress to raise the issue. B, the point of order is not subject to debate. C, the speaker shall immediately decide and rule upon the point of order before any action on the question is made by the council. D, once the speaker has made his or her decision on a point of order, any delegate may appeal the decision. The appeal must be seconded. The appeal shall not be amended. If the appeal is made and seconded, the speaker shall restate his or her decision and submit the matter to the judgment of the council. The decision shall be then be subject to debate by the council, during which the speaker may state his or her reasons for the decision. Upon conclusion of debate, a vote shall be taken and the decision of the speaker shall be reversed if the majority of all votes cast are in favor of the appeal. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That is the parameter of the challenge. I did re-indicate that my position and my ruling on the point of order here. So with that, a vote for Madam Chair Crotty challenge will be a green vote. And the speaker's vote will be the delegates that agree with the speaker's decision. That's a vote, you will vote red. So with that, I will go ahead and move to staff to go ahead and proceed with roll call vote at this time. Staff?
A point of order, Delegate So.
Madam Chair Crotty, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Delegate So. So Rule 25, D, the third sentence states the decision shall then be subject to debate by the council, during which the speaker may state his or her reasons for the decision. Delegate So, you need to open up for the debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I try to do multitasking here, Madam Chair Crotty. So with that, I'm going to open up the floor for debate at this time. So go ahead and if you wish to speak, please ask and request to speak, or text Jalissa to request to speak so she can add you to the board. Yeah. I don't see anybody on the board wishing to speak.
Delegate Ricknez request to speak.
Honorable Ricknez, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker So, honorable members of the 24th Council. Today is our last day to approve legislations. We only have about 4 hours left here. We have 17 legislations to consider. Unless we put the emergency legislation at the very end and move the rest of them up. And the only way is if we just take action on each of these legislations. But I don't think so. At the rate we're going, we might as well just motion to adjourn and just wait till the next council comes in to consider some of these legislations. Time just ticked away on us. And I know we all have a heart for our staff because of the weather. They have families too, and they have families that love them. So that's all I wanted to say. I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
With that, coming back to the floor, Madam Chair Crotty.
Well, yeah, thank you, Delegate So. Appreciate the time to debate on the challenge. And so to clarify, I did receive, for the record, At 7:39, this legislation to review and asking for an emergency. In the provisions of the legislation, it does give the guideline in which, pursuant to Title II, Navajo Nation, Section 164A16, and the Supreme Court has been the Navajo Nation Supreme Court has been very clear in terms of matters constituting an emergency shall be limited to the cessation of law enforcement services, which this is not regarding disaster relief services, which according to the title and a quick read within the last few minutes does not meet that criteria. Fire protection services or other direct services required as an entitlement under Navajo Nation or federal law. This, according to the title and the scan of the legislation, does not meet that threshold, or which directly threatens the sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. Such a matter must arise due to the pressing public need for such resolution and must be a matter requiring final action by the council. This legislation does not meet the threshold of our Navajo Nation law in Title II, Section 164A16. This matter may need final action by the council, but apparently that's the only part of this provision which it meets. And that is why I asked as signing and adding on this legislation that this be called out of order as an emergency legislation, and that we move forward with our agenda, and that this legislation may go through the proper process where there could be a full discussion with the oversight committees and the delegates to fully vet this legislation and this possible approval of the expenditure of the principal of the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. Thank you, Delegate So. I'm not sure how much information you received on this legislation. I think you're doing the best that you can with the time limit and the constraint. And so I appreciate the time to be able to express why I believe this legislation should be called out of order. And as council, we move forward with our agenda as properly approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 2 minutes. Time remaining. Reserve time. Moving on down the line. Members of the Navajo Nation Council. Anybody want to speak pertaining to the challenge that has been posed at this time?
Thank you. This is Delegate Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor. Minutes.
Yeah, good old Speaker. So, good old Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, I don't know. If you look at the legislation, page 11 of 12, line 6, where it says HH, you read that paragraph. It clearly states why this is an emergency legislation. Speaker, can you have Mr. Rico read the entire paragraph?
Okay, thank you very much. Manuel, can you read the item into the record, that paragraph?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, paragraph HH. This legislation is offered as an emergency measure pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A16 because the Navajo Nation is patently unable to exercise its civil jurisdiction over non-Indian conduct on privately owned land within the Navajo Nation's reservation boundaries, such as the land upon which the Goldings Trading Post is situated. C. Atkinson Trading Company Incorporated versus Joe Shirley Jr. et al. This lack of jurisdiction poses a significant threat to the sovereign authority of the Navajo Nation government. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Daniels, your time is still rolling. And come back to you.
Yes. Thank you, Kudo, Mr. Rico. Thank you for reading that paragraph. Ani hot Kudo Shananta Shaniki Kudo. Dinal for Sahatiliaki Kudo the seller of the Gouldings, owner of Gouldings, the seller is only allowing us up to the end of the year. After 2023 started, he's going to open it up to other buyers. So today, right now, he's offering this piece of property to the Navajo Nation. I don't know. We've been working on this for months now, so this is not a new thing. This 2012 that same the property was offered to the Navajo Nation, but at that time it didn't go through. But we had numerous meetings on this. I don't know. Navajo Nation Council invited to tour the property at Gouldings, and only a few, I would say like 5 delegates showed up. So this is not a new thing. We've been working on this with the Navajo Land Department and also Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise and also Navajo Nation Economic Development. So Mr. Speaker, thank you. Reserve time.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 1:38. Members of the Navajo Nation Council. Any other questions to the challenge at this time that the Navajo Nation Council would like to debate? Not hearing anything? One once, twice, 3 times. We'll go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Karate, you have 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Saz. I appreciate that. I appreciate Delegate Daniels identifying where he believes this language creates an opportunity or creates the environment for the emergency legislation. As noted, this property, if in fact jurisdiction lies with this property, Navajo Nation has not owned this property for many generations. And so this has been one of the chronic issues across criminal jurisdiction across Navajo Nation. What is hard for me to actually not be personally offended is that you would use this provision to try to make a last minute ditch effort to add onto the agenda, using that provision when in fact it's really just for the land purchase. And I think in terms of if we could continue to partner and communicate on what are the jurisdictional limitations here on Navajo Nation and how we could continue to support our victims of crime, that would be a more appropriate place than using that as a way to add this onto the agenda and claim that it's an emergency when in fact Gouldings has been in establishment for many, many years. And that is my final say on this, and I appreciate the council. I appreciate those of our advocates who are working with our community members and will continue to stay strong. Thank you. I'll leave the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Waive the rest of her time. Moving on down the line, I am going to go ahead and go to Honorable Herman Daniels, 1 minute and 38 seconds. Honorable Daniels, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Waive the rest of the time. So with that, I don't see anybody on the board. Then we'll go back to the floor. Members of the
Speaker.
24th Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Raymond Smith,
Speaker.
floor, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Just for clarification, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, I'm wondering, you said that you're going to rule this out of order and there's going to be a vote here shortly. If it's ruled out of order, does that mean that this legislation is not going to be heard tonight? Because I heard Honorable Daniel saying it needs to be acted upon before the end of the year. So could you kind of clarify before we go into the vote? I know that we have time to ask questions, and once that questions have been answered, and I get a clear picture of where we're going with this, and I don't want to delay the process here, but I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Raymond Smith. Your time is.
Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4:03. With that, Honorable Smith, when Honorable Herman Daniel motioned to suspend the floor rule to add a this legislation on, I accepted his motion, and I accepted the second motion for this particular legislation. Then the item was read into the record. As the discussion went on, moved forth, a point of order was raised that that this legislation did not meet the requirement, the formality of the requirement for an emergency of the Navajo Nation. But I did indicate that I was going to go ahead and stand. I did make a ruling that I'm going to go ahead and accept and move forth with the decision to add this legislation, have the sponsor add the legislation on, because within the Navajo Nation Council, you have authority to introduce legislations. You have the authority to add on legislations to an agenda. And there's a process to that. And that process that was utilized was suspension of the floor rules. And I did indicate that I am going to go ahead and move forth with the roll call vote for the suspension of the floor rule. And that's when the point of order was raised again. And Madam Chair Crotty asked me to call the legislation out of order. And after that, a challenge was issued, was motioned by Madam Chair Crotty. And then with that, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton made the second motion to the challenge. So therefore, that's where we're at. I did not deem to rule this legislation out of order, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. I was only utilizing the regular formality of adding on the legislation onto an agenda, in which then adding on an emergency legislation has a certain formality in the code, and that's all I was following. And if this goes through this challenge, the council will speak. So AD, just want to clarify that to you. With that, I'm going to go down on the board here. No one is requesting to speak at this time. And also going to go back to reserve time. Go back around, and Honorable Raymond Smith, reserve time. 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Honorable Raymond Smith.
Ahead, Shananta. I think Abigail, Ronaldo, Beaza. I'll go ahead and waive my time.
Thank you very much. Honorable Raymond Smith waives his time. With that, moving on down the line. I will go ahead and proceed and look at the board here. There's no one else requesting to speak, nor no one has texted me to speak, nor even Jalissa. So with that, I'm gonna go once. Gonna go twice. Go 3 times. Again, a vote for the challenge, Honorable Crotty's deeming this legislation to be out of order is green. And the speaker's decision, utilizing the regular process, the formalities, is a vote red. And I leave this up to the body of the 24th Navajo Nation Council to make this decision. Proceed with roll call vote.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay? Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, which way?
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newman, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote?
Yep, Isha Deja, this is Delegate Crotty, and I will vote a nice warm green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Jamie votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jan votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Petrie.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazdi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So votes red via text. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 5 delegates who voted green and 16 delegates who voted red, with presiding chair Honorable Otto So not voting. Honorable Eugene So is changing his vote to red. With that, that changes the vote to 4 delegates who vote green and 17 delegates who vote red.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Votes for the challenge. The green vote is for Madam Chair Karati. It's 4, and the red vote for Speaker So 17 is the ruling that I have made to continue to move forth with adding on this particular legislation. So with that, staff members, we have a motion in place and we have a second in place. And I'm going to go ahead and proceed with roll call vote on adding on this legislation. Proceed with roll call vote, staff.
Delegate, so this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Madam Chair, you have a question on the main motion. So I'm going to go back or on the motion for this. So Madam Chair Karati, you have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Delegate. So I do have a question regarding this amendment or the amendment to suspend the floor rules. If the sponsor of the legislation can provide an in-depth discussion on the provision that was read into the record where this issue has arisen, if the delegate can provide additional information where jurisdiction has become an issue, seeing that Goldings is surrounded by Navajo Nation land, Indian land, and there are provisions that protect our people. So I will reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reserve time at 4:18, Madam Chair. All right. With that, moving forth on the line. Any other questions to the suspension of the floor rules, adding on legislation 0267-22? Not hearing anything. I'm gonna go back to the sponsor of suspending the floor rule, adding on the legislation. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate Crotty, 24th Council. Goldings, it's a private property located in Monument Valley. It's 140 acres. It's a private property owned by some people out there, and on the outside, it's all Navajo reservation. So I see, oh God, yeah, when the COVID hit, the nation. They had their sign up, okay, on the store's window, okay, with a mask wearing. Because they took it off. But from there, I reached out to the Department of Health, so they put it back on. So what that take all the other clothing. This is a good opportunity for us, Kodot Navajo Nation. So Kodot Nagaitam, what has been read into the record from the legislation, page 11 of 12, where it says HH. Yeah, this legislation was drafted by Office of Legislative Counsel, along with the Department of Justice. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give some time to Office of Legislative Counsel and also DOJ. Yeah, they're the one that drafted this legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna go back to Office of Legislative Counsel, and I'm gonna go back to the Department of Justice. So Office of Legislative Counsel.
Speaker Kealan, point of order.
Honorable Kealan McGay, point of order.
Speaker, the point of order. We just did a voting at allowable for this legislation to be added on to the agenda, and that's the proceeding that we need to go into. We're beginning to debate the legislation deeply now. What's at hand right now is that we need to add the legislation, and we need to continue with the agenda. It's beginning to be obvious that there's a purpose to delay to do all the legislation this evening. Speaker, that's my point of order. We need to get back to the agenda. All we need to do is add the legislation to the agenda. I thought they couldn't to add it on. Speaker, that's my point of order.
Thank you very much. Honorable
Point of
Kealan
order,
McGay.
Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Amber Crotty, I'm gonna, your point of order.
Yes, thank you. Delegate, so if I could get information from Delegate Kealan Begay on any type of evidence or comments on the questions regarding criminal jurisdiction that leads to the assumption that this is an effort to delay legislations that are on the agenda. I'd like to know where that was stated, or where's the evidence to prove in that statement. If no evidence is provided, then I'd ask you to keep decorum for this conversation. Thank you, Delegate So.
Madam Chair, I was gonna address this, and at that time, that's when you raised the point of order. And therefore, I didn't have enough time to address the Mr. Kealan McGay's point of order. And that's when you raise your point of order, and I couldn't address this. But now I'm gonna go back to the floor, and I'm gonna address the point of orders here. At this time, I allowed you time, Madam Chair Karate, to speak upon this, because adding a legislation on to an agenda is debatable. Therefore, I allowed this legislation to move forth to have this discussion. But again, at the end, the Navajo Nation Council will make that decision whether to add it on or not. Debating this right now will not make that decision promptly. But again, the Navajo Nation Council already may have made their decision which way they're going to vote. So therefore, I'm just going through the formalities. I don't want to cut off the requirement or I don't want to cut off the right of the delegate to debate this. This is debatable, adding a legislation onto an agenda, whether it's at the committee level whether it's at the Navajo Nation Council level, but this is debatable at this time. So I'm gonna go ahead and move forth with Dana Barbroff to provide an answer, which Madam Chair Crotty has, or correction, Honorable Herman Daniel has referred this question to. So Dana, can you provide answers to what Herman Daniel is answering questions to Madam Chair Crotty?
Thank you, Speaker, and I will try to be as short as possible, but I'll take everybody back to 2001 when the U.S. Supreme Court ruled on Atkinson Trading Company versus Joe Shirley. And keep in mind that the Atkinson Trading Company is private. It's on private land for the Cameron Trading Post is located in Cameron, Arizona. It's a non-Indian owned business, completely surrounded by Navajo tribally held land. That land status is very, very similar, if not absolutely identical, to Golding's property. And in the Atkinson Trading Company case, the Supreme Court determined that even though the Navajo Nation provided essential government services such as police and fire protection to the Cameron Trading Post and surrounding areas, that the Navajo Nation did not have civil jurisdiction over that land and the activities on that land. So we're not talking criminal jurisdiction, we're talking civil jurisdiction. That goes into Navajo's ability to collect taxes and other things. And that is, I think that's the answer to Delegate Crotty's question. So I will stop there. The basic premise, and Delegate Daniels is correct that this legislation was drafted. It was primarily drafted by Department of Justice. However, Legislative Council certainly worked hard on it also. So that is the difference. It all goes back to what the Supreme Court said in Atkinson Trading the Atkinson Trading Post case. And that is regardless of the fact that the property sits in the middle of the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation does not have civil regulatory authority over that property. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker and Delegate Daniels.
Thank you very much for that answer. Moving on down the line, Department of Justice.
Good evening, Speaker. I wanted to provide clarification regarding the statement that Delegate Daniels made. DOJ did not draft this legislation. This legislation was drafted by DNR. We did review and provide input regarding the legislation and did provide input and draft provisions regarding the waiver of sovereign immunity. I just wanted to provide clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The answer has been provided for Madam Chair Crotty. Moving on down the line. I don't see anybody on the board for question to speak. And I'm gonna go back to the time. Madam Chair Crotty, you have
Yes.
4:18 time remaining.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Barbara, so in terms of the Atkins Trading Post versus Joe Shirley We have some other Supreme Court cases that have been heard. And according to the Dollar General versus Choctaw Nation, there is a provision that the court, there was an opportunity where there could be a written agreement between Dollar General and the tribe. Could you let me know if that has ever been an issue or provided to Goldbeans to address a jurisdiction or criminal jurisdiction issue? And if you could provide any type of history in where jurisdiction has become an issue in recent past to scale this up to being an emergency that needs to be heard at this late hour, at this late stage of the council. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reserving time at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. With that, I'm going to turn time over to Dana Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. No, Madam Chair, I cannot provide that information. I did not negotiate this agreement. That would be with the Division of Natural Resources. And I'm sorry that you do not see that it was an emergency. Certainly when Legislative Council puts its name on something, it believes that it has met the requirements of the law. Between the jurisdiction challenge and the December 30th deadline, Legislative Council firmly and still, despite what's been said here, believes that it met the emergency criteria. Back to you, Speaker and Delegate.
Point of order, Delegate Crotty.
Point of order raised by Honorable Crotty. What's your point of order?
Yes, Delegate. So I'm not sure Ms. Barbara's commentary regarding Legislative Council assumption or assertion that this is this meets the emergency provisions. My question focuses on the jurisdiction issue. I'm not interested in terms of, or did not ask if Legislative Council felt like this met the definition of the emergency. I believe that that determination is based on the action of the council. And so I was asking about the sovereign, the jurisdiction issue. So if I could have the attorney from the Department of Natural Resources answer that question, that would be helpful in terms of determining if this in fact is an emergency. Thank you very much. I'll reserve my time.
You don't have any time to reserve on a point of order, Madam Chair.
Appreciate it.
Moving forth, Department of Justice, correction, Division of Natural Resources Attorney.
Just get on.
Mr. What's his name? Robert Allen, Division of Natural Resources. Are you on the line? Division of Natural Resources, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Yes, sir. This is Robert Allen.
Robert Allen, I'm sure you heard Madam Chair Crotty's point of order, her question there. Can you provide that insight to Madam Chair Crotty? You have the floor, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen. As to the question about jurisdiction, that is fee land situated within the Navajo Nation or adjacent to it, trust lands. We do have we do have business site leases, 2 of them with the owner. There are questions and issues that have arisen about that property. Well, in the first instance, you heard Delegate Daniels stating that the visitors and the business was not abiding by Navajo Nation directives, health department directives to wear face masks.
In our situation with COVID, it's dangerous not to follow those instructions because of the number of cases that continue to rise each week. So it's important that we get conformance, since that community provides many services to the Navajos living in the region, since it's the only location to buy groceries, to get food and water. As for the other jurisdictional issues, they have not yet challenged our laws to a significant extent, but there are some environmental issues that did arise, some recognized environmental concerns in our review of the property, in our environmental site assessment. They have not been, it appears, policed up like the state has done in Arizona and New Mexico. We don't know the extent to which there's hazardous materials on the property. If there are, we would like them cleaned up because they pose a threat to the general health and welfare of the Navajo Nation and its members. So I think that it is a bona fide issue about jurisdiction and getting the business to cooperate with the Navajo Nation and the members, since it does provide essential services and goods to the population there. It is set out in a very remote area where there are few businesses. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robert Allen, for answering the question that was raised on the point of order. With that, moving on down, Ms. Barboff. Oh, yeah. Okay, with that, I'm going to go back to the board. To the board here, I don't see anybody on the board to speak. And I'm going to go back to reserved time. Reserved time of 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Madam Chair Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Delegate. So I wanted to ask Mr. Robert Allen, I want to clarify, are you the same Robert Allen where when we discussed the Washington office purchase, you asserted sovereignty in the Washington, D.C. office area? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just be mindful that we keep the discussion to this particular legislation. Mr. Robert Allen, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Yes, Delegate Crotty. Sovereignty with the Washington office was in the sense of establishing an office presence near Capitol Hill for our Washington office. That was a sovereignty that I think was at stake because we were going to establish the first American Indian embassy there. Like, I just came back from Minneapolis. Red Lake Band of Chippewas has an embassy there in Minneapolis, and it's a great big building. And that's their embassy.
James.
Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Robert Allen. Honorable James, point of order.
Another speaker, other members of the council, can another speaker kindly requesting to have you keep the meeting in order and to stick to the legislation. of what we are debating on. Akot ipahatis ako. Not anonate ledo beshmahas anonate lenko. Kodo na oka liniki. AAT kodo zeta bini yahiki. Kodo bini yah. AAT nal sosen bini bidol so kodo bika ola ni ledo le chokot ao. Bini yado le on le hard dashin hilkanat liet ako kot a ba hatis ako oyoshel tanas kaiti di kodo at all tra ya bandi kaile ko ako suspension of the 4 rules are the dashin any kind ako ha ahot ad ba akon sen ako di hard dashin late embassy the ba yana nail le ako. So the Shanala speaker, if you can keep the meeting in order, I'll kindly requesting that and greatly appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. Shanala, I did indicate to when Honorable Crotty asked her question with the time allowed within this suspension of 4 rules. The suspension of 4 rules is debatable. So at council, you have 5 minutes to debate your individual time. But at this time, this question was posed by Madam Chair Crotty to Robert Allen. But I did, before Robert Allen answered the question, started to begin to answer the question, I asked him to be mindful that we are on, that we do speak to the legislation, and it's supposed to be to Goulding. And yes, Mr. Allen, please stick to the legislation. Try not to deviate off of into other areas. Just to legislation number 0276-22. With that, I'm going to proceed with Mr. Allen to complete whatever he's trying to get to. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, ladies and gentlemen. With the Goulding's property, we have been working under time limits with the seller. There are many pieces that go with the land, the improvements, and the business assets. And we've been trying to get all of those issues in order. We've been trying to get through expedited appraisals. We've been trying to get through our environmental site assessment. And the reason why we've been working, the seller wants our yes or no answer by January 1st. Before January 1st, they have a tourist season. And the tourist season will begin in late January, and they have to get ready for April. April through November is their season. So if there's going to be a changeover in the business, they want it to happen before the season starts and is run through 2023. We need to come to terms with this sale under those same time limits, or it could have a detrimental impact on that business. And that business would benefit the tribe. And in terms of sovereignty, that provides economic development opportunities that we desperately need. And it will also provide jobs to Navajos who currently occupy those jobs, and as well as benefit from the water and the grocery store there and the laundry and all the services that are offered. That's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer there. Moving on down the line, looking at the board, Honorable Henio, new player.
Shananta, Speaker So, can you hear me? Councilor Chase, can you hear me?
Honorable Jamie Henio, we can hear you.
Okay, be on then. I was trying to unmute myself here, but Shananta, Chase. So Speaker So, Shananta, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Suspension of floor rules bandi. Tadado, Tugashin, binding to seat here. Those I'm in order, should say. Suspend floor rules. Cease debate motion, you say. We can move on.
Okay, thank you very much. With this, cease debate motion has been requested motion by Honorable Jamie Henio. And with that, I believe this is cease debate motion here is I believe it's in order. We have delegates speaking to the issue here of the adding on legislation number 0276-22. In favor, I have in this listing about 4 delegates in favor and 4 delegates against. And with that, or correction, having concerns. So with that, and then the
Point
time,
of order, Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair, what is your point of order?
I appreciate that, Delegate. So, and I am trying to track. I'm not sure how you tracked the concerns or the pros and the cons. I would need to know a delegate other than myself who has raised questions regarding this motion to add this legislation to the agenda. You would need to demonstrate that there's been equal opportunity, and this far it's been myself against a handful of delegates who have not used time but have used point of order. So how many delegates have actually used time to speak on this? And then from that conversation or that time, what then is how many pros and how many cons to make sure that we have an equal, robust conversation here. Thank you.
Okay, hold on, Madam Chair. Okay, we have Karate. And then we have
Well, actually, they both.
Speaker So, Delegate Rick Nez request to speak.
Honorable Rick Nez, I am trying to get information pertaining to the information that Crotty is requesting, but I will come back to Madam Chair Crotty with this information. Will allow time to Rick Nez to speak to the legislation of the suspension of full rules at this time. With that, I'm going to go to Honorable Rick Nez.
Thank you very much, Speaker So. I know you're doing the best you can, and you're doing a good job of it. Shitsui, I have 5 minutes to speak. So, I had Kiko yesterday. Legislation 232, they need all day. Han Hinosunja, yes, Kiko. I don't been the Tanana. Date on all day or just Yoshi beta massa, that's our name. We only have a few hours left and we're calling out for cease debate. Let's just keep talking. Let's just keep debating these legislations individually. There's a text message, consent agenda. No, I am within the law to take everything off of consent agenda, even if you request it, because I would love to hear all of you speak on each individual legislation. I've been waiting on my legislation now for a couple of weeks. We have 17 legislations, D18 that we're going to consider till midnight. So I had that wait at the so put on your coffee. Hello. Oh, I had been even though you request a consent agenda, I'm going to call each one of them off. A lot of you are wanting your legislations to be approved, and mine is towards the end. But then, oh, yan that the nails kiss at the I'm not Senegi. Ado in the lab, let us see clean consent agenda. Are ask ARPA legislation, general hit that deal larger. I don't get that. But the next ARPA legislation, when I requested that we should have a separate meeting to ask questions on ARPA and FRF. But all legislations give a you're also giving me a hard time for my legislation. So why should I give you your time to have a good vote on yours? You're going to be left with my legislations at the end when all other legislations are passed. Whatever opportunity I get tonight, I'm going to use up my whole 5 minutes. Yes, should see not listen and yo what Beniga Navigiel Tira. Ikorogi Bayel Tikishi. Swashib. They're all important. They're all emergency legislations as I look at it. They all are. Why should one legislation, if it's an emergency, go, hey, is it a life and death situation? I don't think so. My legislation is an emergency legislation too. When we first got on the council, we're all equal. I believe that we're all equal. All our legislations, they're all emergency legislations in some way. Whether it means a grandma needing water or electricity, that's an emergency for grandma and grandpa out there using ARPA. So how do we define emergency? You declare an emergency, then hit it non, then hit and 10. If a person falls in the river and you start floating downstream and you say, oh, we need to declare an emergency, you got to go to Wonder Rock first. Go to emergency management, tell the president until he decides. And by that time, then they go eat elasha. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Chairman Rick Ness. Moving forth, determining the information on where I'm looking at the balance. And this whole process of the suspension of full rules as we began and the debate and a challenge has happened. And the challenging vote happened, and there was a vote given. There was individuals challenging, citing voting red and green. Looking at that aspect and looking at the current discussion that's open, that's what is debatable. And with that, I have a listing of 3 delegates that support, 4 delegates that support, that don't support this legislation. So therefore, I'm gonna go ahead and move forward to recognize the cease debate. And I'm gonna go ahead and call for a second motion.
Vice Chair Smith?
Delegate Brown will second.
Very much with that, on the cease debate, I'm gonna go ahead and indicate that this is not debatable. Moving forth, I'm gonna go to
Point of privilege, Speaker.
voting.
Speaker's noted. Delegate Charles
proceed.
Newton.
Point. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, did you say point of
Thank you,
privilege?
Speaker. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Can you hear me?
Point of privilege, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I just want to ask, how many delegates do we currently have who are taking part in this council session as of now? Because you said that there's 8 who have provided some, I guess, as far as the balance goes. So how many delegates are currently on council right now? Thank you.
The last vote that happened about 45 minutes ago to an hour ago, we had 20, hold on. Say it again. We had 21 total. Therefore, I'm basing this information based off of who has spoke to this legislation. So with that, proceed with roll call vote, staff.
Beginning the vote with Honorable Elmer Begay. How do you vote?
Point of privilege, Delegate Cruddy.
Madam Chair, Crowdy, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Delegate. So I'd like to ask Mr. Allen, with the assertion that the Washington office has sovereignty, why not use that same assertion with the Goulding property to enforce any health mandates or environmental site assessments? Thank you.
Mr. Allen?
Well, there are several, there's a Supreme Court case on this, and where our interests are primary, even though the title to the land is different, we could assert our jurisdiction over our own members. These are businesses that are incorporated under the laws of the state of Utah and are entities of the state of Utah. So our sovereignty would be weakest in attempting to regulate their business activities. There would certainly have court would have to weigh in on our assertions of citations, perhaps, or those kind of things. And I think that our sovereignty standing alone, there's no doubt we have sovereign authority over our own members within our land base. But as we move further away from that, there's more questions and our sovereignty is weaker, especially where the underlying property is owned by non-Indians. So asserting sovereignty in that sense is far more difficult. If we had purchased the property
then we can assert our laws against members, Indians, and non-Indians from a justified sovereign status. It would be stronger once we put the land into trust. It's Navajo trust land, and that would eliminate all of those questions that we see now. Well, are we really bound by Navajo Nation law? Do we have to wear masks? Do we have to follow the instructions of the Navajo Nation government? All of those questions would be put aside, and they would have to follow Navajo Nation law. Thank you.
Okay, continue with roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay? Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kial votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay?
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote?
Yes, David, this is Delegate Amber Kines Bakrati, and I will vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes red. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Those votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote is.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote, Dr. Shad.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair, vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Once more, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 3 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Speaker Honorable Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries 8 in favor, 3 opposed, and Speaker not voting on cease debate. Therefore, we're going to move forth to roll call vote. Staff, proceed with roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, what's green? Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canes Bacati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Canis-Balcrotty, and I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bacati votes red. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Vote votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote is.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 3 who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. 18 in favor, 3 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, legislation is added onto the agenda and it will be added on accordingly. This legislation is a 2/3 legislation that requires approval. With that, moving on down the line. Next item on the legislation is item F, legislation 0259-22. With that, could I get Mr. Emmanuel Rico to read the
Speaker.
legislation into the record? Honorable Rick Ness?
Yes, I would like to motion that we adjourn. Thank you.
Okay. Motion has adjourned. Motion of adjourn has been motion. And the rules, motion to adjourn supersedes everything and it has no debate on it. So I'm gonna go ahead and recognize that adjournment. I'm gonna call for seconding motion.
Stewart.
Motion by Honorable Wilson Stewart. At this time, motion to adjourn has no debate. Staff proceed with roll call vote.
Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay? Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, what's red?
Honorable Kealan Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes red. And we need
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red via text. Honorable Amber Kinez Bakrati, how do you vote?
Today's this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kinez Bakrati votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon.
Red.
Honorable Seth Damon votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
No, it's red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Vote Liz.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes red via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green. No, red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazdi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Once more, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 7 delegates who voted in favor and 14 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair, Honorable Speaker Otto So not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion to adjourn was fails, 7 in favor and 14 against, with speaker not voting. With that, we're going to go ahead and continue to move forth on the agenda. The live stream, we have to reboot. Do we need a few minutes? About how many minutes do we need? I'm going to go ahead and ask that we can keep going at this time, but we're going to be off about 5 to 10 minutes off live stream. And with time, we have about 2.5 hours, almost 2.5, a little over 2.5 hours to address legislations. So moving forward.
Speaker So.
Motion to recess.
We'll get Rick Nez.
Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Rick Nez. I'm going to recognize you.
Why don't we recess for 1 hour?
Second.
That should be plenty of time. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and use the speaker's authority to recess for 1 hour and for you guys to get some something to eat and refreshment and so forth. So we're going to recess for 1 hour. We're going to reconvene at 9:10 at 10:11 p.m. We'll reconvene at 10:11 p.m.
Speaker, so this is Delegate Brown.
We're in recess at this time.
I have an emergency with one of our Navajo families that I want to mention to my colleagues. I've been on the phone with police, NHA, CDBG, a family. There was a tornado that touched down 2 nights ago in Denahutso, north of Denahutso. So I had a family whose roof was blown off. So I've been busy with that. I've been trying to get as much assistance. And this is why I've been waiting patiently for the American Rescue Plan Physical Recovery Fund. The hour not that the Mr. Ricky Nez Hajo Quegi Nikiha da Anilna and Kidanen Hata is Nelok Akun Ilchet Nahasi Trahalchet Ahil now. Ashwandishanant Kudo.
Point of order. Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of
order has been raised by Honorable Rick Nez.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Rick Nez, Chairman Nez, right now, we are in recess and I didn't recognize Mr. Brown, but he was just gonna convey a message to the council and it's not on the record. And Mr. Brown, please don't state any names. And you are offending people pertaining to that. So I did indicate that we are in recess. And I said we're going to reconvene at 10:11 p.m. So we are in recess.